Check. All right. Welcome to the stream, guys. We're just waiting on CNSC. We're gonna get right on into it. Amen, brother. Hey, what's up, man? You playing what? What do you say, sir? Ah, okay. How'd you get on? Nice. We are live, by the way, just so you know, on stream. I think I should get in a habit of telling people when I'm live. Nice. Nice. Yeah, yeah. That's gonna be good. Be nice if we can finally see some Protoss life on the board. Well, is it like impossible for them to get on the board enough now? They've like flatlined so much. Like even if they started winning, it'd be still kind of one-sided. No. How many weeks have they got? So they're kind of screwed even if they smash it these next few weeks. So what happens towards the end of those weeks once the points have curated after those 8 weeks? Yeah, like how does it play out in those stages? Mm-hmm. Huh. It's almost in like Protos's interest to like not try and to hide strategies and to hide build orders until they want to fight for that semi-finalist spot. Well, for the finalist spot. Mm. Nice. I've got Genesis 7 in the channel, by the way. Yeah. Oh, in our nOm channel on Discord, I mean. On StarCraft, like in the op nOm. No. Don't even think he knows me that well. Yeah. Hang on, I just got to change my. We got a new splash screen now. Yeah, like a standby splash screen where it's like an animation with my Discord and YouTube thing on it, and it's just like an animation on loop while I'm like AFK or about to start the stream kind of thing. How do I sound? Okay, I should still be coming through on virtual cable on Discord. Okay, nice. Do you know much about Ashley? Like the name rings a bell, but I'm not placing it. Terran player, is it? Or was something else? I know a little bit, but I'm not able to think of specifically what about this person. I can't remember, but I do know of them. Is he non-Korean or Korean? Well, you can introduce him as that, as like, you know, someone that's tried to make it into ASL but hasn't quite made the grade kind of thing. Unless you can find anything else. Hmm. It's pretty strong for a turn to be 2300. What? Really? Hmm. That'd be interesting if it is last. Like Last was like one of the only guys that would like tilt the crap out of lava. You know what I mean? Yeah, like there's only like a couple of players like Last and Jadong, I think, were like the only two people that could like really tilt lava and really counter his style. And Last was like exceptionally a thorn in Lava's side. Like every time he tried to get the better of him, Last would figure him out and really piss him off and make him rage on stream. Last is quite a talented player. Yeah, like Lava's usually like such a chill, cool guy and like not emotional when it comes to playing the game, really. But with people like Last, something about him just gets to him. Last is just a different kind of specimen. Mm. Let's just jump right on into it. Nice, like to see it. Well, cool. Yeah, Last knows how to get under people's skin, so it's going to be interesting watching how nOm.XUN handles him. Evening, Dustin. What is up? What do you hear? What do you say? How you doing, buddy? Just going to be bringing you a cast between the likes of seems like Last in action. A lot of trash talk already in the chat. A lot of communication. I'm ready. Not even yet over in America. Amen, brother. Kind of lunchtime for me relative to when I woke up, though. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's good. Yeah, the way that he's communicating with action makes me think that they do know one another, and this could very well be Last. And Last has a habit of getting under people's skins, Lava being one of the main targets of that, always getting frustrated with Last on the ladder and seemingly unable to ever get the better of him. So it would be interesting to see if Last can pull out some interesting tactics on action and get under his skin in this game, maybe with a little bit of trash talk, maybe a little bit of a fancy tactical plays later on. Oh no, not at all. Like I would hope that last, if this is last, has been putting in a lot of hours, because someone of Action's caliber that has been putting in the hours and has been playing at that sort of ASL level caliber play, it's going to be really tough for him dealing with someone that has such a aggressive and also powerful style that is Action. Yeah, probably a 5 minute standard 2 racks timing pressure. Very, very, very typical in the meta right now. Do see, I think we're going to just, normal 2 hatch build coming out from Action. He is throwing down the Creep Conley at 330, which makes me think he's a little bit suspicious of a possible 1-1-1 or 2-port Wraith build with the Vulture coming out early. So he is making a super safe Sunken to deal with any potential issues from last. Mm-hmm. No, because if there are a lot of situations where you get sunken busted, but the game's not going to be over, and you really don't want to have your tech in the natural for them to be able to kill, because there's a lot of situations we can sacrifice the natural and still go into a normal game from there. So having the tech in the natural usually is a bad thing, because it allows the Terran more win conditions once they sunken break. But I think he's just doing that purely to mind game him on the exact timing of his build, so he doesn't know if it's a 2.5 hatch or just a normal 2 hatch build. Wow. He's really. Yeah, I guess this fourth sunken is a safety sunken in case he commits and starts breaking the sunkens one at a time as they warp in. I don't actually think it's the correct play to go 4. Maybe he actually misread Ashley's build and was worried about a much more stronger committal. He has no confirmation, I don't think, of exactly what Ashley's doing. Last, that is. So, yeah, I think that's a bit of a tricky situation. He's having to make 4 sunkens early. It actually puts him a little bit behind. That's crazy Zerg timing, so I think he's going to go crazy Zerg from here, and with the +1 air attack, it also more screams crazy Zerg thus far, though having this later expansion. Well, I actually do, if he does make the expansion here, I really like it. I've made my third base against Terrans in this spot in some situations. It's a very good spot to place it, to really trick the Terran. They will not find it for a very long time. It's usually the last spot they end up checking on this map in these positions, so it would be a nice little spot for him to take to metagame, last a little bit. Mm. Yeah, he's only just now thrown down that third base, so it is a little bit late. So it's possible he might be tempted to throw in a little bit of Guardian tech going forward, maybe more for a few Guardians just to shut down mining in the natural, but not actually fully committing to it. I'm not 100% sure if he wants to go for that or if he just still wants to go for that crazy Zerg style with a slightly delayed third guess. Mm. I think it is. I think yeah. Okay, there's the Ultra Cavern. It definitely must be because Action was spending so much time trying to snipe SCVs despite taking turret fire, and you usually only care about sniping SCVs when you're going for this sort of like late game transition into ultras really quickly. But he is also doing what I thought he might do, and is also getting that Great Aspire, both as a little bit of a mind game and also maybe to shut down the mining a little bit in the natural expansion and kind of limit the tools that will be available to him in the later stages and going up against these ultralists. Because if he's making things like Wraiths and Valkyries to deal with the Guardians in his natural, he won't have the kind of vessel count that he needs to put the pressure on the Ultralisk later on. Oh, he last scanned the main and the natural, but the scan in the natural did not see the Great Aspire morphing, so he actually has no idea that these Guardians are on the way. He just thinks it's Ultralisks. Yeah, he's going to instead be getting just some science vessels out, and that means he's only going to have like 2 irradiates to handle these Guardians, which is not ideal because he's probably going to make like roughly 3 to 4 Guardians if he so chooses, which will be really hard to clean up with the irradiates once the Guardians are spread out. I'm not even sure if Action wants to commit to the Guardians. He might have even been just trying to mind game last into having to deal with those, but instead it's like because he didn't scan it, the bluff didn't actually work for Action, so maybe a mind game gone a little bit awry for him there. It feels a little late, but not exponentially late. It is a bit quite a bit behind the Terrans +2, so it does feel late. It does give a lot of window to the Terran to abuse the Zerg going forward with the delayed upgrade timing. Yeah, but it's not going to be game winning necessarily, but it certainly puts Lars in a good position going against these Ultralisks. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we don't have the weapons upgrade finished for Ultras anytime soon, so the Marines with the armor upgrade will be tanking. Oh, nice irradiate going down on those pack of mutors, but Action quickly splitting that radiated mutor out. Another radiate going down. He needs to be. Oh, he's not reacting to it. Take a little bit of time. So all the mutors are now softened up. They're a little bit weaker. He needs every bit of firepower that he can to make sure he can not die to this Bioball right now. So now he's going to start morphing Guardians in a bit of a panic to help defend against this. It might be a little bit too slow though. Only 4 Sunkens as the huge bust comes in. So much bio here. Looks about at least four control groups of Marines with medic support. So far, a lot of the Marines are going down. Beautiful medic block from Last, going to reduce the surface area of these Ultras, but not quite good enough to get some contact. So we'll be able to clean out this force, it looks like. But there's a big stream of Marines coming down, so he could maybe pick off a couple of these Ultras as action gets a little bit too aggressive, moving out here. So taking some damage on his Ultras. Irradiate goes down, unfortunately, on the lowest HP Ultra. A bit of a mistake from Last there. Wow. Yeah, it's a great bust. I mean, the armor just kicked in just now, like a few seconds ago, so it's really well timed and executed from Last. This is one thing that Last does so good, is really understanding how to abuse some very key critical timings just before they get their power spike. And that's one thing that you see these great Terrans do, is really exploit these small timing windows that the Zerg have to get themselves set up. Hmm. Yeah, Last actually wasn't really macroing behind that, kind of gloating in his position. And like I said earlier, there's a lot of times the Zerg's natural gets completely blown up like this. But look, the game can still go on. It's perfectly fine sometimes for the Zerg to sacrifice their natural in situations like this, which is another reason why you don't want that Spire in the natural. It looks like Last hasn't identified it and killed it yet, but that's a bit of a problem, because if he does kill that Spire, then we can't make things like Scourge to deal with these vessels and such. So ideally, you'd want to have that Spire somewhere else. One Marine and 5 medics. Cheerleaders. Oh, look at the block. Oh, that's so frustrating. That's so annoying. Yeah, +3 is done. So we're now at an upgrade disadvantage. +3 Carapace only just now started for action, so he's going to be fighting at a deficit for quite some time. Going to be a little bit tough for him losing some of these gas bases. As long as he can keep a few of them online, it's going to be fine. He can still pump out enough Ultras that he needs. But now with the third base coming online for the Terran, he's going to have enough resources to combat this sort of whack-a-mole style that he has to play to kill all these bases around the map. It does kind of force him out of position to kill these bases. So if the Zerg did have a big presence of Ultras out on the map, that would be a problem, but being able to reduce the Ultra count over and over again as kind of reset actions army enough that he has a pretty good map control and doesn't have to worry about action dealing with his forces, dealing with these bases on these proxy locations around the map. Quite, wow. One thing I would like to note is during all of that, Action had an irradiated ultra in the third base of last, and actually evened out the worker count because that irradiated ultra killed so many SEVs. Yeah, he's going to engage with these ultras outside the rally point of last, but meanwhile, there's a huge stream of Marines going to be moving over to that 9 o'clock position. So not only is he going to get his ultras taken out, but he's now going to be unable to defend the space at the 9 o'clock. So I think Action will slowly start to fall apart here. I don't see the critical mass of ultras he needs to keep fighting this bio army. Once the bio force reaches a certain critical mass, it becomes much harder to fight with ultras, especially without plague or swarm support. So far, I would say this is looking like last game with getting his bases shut down like this. He can't quite get those huge amount of ultras that he needs to keep fighting. And there's such a huge vessel count now. Look at that eraser trick in the top left, going to be shutting down more of the economy of Action as well. Right, and with that, because he took that natural third as his third, that action that is in the top left, he only has 3,000 gas on it, so we can only mine that base for 10 minutes before it becomes depleted. So now he's got like nothing. He's only got his main and natural gas. His main gas is depleted. He's got his gas in the top left that's now being shut down. So he's being reduced more and more on the gas that he has accessible to him, whereas the Terran has only grown in what gas he has accessible to him. It does have this command center in the top left that got slowed down by this Ultralisk, but now we'll be able to land that as well. Zero attack, yeah. Well, there's 12 science vessels, so I mean, he could just come in here and start irradiating everything. There's not even enough Scourge to deal with this, so he could irradiate all those ultras and then do razor tricks on what drones are remaining in those bases for Action. It's going to be a bit of a nightmare situation for him, getting all his ultras irradiated before they can even connect with the Terran. This isn't the ideal situation for Terran, being able to irradiate the ultras while they're away from any bar units, so they can't get that double dip effect of using themselves as AoE damage to clear up the rest of the Marines. Mm. Yeah, I mean, Action's done a really good job of starting to thin out that vessel count a little bit. It was up to 12, and now it is down to 7, and did do a good job of somehow squeezing out quite a few Ultralisks in the process. But I think he's just now dried up, though. I don't see how he can keep pumping out these Ultralisks at this rate. He's going to lose this base in the top left. It's already depleted, so it's not a huge gas mining base, but there was quite a few drones mining minerals there that would have helped him get more bases online soon. So it's a little bit frustrating for Action. He's going to send another drone down to the 6 o'clock base to start mining there. Probably some more drones out to mine there and start taking more bases around the map as well. Ultralist checking the bottom left quadrant, make sure there's nothing down there to prevent an expansion going up. He needs to get something done soon. He's not quite able to squeeze out enough Ultralists to put on any more pressure, but he might have enough Ultras to fight the army if it does come across the map in a bit of a piecemeal way. Like, Lars has been a little bit lazy with his bio control, so if he can exploit that, maybe something can be done here, but it's going to be rough for him. There's a lot of bio moving down, and he's currently like 60 supply to 150. It's going to be really rough defense for him. Do you want to check the recording, make sure everything was good? Yeah, we can do that. Oh, can I have a intermission for smoke quick? Okay. You call him Terran Ran. Like people call Protoss Toss, you call him Terran Ran. It's interesting. And yeah, we have a interesting sleep schedule because we're more or less on NA time because of the nature of what we do. So is this a rematch or is this different players? Okay. So are we packaging it as a best of 3 series, or is it just like ladder games, or? Okay. It's Fighting Spirit. Kind of surprised Action doesn't have Fighting Spirit vetoed. Maybe he likes the map. Welcome to the stream, guys. We just casted the game between Action and Last on the ladder. We're going to be going into game number 2 in just a moment. Looks like the map is going to be Fighting Spirit. I was just saying to Sen, a little bit surprised that the map isn't vetoed for action. Chisel says, dinner and a show, let's go. I got steak. Well, hang on there just 1 second, Chisel. I'm going to grab a drink. Be like less than a minute, and then we're going to get right on into it. Alright, Sen, you ready? What kind of steak you got, Chiseled? How do you like it cooked? You a medium rare kind of guy? I really like steak à pois, like steak with peppercorn sauce, you know? Maybe a nice cut of sirloin or ribeye, and like, you just sear the shit out of that. Then, like, you know, you want it like medium rare. You got that, ooh, really nice kick to it, peppercorn sauce with fresh peppercorns. Maybe get some beer battered fries and shit. Steak fajitas. Nosh. Steak fajitas sound bomb. But be careful when cooking steak, though. You don't want it to be, you know, like roast beef if you cook it too much. Yo, what's up? I'm ready. Action is coming. Mm. Well, one thing I noticed in the last game during the Smack talk was after Last started winning the game and Action started talking to him, I saw Last mention an MMR score of 2700. I think he was trying to tell Action that he's actually a 2700 level player, which would be someone of Last caliber. Like all pro gamers can get 2700 plus. Right. You see a few amateur players that are able to push that sort of 2700 range, but those guys are exceptionally good and they still get dominated by the pro gamers. So it's kind of scary, the range of players, even at the highest of level. Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, I would say it's most likely a 1-1-1 build, although a two-pot Wraith would definitely be in his wheelhouse of build orders. But I think it's just going to be a 1-1-1 into expand, maybe Valkyrie build is quite likely. Wow. Yeah, this is basically the Zerg's equivalent of 14cc. It's not that uncommon that you see Zergs taking a hatchery first at 12 supply, but taking the third hatch before any pool or gas is a bit more unorthodox and a lot more in the greedy wheelhouse of things. So kind of like an eco cheese that the Zerg can pull out from time to time. Yeah, he's going to get away with it. It looks like, unless the somehow the Marine can note the drone's going to come out and block any hopes that that Marine had of shuffling over to the left hand side before the Sunken was morphed in. He could do the same thing with the Vulture as well, denying the Vulture from getting behind the pocket of these minerals on the left hand side. No, definitely not. And he does put the Hydra Den right out in front as well to force the Vulture to have to run all the way around that Hydra Den to get to the back of the minerals. So if he was doing like a 3 Vulture run by with speed, maybe there'd be some threat here. But I don't see the speed on the way for him yet. I do see the armory going down, so it looks like it is going to be a mech build. No. Well, he has so much more lava and economy at his disposal than he would usually have. One thing that's interesting is that it looks like Last wants to go for a 5 factory Goliath style of mech rather than like a double grade style of mech with a faster starport and tech timing. So it looks like he wants to try and kill Action as quickly as possible. And maybe even this Hydra Den being on the outside as it is has also kind of encouraged him to go down this line of thinking and not wanting to worry about getting tanks and instead trying to maybe do a 5 fact Goliath push. Would be interesting if he does pull the trigger on that. Yeah, one thing interesting about I was gonna say one thing interesting about fighting Spirit is like you do have a kind of easy access to your third as Zerg. Usually, like the Vulture is able to really slow down and delay the third base, but with going the Hydralisks early on, it's a lot way easier to deny the Vulture from stopping you from expanding. So getting this third base up this quickly for action is actually a pretty big deal, considering you went 3 hatch before pool. So not being denied that third base is quite critical. And he's already got the gas online at the third base, ready to go. He's going to really ramp up his gas production to pump a lot of Mutalisks, and that would be a good response to the style of mech that we're seeing out of Last so far. Mainly pure Goliath with only 1 armory worth of upgrades. Like pure Mutalisk is pretty much the counter to this. Wow. Yeah, he's going to come in right now. He has the perfect amount of mutas to easily one-shot these SCVs, and even if he loses a few mutas, he can still continue to one-shot these SCVs. He has reduced the economy of the Terran player so significantly that he's still on 3 factory production, hasn't had the extra resources needed to throw down those extra factories. And like this is a dream situation for Action. When he flew in and started killing those SCVs, not only did he realize there was no turrets, but he realized that actually there wasn't even a second armory. So there's nothing to fear right now for him. He can just stay focused on his double upgrades. I don't know if you noticed this, but he made 2 spires during all of this. So now he's getting double upgrades. He's doubling down on these Mutalisks, and he understands that all I need to do right now is make Mutalisks, and I can just easily overpower this Terran. Well, he almost has enough mutas to start one-shotting Goliaths. If you can get up to 2 control groups of mutas with +1 upgrade, if you can handle microing 2 control groups of mutas, at least somewhat adequately, you can actually start one-shotting the Terran units, and you can mop up these Goliath balls really efficiently. So having that +1 air attack can actually be a really big boon for the Zerg going forward, especially if you're comfortable microing more than 11 mutas simultaneously. Yeah, I don't think that Last has it mapped out that this armor upgrade will be finishing this soon after the attack upgrade was done. So he will not be expecting this kind of power spike coming out of Action going forward. He has now got his full 5-fact Goliath production up online. A tank has also been made so that he can do a push eventually. Mutas now coming back into the natural just as he starts to shimmy his Goliaths out and are starting to target down. But I think it's actually a little bit too much damage for Action to be weathering right now. I think he's mainly trying to keep the Terran pinned in his base, but at the expense of quite a lot of hit points and a few lost mutas. So he needs to be a little bit careful he doesn't trade too many of those mutas away for map control. He's so close to getting online to the perfect amount of mutas that he needs to completely swallow up this army. We do have a Queen's Nest on the way, going to be going into Hive, so he can keep his grades going, maybe even get out some more tech units later on. Yeah, and action's going to start spreading on the map like a virus, so Terran does have to come out soon and start putting some pressure on the Zerg. I think he has enough mutas that he can fight this, especially if he can catch the Goliaths a bit unawares. And what looks like is going to happen is he's going to fly into the main base right as Terran wants to move out. Let's see if the Terran wants to try and do a counter, or if the Terran's going to be forced to. Yeah, Terran wants to just counter. So the mutas are going to fly into the main base and just try and kill the command center, but the Goliaths are all just going to streamline across to the other side of the map. And good repair on the CC going to be denying that from coming down. If he wanted to go for a play like this, he should have had a Queen with these mutas so that they could just snipe down the command center to half HP, infest the command center, and then get out quickly without the repair becoming a factor. But instead, he's going to be having to receive a huge counterattack as these Terran Goliaths start streamlining into the natural expansion of action. There's not a lot in the main base, just 7 mutas and this 1 sunken against quite a few control groups of these Goliaths and a few tank support as well. Mutas instead just going to be focusing down the command center in the natural base of the Terran player. Hasn't yet retreated. And this is an actual typical situation you see in a lot of mech games where it kind of gets a bit base tradey, where you kind of start sacrificing bases as Zerg and kind of just trying to kill the Terran production off as much as possible and affect his economy while you're kind of mitigating how much damage you're doing a little bit of damage control, not losing too much too quickly, and starting throwing down your tech and sunkens at other bases. It can work for Zerg a lot going for this style, but it also can come back to bite him. We now see action going on top of the Terran production of the factories, but it's not going to work out for him. He's going to have to get out of there. Ooh. Yeah. Well, he can't let these two forces of Goliath meet up, or then the game will be just purely impossible to win from there. So he has to pick one of these armies to fight. It looks like he's going to try and fight the smaller army that's trying to move out now, which probably is the better play, to take out this slightly smaller Terran force. He can overwhelm these Goliaths and drain their numbers without actually committing or losing too many mutas in the process. So can snipe off some of these Goliaths, prevent the reinforcement of the Terran player, and then go back to trying to deal with these large Terran forces out there. Mech is extremely immobile, Saiyan, so he can exploit the fact that it takes so long for Last to get these Terran units around the map, and that's why you see this sort of like island-style Zerg that he's elected to choose, because he has to get around the map. It takes him so long to kill off all these bases, and that's why we also see those 3 spires made up multiple locations, so he can still pump out a few of these mutas, and eventually the Terran player is going to be mined out in his base in just a few seconds. And if he can't secure this natural expansion with his Goliaths, he will not be mining. So Action is kind of trying to figure out a win condition here. Yeah, Lars is doing a good job of target firing the drones. I would have loved to have seen Action actually evacuate those drones to the right and then come in with the mutas, so he also saved those drones and could replenish mining back onto that base sooner. But it doesn't really matter. He's doing a great job of outmaneuvering the Terran right now. The Terran's in a really sticky situation because he needs to defend this base from being harassed so he can still mine. But that means he can't send out any forces to attack any of these bases that we have scattered around the map for Action. So Action's now going to start taking more gases, squeezing out a few more drones here and there, increasing his muta production yet again, while Terran, being reduced to only one base worth of production, is going to struggle to get out the Goliath count that he needs to be able to get out on the map with a critical force. Oh no. Yeah, he can just use this as a bait base now to pull the Terran out of position. As you can see, the Terran is committed to having to send his whole army up here to attack it, and now he can just swoop into the natural and fight the few Goliaths that are remaining here, forcing the Terran to split up his army to deal with these bases, and then just coming in on one of the locations to deal with the smaller force. So really exceptional execution from Action here, kind of showing you textbook ways of dealing with a Terran mech. Right. Exactly that, Sam. He has like 3 control groups of mutas now. There's just no way. We're going to get into another base trade scenario, but that's going to be favoring Action. There's no way that Lars can get around the map quick enough to kill and do that sort of whack-a-mole style we saw in the first game with that superior mobility of the bio units. They can kind of handle getting around the map in small numbers and taking out those bases for auxiliary forces. But in this situation with these big sluggish units that kind of need to sit together to even have a chance at beating this big flock of mutas, it's kind of been a nightmare situation for Lars going forward. I think he's going to have to tap out of this game eventually, because I think that Action's found his win condition and is going to kind of put him into a bit of a snooker here. Yeah, I think it's about time. He has just about enough to crush it very efficiently as well. There's no way these Goliaths can win this fight, even just on attack move with these mutas. So he's going to try his best to target fire and shuffle his Goliaths back a little bit. And usually it can seem like it's hard to tell who's going to win the fight, where it looks like the mutas start losing the fight, but then they start winning the fight. But in this case, when there's this much of an advantage, they look like they're winning the fight all the way from the start. And that's how you know just how far behind the Terran is. GG, yo. Wow, what a game.
For this little mini series here between Action and potentially Last, aka Ashley. We had a lot of fun here today, and I hope you did too. Thank you for joining us. We'll see you in the next cast.
I wish you had said something sooner, Chiseled.
All right.
Oh, man.
Nice. Kind of a crazy game, huh?
Yeah, kind of a crazy game.
I've never seen someone get that many spires. This is the most spires I've ever seen in the game.
That was like 5 in total, right? Because we made 3.
Yeah. Yeah, he had 2 in the main, and then, yeah, he built 1 at 3, 1 at bottom right, and 1 at
But you mentioned
12. Like crazy.
it.
Pretty wild. Pretty wild. All right, I'll put this one together. And yeah, now we've got some.
It's all good, man.
Some backlog here to put out while I'm traveling. It's pretty nice. Thank you, man, for helping me out.
Yeah, no worries, man. I knew you needed some, like a upload schedule, so to speak, that you can do while you're in transit.
That's right. Thank you to everybody in the chat for watching. You guys enjoyed it? How many people we got in here right now?
Not enough.
Not enough. Let your friends know.
Although it's hard to tell with YouTube because it doesn't update live. Like sometimes it says there's more than there is. Sometimes it says there's like no one, but there's lots in there. Like it's hard to say for sure because it doesn't update very. I don't know if it's because maybe if you're a partner it updates more rapidly, but it certainly doesn't seem very accurate either way.
Right. Yeah, that's a problem. That is a problem.
Well, if you guys had some technical difficulties and not being able to hear saying, that's completely my fault.
Oh, no, they can't hear me. Oh,
they can hear you now, yeah.
We're all good. How does my voice sound to your headphones? Does it sound okay? Like my filters are working?
Like right now, I can't notice it because you're not talking into the microphone, but when we're casting and you're talking into the microphone, it sounds like your filters are working.
Oh, okay.
Does that make sense?
I'm gonna get a boom mic here pretty soon.
Nice. Yeah, that's like the next level, right?
Yeah, probably in the next week I'll get one. I'll have it sent to me in Japan.
That'd be sweet.
And then I'll always sound like this, perfectly crisp. All right, dude. I am gonna go grab some lunch. Got a few things to do, and then I'm actually going skydiving today.
We're going skydiving, dude? It's pretty exhilarating. Holy shit.
It's the first time I've ever gone, and my wife bought me a ticket last year on my birthday, and I haven't taken it yet, but I've decided I'm gonna go.
Dude, that's awesome. I hope it's like an amazing experience for you.
I'll send you the video later. It's got a video as well component.
Nice.
So it was like $500, so I better go and enjoy it.
Are you gonna like do a little chop up of it, and maybe do like a little edit for the YouTube?
Yeah, I might do. Actually, I might just do it for the Patreon.
Oh, yeah,
just do it on the Patreon. Yeah. I'll send it to you as well.
Sounds good. Little Patreon video. I like the idea of that.
Oh, it's only 3 hours away, man. It's scary.
Man, your arsehole's going to be clenching, but you'll be good. You'll be good. Once you've jumped, you'll be fine. Yeah, it's just that bringing yourself to jump thing. You know what I mean? Like you'll be good.
Yeah, it's gonna be crazy. All right, I'll talk to you later, man.
All right, man. Have fun.
Once I'm done.
Please do. Have a blast, man.
All right, thanks. Talk to you later, guys. Bye.
Talk to you later. He's going skydiving. My man's crazy. He's having the day of his life right now. Casting some great games of StarCraft and jumping right on into some skydiving. Damn, son. Yeah, so sorry about the audio, guys. That's my bad. I've been messing with a lot of things on my OBS and I must have had my audio muted. Which means you weren't hearing this EDM music earlier as well. Because I was playing this sort of music on my splash screen as well. I hope the show was still fun for you, although you couldn't hear saying that's a bit frustrating. I'm sorry. I really need to get my second monitor so I can actually see chat easier, because when I'm casting, I'm like locked into the cast, so I'm not looking down off to the side at my phone to check chat. If that makes sense. Whereas if I had the screen off to the side with the chat on it, it'd be like a bit more natural to like flick my eyes to it, kind of, because I wouldn't even have to like adjust my head or like look down to the side. Because it'd be like in my peripheral view at all times, kind of thing. Yeah. Anyway, my bad on that, guys. But that is going to be uploaded to Sane's channel, so you can always check that out again on his channel and hear what he had to say as well. He had some important things to say. Alright. See who's online right now. I'm not sure if Ace is around. Usually he's on by now. Oh, what do you think of the splash screen, by the way? Guys. Jizzle, Dustin. Oh, well, the thing you're seeing now with the like the animation with like the head and the Discord and YouTube link, that's what I'm referring to when I say splash screen. Like, what do you think of that? Like a standby screen kind of thing. Nice. Nice. Good to know. Good to know. Oh, we completed random team defense. The boys, we got together. Myself, Azi Dahaki, Saiyan SC, the guy I was just casting with, and Ace. Was it Ace? I believe so. And we did it. We completed the map. This random team defense map. Got all the way. Completed it, baby. Thank you for an interesting map, Mr. Pooh. We did it. We took a break from playing the map hardly at all. We went back to playing it a few times and we got it. And, you know, we had the 4 stack that we needed, you know. We didn't even do it on a good run. We had like a pretty mediocre bad run. And we turned it around. Doing lots of good nukes. So we completed it. We did it. We out here. Alright, let me flip back to Stuklaft. Alright. We're going to do a little bit of warm up on 1A, 2A, 3A, and then maybe a little bit of micro. And we'll see if anyone wants to play some 3v3s or get some 2v2s going, maybe some 1v1 practice, see what's on the agenda. Damn, we need to buy a new keyboard. Like this keyboard's like 8 years old and it's like, it's not good, man. Like, I can like just tell. Keys almost feel like sluggish. Like there's too much resistance on the keys. One thing I've also noticed is that because it's an old keyboard, I've had to like change the keypad caps around, like after losing keys. And the key that I'm using for D, which is like my page down or whatever, and that's actually like almost like a millimeter higher than the other keys. So It's actually slightly detrimental to my macro because I sometimes press that key before I press S. Which means I'm doing like this sometimes, like I'm doing DS rather than SD. Which means I'm not making a drone or not making whatever it is. If I'm trying to make drones, that is. Like, there's small issues like that I'm having. Like, a lot of the time it's still my mistake, but there are some issues I'm having with the keyboard generally. So just getting a new keyboard will probably just feel nicer in general. But apparently this is a lot harder than it looks. A lot of people seem to think that this map is really tricky, but I think this map's only tricky like until you get used to the idea of just clicking on things. Like, because probes are really tricky to click on, and if you don't never try to do it, like in practice, I mean, you kind of click on the shell of the probe where there's no hitbox, and the sprite is very deceptive. These links, for example, are actually easier to click on because the hitbox lines up with their unit sprite a lot cleaner. You kind of have to like envision a Zergling inside the shell of a probe. Drones are a good unit. Yeah, drones are a good unit, I agree. Yeah, we should make more drones. The hard thing with Zerg is sometimes you make too many drones and then you just die. So it's like walking that tightrope of how many drones can you make without dying. And it goes both ways. Sometimes you make too many Zerglings and you die, you know what I mean? Lava management is tricky. GG. Oh yeah, we should jump in my Discord. I'll go check out what the guys are up to. Yo.
Oh.
Yo. What up, guys?
Not much.
What y'all doing? Hmm?
Eating, and watching.
Eating and watching.
Mm-hmm. The dream.
The dream? What are you watching?
Apparently this is launch? I don't know, everybody keeps changing their names, I'm always confused.
Yeah, it looks like the same profile picture as launch.
Yeah, you might be right. I thought it was Manadog at first, but...
He suicides mutas like launch.
Oh.
There you go. Must be him.
He can hear me, right?
I don't know.
So. Is 5 enough to slay Templar? Oh, he's got a third already. How many is it to one shot a Templar?
9.
5? Oh, 9. Oh,
Did you say 5?
I don't no.
5.
Zerg OP.
And mutas are good, man.
5 to kill a Temper. Oh, that's made my day.
5 doesn't even kill an SCV, I don't think.
Nope. You need 7 for an SCV.
Now that I think about it, yeah, they have what, 80?
Yeah, they're 40 of armor.
Oh man.
I mean, when they get armor, you have to factor that in as well. So actually, it goes up to 10 if they have armor.
Oh, I thought we were gonna sandwich this army. Oh, we're
So
close.
why is it so commonly 5 in ZVP then? Is it just for
One
hitting
showing
zealots or what?
probes. One showing probes still, and 5 mutas can beat 2 corsairs. So
Oh, alright, thanks.
you're kind of like faking that you're going into mutas. Like as far as the Protoss is concerned, you are going mutas, so he has to make 6 corsairs with +1. That's a big gas dump, right? But if you're like say transitioning into like a 4-hatch Hydra after going 5 mutas, like he's fucked. Like he has no storm timing to defend your 4-hatch Hydra switch.
Oh, look at this.
Like if you can keep him guessing like whether or not you're going Ogre Zerg or not, like yeah, it's hard for him. He's like making cannons in his mineral lines and making corsairs instead of tech, and you're making only 5 mutas. Pretty good for you.
Why don't you crush this?
I'm just surprised that he's attacking.
Is he not usually? He normally.
Yeah, if you ever watch his games, like every ZVP takes an hour and a half because he just plays defense forever.
Oh, go away on 3 bases. Let's see a 4th. Oh, wait, there is a 4th. What am I talking about? Oh, another snipe? No. Nope. Where do those lurkers go? There we go. Man, I love lurker contains. Maybe I'll play Zerg. Alright.
Zerg always looks more fun to me than it is to play.
Yeah, you don't understand what goes into pulling those things off. You got to navigate a lot of shit, but it's kind of like learning Terran. Like, there's a lot of things you have to figure out before you can get through to the next plateau.
I mean, pretty much all of my races are D rank.
No,
Well.
your Protoss is better than that.
I mean, I'm routinely D. I'm usually like 1500. I'm high D usually. Is 1500 C?
Well, you got a lot of D on off first, not necessarily a bad thing.
Ayo.
I think C is like 1550-ish.
Look at that. 14. Man, I had 4 or 5 leaders out of like 8 games today. I'm crushing.
What did you queue as?
Z. $15.50. Ooh, that's tough. Oh no, not our lurkers.
You'll probably do better if you're not like actively watching a different game.
Yeah, that's fair.
Did he say he's a big D? Yes, Dustin, he said he's a big D. Any of you want to play? I haven't played much lately. I could do like a little bit of game.
Listen.
Who's talking shit? Oh, man, a dog. Oh, okay. That's normal.
That's normal.
Everyone was talking shit.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, buddy. Hey,
You know,
buddy.
I've been attacking now because I learned what the actual 5 muta Scourge macro build is. which I had totally wrong before. So my timings are better, and now I can attack.
Do you know how to do the 2 hatch 5 muta into 4 hatch Hydra pre-storm bust works?
No, I know 2 build orders in ZVP now.
Okay.
I know that, and then I know the 973 into macro that Soma has the video on.
Mm. Okay.
So, why is that a good one?
No, I just thought I was seeing if that would be in your interest. It's quite a high execution build, though. It's not like an easy build.
Oh, no, I'll watch. Is that like something that Tartman's been playing? He's been doing a lot of 2 hatch muta into expand.
Well, you're kind of like doing 2 hatch muta, and like before you even make a mutas, you're throwing down your 3rd and your 4th macro hatchery right away, and you're transitioning into 4 hatch Hydra, but making him scared of the mutas. And like it's timed so that when his Corsairs in your base, you have mutas, so you can catch the first Corsair and kill it sometimes if you have good chase micro. And 5 mutas beat 2 Corsairs, obviously. So if you catch the first Corsair, he's like inside his base for a long ass time. Like he has to make like 6 Corsairs before he feels confident coming out.
Is this for Forge fast expand or Gate fast expand or both?
Both. I mean, the only difference is that you against Gate you make more lings at the start. Against Gate, you're like slowly going up to like 12 lings early, right? Speed. Yeah. But against Forge, you make like 1 pair of lings. That 19 supply, you make another 2 pair of lings for the first sell-out timing. So it's like that's the only difference, really, is like when you're making lings and how many lings.
That's interesting. So that's a good timing push.
You're
on that next
because you're killing him before he even has Storm usually. But if let's say he does have Storm, let's say he has 4 cannons and Storm ready when your Hydras get there, then you just contain him, and then you just go into 9 hatchery production, go up to Hive, get double grades. So you don't even just get Carapace, just get melee and attack on your Hydras, and then just contain him. And then if you're trading 50-50 on the contain, just keep pumping units, and yeah, you're happy. And if he breaks out, you've got 9 hatchery production behind it and 4 bases. You got cracklings.
Where'd you learn this build?
From Jimin, S rank, Korean Zerg.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I was going to ask if there are any pro replays that I could look at to try to figure it out.
I could show you replays of it. He managed to beat the pro gamer Snow with it as well.
That's impressive.
Yeah, because it like baits a lot of Protoss players into like really committing to dealing with the air threats. They're like worried about Ogre Zerg, right? They're worried about like pure Muta Scourge. So they're like throwing down cannons, making a shit ton. Sometimes they're like a second Stargate. It's crazy. And then it's like a free win because you just kill him with Hydra.
Gotcha. Where's Justice? He said he was going to play soon. Did I just get bit by a mosquito?
There is no justice. Sure, you're going to die now.
It's over with. We're done.
You're done. That's it. Fini. Calculate to 1 second to go. Wow, smashed it. 6 versus 7.
What? He's still on.
You still on?
Still on 1 base? That's a problem. GG. Can I hold that? I can't hold that, right?
Seems like the best micro in dealing with Zelts is like small adjustments.
Damn. Figured out too late that it was still one base. Oh man.
Oh shit. Did not mean to go out of bounds there. Well, you didn't mean not to either.
Ooh, Protoss. Whoa, Shim! Back from the dead.
Not quite. Just going backwards.
What's up, Shim Shim?
You gone?
Yeah, thank you, yourself.
Yeah, just chilling.
I get a couple of games in shortly. I've got a match later.
Oh, what match you got?
Something for the NWL League thing.
NWL.
Yeah. Something like Nice Pants runs. Nice Clumps, whatever his AK is these days.
Alright.
AK has something to do with the mouse and mousepad not being good enough.
So yeah.
Who are you playing?
Playing against Lamb,
Is that a Protoss?
indeed. My favourite matchup.
Your favourite matchup?
Well, outside of ZVT, obviously.
Hmm. When is your game?
10:30 tonight, UK time.
So you got like just under an hour and a half to get your practice on.
I'll just run a couple of games. A couple of games and ladder, get warmed up and such like.
Hmm.
How'd your you were streaming KCM earlier, right?
Not yet. It's out, but we haven't got the file on it yet. We haven't done any KCM today. We did some
what
other
were you
casts.
streaming on? Oh, right, okay, yeah. I saw you were doing something on YouTube earlier.
Yeah, we were casting just some pro ladder games like Action and Last and stuff like that.
Yeah, I saw the tail end of Action getting run over in one game.
Yeah, you got pretty badly busted up in the first game. Speaking of which, I need to change my stream title.
Is it easier for you to stream on YouTube than it is Twitch, then, right?
Huh?
Is it easier for you to stream on YouTube rather than using Twitch?
No, we're having to stream on YouTube.
Oh, okay. Do not have a drone on, that's disappointing. Playing ZVT TV sign.
Yeah, God, get in there. Oh shit.
Crushing noobs.
What
Because
is
you
he
are
doing?
a god gamer.
I don't know, man. I'm worried. What's happening?
It's happening.
It's all going wrong, man.
He's just going.
Must mold and catastrophize about everything.
Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna grab a drink also.
Just Gates, Templar. Come on.
Get the drone. Put that hatchery. I'm being two gated. Yes. Always a two gate. Do.
You got one.
I'm being counter rushed. He attempted to get the fuck out, cunt. Ooh. I lost the drone.
Alright, I'm back. What up, guys? What up? Your boy getting cursed today. Ah.
So, forge, fast expand, one cannon. Which I then need a link to because I'm an idiot. And the fucking prick's fucking double rushing me in my base because he's an asshole. And he's put getting cannons in my base. What a fucking piece of work. Instant surrender. Can't be bothered with that.
Wait, are they doing
it? Start.
Damn.
Ladder is just full of just nasty.
Back here, week 3, going to be Snow's Forgotten Bros versus the Love Boat today. Some great games ahead of us, I'm sure. I hope you're all as excited as I am. Got the cat cam going. I hope everyone's hype about that. Unfortunately, one of them is hiding, but the other one is here just for your entertainment. Should have the roster up on the screen here before too much longer to let you know who's on each team, the matches for the week. Yeah, there it goes.
What's up, Narco? Do you need a co-caster?
I think I do. Hello, Zune.
What is up? How you doing today?
Not too bad, not too bad. All right, you want to do introductions or you want me to do it?
You do the introductions this game.
All right. Here on the left-hand side, we have our orange Zerg. Representing Team Snow's Forgotten Bros, it is nOm Crowbar. And on the right side are Teal Protoss. Representing the Love Boat, it is nOm Arcane Winds.
So would
Starting
you?
off with some ZVP action.
Yeah. What do you think about this map for ZVP?
I actually have not played on this map for ZVP yet.
Mm.
From the little I have played on it, I feel like it's actually going to be pretty decent for Zerg. I feel like that's general of most 3-player maps in this matchup, though.
Can be.
But not all of them. But I feel like this one should be okay. The kind of weird, like, way open natural feels like it'd be really strong for my style of play, at least. Really hyper Hydra aggression. And it feels a little weird to wall in. Like, if you look at the natural for Arcane Winds now, like, there's not a lot of room to maneuver with there unless you put your wall, like, way forward.
Yeah, that is true. Do you think it's difficult for... Do you think this high ground in the middle is very, like, reminiscent of Longinus, kind of like a modern Longinus style map? Do you think this, like, high ground middle will kind of, like, force Zergs to want to try and, like, lay siege to the Protoss player by blocking him out onto only one quadrant of the map? Maybe, like, big, long lines of lurkers controlling these high ground areas and, like, forcing the Protoss to try and come up onto this peninsula with, like, a big minefield of lurkers to attack into? Or do you think it would be a bit of a different way to play the ZVP late game in this situation?
Well, that was really popular for a long time. We used to see that a lot. Queen did that a ton, like, of 3 or 4 seasons ago, but it's kind of fallen out of favor.
Right.
But part of that is because the maps have changed and have not been so strong for it. So I think it's definitely a possibility, and I think it's still a strong play. You can essentially play that turtled lurker style, except now you have high ground, and then you can take half the map behind it. So, I guess 2/3 of the map behind it. So I do like it as an option. It's definitely not my style personally. So I don't have a lot of experience playing around like that, but I think it's certainly possible. And I think we even saw, was it Hawk that did that on this map?
Maybe.
I think it was someone did that on this map. It was either last week's games or the week before. And I don't remember if it worked out for them or not, but it's definitely a strong option. So we'll have to see if Crowbar wants to go for something like that.
Yeah, putting a lot of damage down on this probe. Is Crowbar going to be getting that hatchery up nicely after taking the probe down to just 9 hull points? So doing a good job of getting the damage on that already. And you do want to kill the scouting probe so quickly if you can. It's much harder for the Protoss player to navigate if he's in the dark. Crowbar going to be sending 1 link to chase that probe around, force him to multitask a little bit while he's doing his build order execution. Do have 1 cannon coming up before the gateway. I do think this is... kind of a good opener for Protoss players to go for, just being a little bit greedy, just getting that singular cannon, squeezing out the Nexus and Gateway first, and then maybe getting more cannons later on, and being a little bit safe by keeping these probes in the wall. I actually kind of like that from him. He doesn't know exactly how many links have been produced yet.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he had the scouting information, so he saw at least 4, but he also saw the timing of them. I like that he's getting the Nexus and going straight to the Gateway. He's not over committing to the defense. This early game for Protoss can make or break a game. It's definitely not going to lose you or win you the game, but you can get away with a lot more if you're paying attention, and if you can get away with it, why not try to?
Nice. Well, I think I really like what Crowbar's doing here in keeping these 2 lings in the natural choke and chasing down the probe with the other 2 lings, because if he does get rid of the scout, it's going to be really tricky for him to decipher what's going to be coming out of the Zerg from now on. Could be seeing a 9-7-3 style play, or maybe just a much more macro-centric of going up to 5 hatcheries early and getting into a lot of Hydra production. Right now, we don't see any gas being mined from Crowbar.
Yeah, and the gas was just a little bit late as well. I don't think we're going to see Mutaplay coming out of this. Let's see if he goes for the lair with his first 100 gas. We'll have to give it a second to find out here. But no, I do agree with that. Those lings, they don't stop the probe from getting out, but they do threaten the probe never getting back in, and that's, it's really important that a Protoss knows exactly what the Zerg is doing. Early game for Protoss is very much reliant on reacting to the Zerg and not necessarily being proactive. And we do see the Hydra Den in the natural, so...
Yeah, I think he does want to go for a 9-7-3, and the gas timing kind of lines up for that as well. So I don't think we'll be seeing the lair. If we do see the lair, I imagine he'll make it just as a mind game to kind of trick the Protoss player into thinking it's nothing untoward. But I think we are going to be seeing a lot of aggression coming out of Crowbar soon.
Yeah, probe finally does go down. He never did scout the Hydra Den. He did see the gas, but he also saw no lair. If he was paying attention, he would know that enough gas has been mined by now. So he's got to expect at least speedlings, if not the Hydralisks again. He is sending out another probe scout, so eventually that will get over to the natural. It should be able to get in and scout the Hydras. Hydras actually are on the way as well right now, so he might see the Hydras outright instead of just the Hydra Den.
Right, well, he also could have right-clicked that probe onto the minerals to kind of drill through any ling block as well. Yeah, he did click it on the minerals.
Like he did,
yeah, he did. So he will get fairly deep in there and see that there is quite a few Hydras being produced already. With that den finish in the natural means he is going to be throwing down more cannons as a response. He, at the very least, this will be a fake 973, which he needs to kind of respect anyway and still get on those 3 cannons at the very least.
Yeah, and I do like this from Arcane. He sent out 2 Zealots, but he didn't commit. He just sent them past the Overlord, got them out of vision, and then pulled back. Kind of make sure the Zerg can't get overly greedy, doesn't push forward too fast with the Hydras before there's a critical number of them, and then pulls back so he has those Zealots for the defense in case this 973 is a full committal.
Yeah, he has this Corsair popping out soon, so we can kind of try and get a read on just how many Hydras have been produced. If he can identify that there's more than just 7 or 8, then it allows him to keep building more and more cannons, a bit more defensive. But whereas he doesn't see that many Hydras, maybe he can start cancelling some of these cannons and only making like 4 or so.
Oh, he's going for the Overlord first. This is an okay decision if he's planning on going for fast Templar tech and getting a DT out to hold this, but that means he's got to hold for long enough. And 973 is not necessarily. Oh, he don't lose the Corsair.
Oh, no. Okay, that's a little bit painful. Yeah, it's a little bit painful for Arcane Winds losing that. He needs the scouting information of that Corsair to confirm whether or not there's more Hydras in production behind this. As we can see, there is a lot more Hydras behind this. Fortunately for him, he did start to morph in quite a few cannons, so we will have at least 6 cannons going up in the natural to defend this. And it is a vertical base, which is much easier to hold against 973, so it's not the most ideal positions for this 973. So he's got that going for him as well, does Arcane Winds, but he still could lose to this pressure from Crowbar here. He's making it look a fake right now just by showing these 7 to 8 Hydras at the front, but he has a lot of Hydras behind us that he could come up and do a follow-up attack soon with.
Yeah, he made a couple of extra drones, but now he's going back into full Hydras. This gateway is certainly dead. I don't actually think he can pick off the Forge without coming into cannon fire because it is, as you said, the horizontal natural here. So I'm pretty sure that Forge is face. The +1 will for sure finish. Looks like we're going to try and get that Overlord. Oh my gosh, 2 HP. It does fall. Is the Corsair going to get out of life? He sees more Hydras coming in as well. That's big scouting information, and that Overlord pickoff is great.
Yeah, range is really late for Crowbar, so he will not be able to come in here and bust anytime soon. The +1's going to finish. He doesn't get the cancel on the upgrade, and he can't bust in it, and he had to make additional Hydras. So a little bit of a precarious situation for Crowbar, being on a low drone count. And with these Overlords going down, he actually was supply blocked for a little while, so he's not even able to make drones during this time.
Yeah, he's starting to get his lair up now, so it's looking like he maybe wants to transition. We do have the DT on the way, but there is already a second Overlord on the way, so Crowbar 100% prepared for the fact that that snipe might have been intentional to push back the Hydra with the DT. Of course, they're kind of scouting around to see what else I can find, see if I can find any more damage, but we are actually still committing to Hydras. Now that we're losing the supply block, more Hydras are on the way with a single drone.
Yeah, I would have loved to have seen him throw down a 4th hatchery if he was doing this, because you can kind of just do like a 4-hatch Hydra straight up, and that would have been giving him a large amount of Hydra just before the storm was finished. So that would line up nicely with what he's trying to do here, the 4-hatch Hydra rather than the 3-hatch Hydra. Oh, the DT is going to get sniped right away though with this slow Overlord being in position.
That DT dying instantly is massive.
Yeah, he wasn't able to sneak it out or use it as part of his defense. So that's a little bit key mistake there from Arcane Winds, not able to get anything out on the map. Doesn't yet know what is the Zerg doing at all. Completely in the dark right now. So there could be drones behind this. There could be additional Hydras. He has no way of knowing. He is just going to be turtling up though, throwing down additional gateways with those High Templars out on the way. Storm will be finishing up in the next 20-30 seconds. So he will have some storms available to him momentarily, but only 2 initially. Dealing with this, and now a lurker aspect on the way for Crowbar, probably going to be wanting to go into a contain from here.
Yeah, he's taking that second gas. I imagine he'll drone up a little bit more, maybe even take the 3rd and then try and contain on lurkers. But it's definitely dire situations at this point. You go for that 973 and you skip drones and you don't do any damage at all, you're definitely behind at this point. If you at least kill some of the cannons, force them to remake and delay the gateway count, but at this point the gateway explosion has started to come online, and our Zerg has no drones. I do like that he is starting to take extra hatcheries now. We are seeing every once in a while 1 or 2 drones get thrown in. I'm not entirely sure if that's the right call. I think at this point he needs to either just commit to the bust entirely or pull out and then try and drone heavily behind this. And he also taking a 4th base, although he's taking his 4th base at the same location as that 3rd, which is a very mineral light and gas light base. there's only 1,000 in each patch and only 2,000 gas at that 4th and 3rd base. So they will mine out if this goes into a late game.
Yeah, during the phase where the Pros player was making a lot of cannons, we were slowing down his production a lot by doing that. So it would have been nice if we could squeeze out a few rounds of drones during that phase and then go into making more macro hatcheries and have a much stronger army to contain him with later on. So Crowbar's struggling a little bit to get his economy going. Does have a few more drones popping out here and there, like you say, but not quite the production of drones that we would like to see. Maybe only currently on 26 workers to 49 probes for Arcane Winds. So could be having quite a strong 7 gateway production. Now with Observatory also finishing, won't take him too long to be able to start busting out if he wants to do so. Is starting to get his Dragoon count into a high enough number, killing some of his own cannons and eggs in his natural to start getting some unit flow going so he can come out onto the map and break out of this contain. There is going to be 5 lurkers finishing up momentarily that Crowbar will set up the initial contain with, so it may be hard for Arcane Winds to break out for the time being.
Yeah, first observer's on the way. I think once we see that finish, he'll move out. I'm assuming that Dragoon range is probably already finished by now. And then behind this, our Zerg is starting to drone up now, but you really need to get that economy a lot earlier on if you're going to try and go into a mech. And here comes the bust out. First storm is really good. Hits one of the lurkers, quite a few of the Hydras as well. Second storm also massive, but he does need to pull back. That is more lurkers than he was expecting.
Yeah, Arcane
3
Winds.
more lurkers being morphed in as well.
Arcane Winds needs to wait for this observer to fly slowly over to the natural. If he does get contained really heavily, like Observer's sight range might be a good idea. One thing that I can see is that there's not a lot of lurkers covering the left-hand flank, so if Arcane Winds wanted to, he could get an auxiliary force of Zealots out on the map by trying to do a run-by right now and try and cut off some reinforcements and put on some pressure at these expansions while trying to break out with the storm. Almost gets the Observer snipe, 2 HP, but loses all those Hydras in the process and doesn't get the Observer critically, and there's a lot of High Templar building up energy right now. Currently 7 High Templar with a lot of energy for storms right now, so it's going to be a bit of a hard contain for Crowbar to maintain maybe going forward.
Yeah, he lost about half of his Hydras there to try and pick up that Observer and didn't even get it, so the Dragoons are going to start marching forward. We do have tons of storm, as you said, but I think this contain is just going to fall. There's just not enough Hydras here to support the army. There's not enough lurkers to contain on their own. Big storm goes down on all of those Hydras. That massive clump falls. 5 more coming in from reinforcing hatcheries, but that's just not going to be enough, I don't think.
No, there's not enough units here to maintain this contain, unfortunately. Yeah, the Observer just kind of like waving in his face with the 2 HP, kind of like taunting him, saying, haha, he didn't catch me. And now going to be mopping up the remainder of these lurkers from Crowbar. Kind of unfortunate for him. It's really hard once you lose the contain to set up the contain again afterwards. Usually you don't see Zergs try and set up the contain more than once. If they do, they usually lose the game. So it can be really tricky for Crowbar going forward now that he has been breached and doesn't have the kind of unit production that he needs to keep this Protoss player at bay. Going to be able to take his 3rd base more or less uncontested here.
Yeah, for sure. This is a pretty hard commit to that contain for it to be broken that easily. I mean, Arcane Winds could just march across the map now and end it, but I do like these at least taking this 3rd. I'd like to see once this comes online and some cannons start going up for him to start pushing out and at least pressuring. But our Zerg's definitely in a really bad spot. He does still have this high ground here. We're morphing more lurkers up here. If he can contain this high ground like you were talking about earlier, maybe he can delay the Protoss for long enough that he starts to get his economy online and starts to make a comeback. A little bit of a Ling attacking a pylon there, that 3rd base, but it's not going to really get much accomplished. And with these cannons on the way, I imagine we'll see Arcane pushing out a little bit and starting to pressure our Zerg for too much longer.
Yeah, sometimes you could even push out before the cannons are online, and you can just like use offense as your best form of defense and put pressure on the Zerg and force him to defend while you take this expansion behind it. But Arcane Winds wanting to be a lot more methodical and allow some breathing room for the Zerg player. Going to be trying to set up a little bit of a contain on this high ground, but it doesn't really matter. There's too many lines of attack outside of this little area here, so some Zealots going to be making their way over to this base in the top right, going to find that and see where the 4th, wow, he doesn't know it's the 3rd base, but this is the 3rd base location that Crowbar took initially.
Yeah, we do have some creep colonies, which will help with defense, but that's also less drones that we have in our already extremely low drone count game. We're at 34 drones even after droning up a couple of rounds because of all the additional buildings and tech that we tried to put online. So Crowbar really hurting here. He really needs to delay the Protoss for as long as possible. If he can get up to like a 50 drone count and let that run for about a minute or two, he might start to get the production online to finally fight back. But at the moment, it's definitely Arcane Winds game right now.
Yeah, so
another
Zealots
DT about to sneak out, but it is going to get picked off by those lurkers instantaneously.
Yeah, he was trying to distract Crowbar by running in with the Zealots at the top while the DT went out there. But a little bit of a risky play to try and assume there's no overlord there for the DT to get undetected. He also did get the observer sight ranges on the way, which I think is a good upgrade to get, generally speaking, when dealing with lurkers, both offensively and defensively.
Yeah, no, I agree. That's observer speed is a pretty common upgrade to get. I don't see sight range as much, and I think sight range is definitely something that most people should work on getting more often. I even wouldn't mind getting it on overlords in certain matchups in certain situations. I think it's a overrated or underrated upgrade in a lot of situations that people just don't remember.
I especially think it's good in PvZ. I think the move speed is definitely more valuable in PvT most times, but the observer sight range, I would say, is actually more important than the speed in a lot of PvZ situations.
Definitely. You want to keep those alive so that way you can get vision on those lurkers. Because there's a lot of different types of plays where the Zerg's entire game is just to deny observers and just to kill observers, and you just never can push because of it. So
it looks like
looks like our Protoss is going to move out now. Yep.
Yeah, now looks like it's going to be the time he wants to try and identify an attack path. But there is enough lurkers up here that he's kind of thinking twice about it. He doesn't need to. He has so many Dragoons that he can just start to lay siege this position if he so chooses. But he doesn't know exactly how many Zerg units are behind this lurker field. So getting to be a little bit cautious about his line of attack, maybe wanting to go around to the north instead and kind of bypass this high ground position that he's currently fortified.
Yeah, he poked up there with just a little handful of units. Hopefully that was just to see if there was anything there. Now that he knows there's nothing there, maybe he'll move his army up that way. A little small group going up, at least. I don't know how I feel about this. Splitting your army as a Protoss usually ends in disaster. But he does have enough of a lead that maybe it'll pay off for him.
I think he's trying to draw the army out of position, and then he's going to break through this lurker line with the remainder of his Dragoon forces. But I actually don't agree with this position, splitting up his forces like this. It does kind of force the Zerg to also split up, but he does risk losing some key units in the process if these Dragoons weren't able to break through here. Fortunately for him, they have done a good job of breaking up this ramp and taking out the majority of the lurkers, so I kind of don't mind the play purely in this position, in this game state where there wasn't a lot of Zerg forces out there, but that's a really risky play to do in any other situation where the Zerg has a lot more production behind.
Yeah, if the Zerg's actually in the economy he should be at this point, he can easily handle that small counter force, and then you try and break up that ramp and you're just walking into a swarm of hiders and lurkers. But he did break through it this time. He now has control of that high ground. More lurkers are getting burrowed. He's setting up a kind of a wider contain around this high ground now, but it's no longer low ground to high ground. As Arcane Winds pushes forward, he'll be on equal footing with the Zerg's position and be able to break through these positions a little bit easier.
And Arcane Winds is just now starting to get mined out as he starts to take this high ground peninsula away from Crowbar in the center. It's really good that he's got this map control, but he needs to get a fourth base online too, currently being reduced to almost one base economy with that main just starting to dry up now. So Arcane Winds does need to get another gas base online momentarily. Probably wants to take this base on the right-hand side at 3 o'clock as his fourth, maybe while pushing to the north so we can attack and defend simultaneously. Would probably be ideal for him here, going forth into this base towards the 1 o'clock position. There's a few lurkers and sunkens and hydras here, but not really enough to fight this big death ball of Dragoons with high Templar support and a few sprinkles of Zealots to kind of tank damage at the front. Snow's going in, skirmishing, laying down huge Psionic Storms on the small Zerg position there. There's some hydras coming in from the west as well, kind of reinforce this, but they're kind of a move command and not really targeting down the Dragoons as they should. Beautiful Storms from Arcane Wind's going to be cleaning up those two, and you can lay siege to these expansions and take out these macro hatcheries and really start to limit the economy and the production of the Zerg. Some Hydra's going to be hatching out from those eggs, kind of starting to whittle down the critical mass of Dragoons, but not really to the numbers that he can get to start making it more manageable right now. A 60 supply to 190, so Crowbar really starting to dry up in this game.
Yeah, and losing multiple macro hatcheries for a Zerg player is often just a death sentence on its own. When you lose half of your production in one go, it's never a good sign. Crowbar was already fighting from behind. He had a decent trade here trying to hold this base, but Arcane Winds is just, his base is just, or his lead is just too much at this point. He isn't taking a fourth base, so if somehow Crowbar with good lurkers or just catching the army off guard somehow can like clean up this army, there is a chance that he can come back in this. We are on only one mining base, whereas Crowbar is on 4 because Zerg just mines a lot slower, especially with his early game low drone count. So yeah, Crowbar will have a stronger economy for quite a while, but he's got to survive somehow.
I think the biggest mistake from Crowbar here is that as soon as the Protoss player was able to take his third uncontested, we should have started making a Queen's Nest and going into Hive Tech, and he didn't do that. He stayed on Lair Tech, which means we don't have any Defiler utility that we need at this stage in the game. We could fight this superior Protoss force with some Dark Swarms and some Plagues, and then start whittling him down and kind of like counting on the fact that he hasn't really got a lot of production going behind this because he did get mined out. So maybe with Defiler support, we could make something work here for Zerg, but as it stands on just pure lair tech, it's going to be really hard for him going forward.
Yeah. That new fourth base is going to go down here, currently under siege by these Dragoons and Zealots. There are 4 Sunkens here, but 4 Sunkens is just not going to handle this army. It might not even kill a single unit, honestly. Sunkens are not the greatest against Protoss units. Still useful in certain situations, obviously. Better than nothing, but definitely not going to handle a full Protoss army at this point in time.
No, they're really good early game in fortifying your bases with drone drills and stuff, but when you get to this kind of stage where there's like a massive amount of Dragoons, they just get absolutely obliterated. GG.
GG is called. Arcane Winds is going to take it up 1-0 to start us off.
Pretty one-sided game number 1. Crowbar's going to have to get it together going forward here.
Yeah, he went for the 973 and then didn't really commit to the break, even though he continued to make Hydras. You kind of have to make your decision early on with that 973. Are you going to just fake it and go into drones, or are you going to go for the bust? And if the plan is to go for the bust, you kind of can't start to do that and then try to back out and then keep doing it. It's you commit. Choose what you're going to do and commit to it. Even if it's the wrong decision, it's usually better.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, sometimes it's better to go with a suboptimal strategy with a full committal, because at least then you've got something to work with. Whereas if you kind of do a middle of the road thing where you're not really getting enough drones, not really getting enough units, and it kind of just falls apart.
Exactly, yeah. All right, let's get into our next game. Here we are on Retro in the top or bottom left, excuse me. Currently up 1-0, representing team The Love Boat. It is nOm.XUN. And in the bottom right, our orange Zerg fighting for Snow's Forgotten Bros, nOm Crowbar.
Nice. Well, Crowbar's going to have to, I think, adjust his style of play and build a little bit going forward. Maybe just had some first game jitters there and executing what he had to do. Also did get Overlord stuck for some time, not able to produce the drones that he needed at some key critical moments. So maybe he can get it together. Maybe he can like fine-tune his build a little bit, get his execution down, and have a better game over here. But this is Retro. This is not an easy map for PvZ, I would say. Like, it's very easy to take the third base for the Protoss player, easy to defend too, and a lot of tight chokes and bridges to defend with Storm. Likewise, the Zerg can try and exploit that with Lurkers, but I think overall it might be tricky for the lower tier players to navigate maps like this where pros have some easy time of it in abusing the terrain against the Zerg.
Yeah, especially in these positions. If it was cross positions, there's the possibility that Arcane Winds pushes through the middle of the map, which does give the Zerg a pretty decent ability to surround the army and beat it down. But in these positions, most of Arcane Winds pushing paths are going to be through tight, narrow chokes that are going to be difficult for a Zerg player to push through back at the Protoss player, because Storm's just so good on those little choked up areas.
Yeah, and a bit of a deviation from last game. We have a gateway expansion instead of the Forge, so Zealot already on the way over to Crowbar's base. 3 Lings are in production, so we'll have more than an adequate amount of Lings to deal with the Zealot. There is a drone being made in the natural expansion of Crowbar, though, so that might be at risk, even though the main base might be safe. We have the 6 Lings going to be hatching out momentarily from these eggs to get on top of this Zealot. I think it looks like the Zealot's going to try and tuck in to the back of the minerals here to try and trade cost efficiently with this probe. If he can tuck the probe in to fight with the Zealot, he will be able to 2-shot these Zerglings. 1 probe particle beam and 2 side blade cycles from this Zealot will be enough to kill a drone, but nicely dealt with by Crowbar picking it up. But like I said, the drone in the natural that was exposed, didn't get the hit off. Drone
does manage to get away with that drone. That's nice. Oh, okay, yeah, can't let the Zealot up the ramp there. Zealot is going to run and hide behind these minerals. I do like the first Zealot getting out and getting behind the minerals. I'm a bit worried when you see pull first, when you keep trickling Zealots out, you're just wasting your units that you need to defend back at home. However, he has skipped the cannon. He is going for the Nexus, so these Zealots are buying him time to get that Nexus up earlier. So this might be the correct decision. And we see actually Crowbar going for a natural third base in the natural location, which isn't as common these days for Zerg players, but it used to be extremely popular back in the day. Yeah,
well, it usually signals that you want to play a much more Turtle Zerg style, making a lot of Sim City and defense and taking a 3/4 base and just trying to power up on those 4 bases and teching up that way, and can be a strong way of playing, but it has kind of faded away out of the meta in recent years.
Yeah, definitely. I'm trying to think of who it was.
Lava.
It was a larva. Yeah, that was really popularized that in more modern times. Oh, we always take a natural and then turtle it behind that and get a 3/4 base and then just overwhelm.
Had the answer to your question before you even finished answering the question.
It's funny because Larva is one of my favorite players, and it is a lot of my builds are kind of built around his style. But I've never been a big fan of that turtle style, and PvZ has just never been my thing, or ZDP.
Yeah, I've tried it a few times. It was pretty popular back in the day for a time. In modern meta, it came back a little bit with the likes of Lava, but yeah, it looks like it's not really caught on. Not a lot of Zergs really adopting that style of finding it, or finding sectors of, ooh, look at these speedlings almost shutting down this probe, trying to come down to the 6 o'clock base to make an expansion.
Playing ring around the rosy here with the zealots. Oh, he might get it here.
Ooh,
one hit.
He gets it.
Okay.
Nicely done. Picking up that probe. A small win for Crowbar here going forward.
The Zealots were trying so hard to keep that probe alive, but Speedlings were just too good.
This is why we make Dragoons in this matchup, because things like Zealots aren't so good at protecting the High Templars later on, generally speaking, like as melee units, so you do need to eventually have that more diverse unit composition of having Dragoons to escort your High Templars around the map, because they can just get picked off to Cracklings or to Hydras very easily.
Yeah, and that is a lot more of a modern change where you're starting to see more Dragoon-heavy armies. Even back in like olden times, you would see Dragoons, but in more recent times, you've seen... I don't remember which player it was, but they had a PvZ one time where they had an army that was almost entirely Dragoons in this matchup, which is pretty much unheard of in the past.
Are you talking like a 7-gate Goon style or 5-gate Goon all in?
I'm not talking about the all-ins, but no, it was more of a macro game starting with the Zealot going into High Templar.
Okay.
And then just massed up Dragoons behind that. They ended up losing most of his Zealots and never really replaced them, just kept making Dragoons.
Well, once you get the critical mass of Dragoons, that's all you need to keep fighting the Hydra. Ooh, trying to get the surround on this Zealot is able to do so, but it does get the save on it running to the left-hand side. Cannon was barely in range to put some pressure on those Zerglings, not able to get that Zealot pickup that he was looking for. We do have the Spire just about to finish up for Crowbar. We do have, I would like to point out that the +1 of Arcane Winds was actually super late. You only started making that just before the 6-minute mark. Usually that would kind of like signal that you're doing something crazy, like maybe like even Robo and Reaver and something quite bizarre. Usually you take that +1 around 5 minutes at the latest to do sort of Sayre Zealot timing attack, and maybe even earlier if you're doing Citadel first. So the fact that he got this +1 at like 6 minutes is a little bit strange.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that ring around the rosy earlier kind of slowed them both down. Arcane's got quite a bit of gas. He's missing out on his Corsair production when he should know that with the gas timing that he saw in the natural or the main, that it should be mutas that are on the way. And we are seeing that +1 carapace for flyers, and mutas are popping. So it is definitely muta play here out of Arcane Winds.
Nice.
We do have 2 cannons in the natural and 2 cannons in the main. So Arcane should be perfectly safe from this first 5 mutas. Actually, we made 6 mutas to start with. But we'll have to see if the committal to mutas keeps coming once he gets in here and scouts these cannons. Our first Corsair still isn't out. I'm not seeing one on the map anywhere. We still don't have a Corsair. Now it's just barely popping.
And 6 muta easily beat 1 or 2 Corsairs. Like it's no big deal at all. So if he wanted to, he could actually start sniping these gas probes and being really annoying to Arcane Winds and forcing him to produce more and more Corsairs. He has 6 as well, so even if he loses one of these mutas, he can still one-shot probe. So he can put a lot of pressure and a lot of harassment onto Arcane Winds here. It looks like one of the mutas, dangerously close to going down 3 HP on that one, to be careful. I really would have liked to see Crowbar come in here and take out some of these gas probes in the main base just a little bit. Just sniping 2 or 3 probes can be enough damage here. He looks like he is going to be transitioning as well, Evolution Chamber on the way, so kind of maybe seeing just this 6-hatch Hydra style after a little bit of a fake Ogre Zerg. He could still do a committal to Ogre Zerg and go into the main base. And look at these cannons coming up in the main base for Arcane Winds.
Yeah, he's kind of done the damage just on his cannon placements alone. This mining in the main is no longer efficient at all. He's pretty much cut his mining in the main by half.
And each one of these cannons could have been a gateway on top of that. It's like he's really stifled the production of the Protoss by kind of faking these this Ogre Zerg style, and making the 6 mutas was a little bit scary, and he didn't have enough Corsairs out to deal with that. So Arcane Wind's kind of overreacting to this, and unbeknownst to him, there's going to be a transition into a bit more of a normal style. We do have these Zealots out on the map, spotted by the Crowbar's Overlord, making their way to the northeast quadrant, but kind of now being a little bit indecisive now that they got scouted. So 6 of them going to be splitting off down to the south, while the 2 may remain on path to the top right base, seeing the bad news that there's already 3 Sunkens and SimCity set up here. So he's really going to be going to this Turtle Zerg style. Needs to start powering up some drones, I think, going forward here.
Yeah, these other zealots aren't going to really find much damage either. They might be able to run past these Sunkens into the main, and it will take a long time for these mutas to clean them up. We still don't have any units in production for fighting. We're 100% relying on these mutas. He's actually going to commit to the Sunkens, though. Mutas do go into the natural the Protoss player. They do snipe off one pro, but they are going to pull back home because there is nothing here to stop these zealots. Both those Sunkens have fallen, and now they're free to roam around the drone line. There's nothing here to fight.
This is a big mistake from Krober, having absolutely nothing here at all but those two Sunkens. And they were not really that well sim-citied either. They were easy to be sniped by these zealots. So a bit of a mistake from Krober. Is going to be coming in and saving the majority of his drones. But a few of them did go down. He took a lot of pressure. And those Sunken colonies did get taken out. So that position is now opened up and able to be harassed later on as well. So a little bit of a misplay from Krober there, taking some unnecessary damage.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised that nOm.XUN pulled back there. If he committed with those mutas, none of those zealots were getting home. I would have preferred him going into the main, at least seeing the tech, if not getting a couple more drones. But somehow two of those zealots do make it home, so I eat my words on that.
The Archon glitching out on the gateways in the main.
Oh my gosh.
It was dancing for so long on those gateways trying to get out.
But yeah, it was a dance party. We got another Archon that's morphing in, might do the same thing with how low that is on the bottom of the map.
He really thinks this is Ogre Zerg, right? Like, he's really sold him on it that this is going to be... Because he saw, like, no Hydras, like, made for defense as well. So he's, like, morphing in these...
See the Hydra den, though.
Yeah, but he didn't see any Hydras. So he's, like, probably thinking to himself, it must be some kind of, like, weird Ogre Zerg style. Like, because he made the two Archons. Like, he wouldn't have made those two Archons if he wasn't convinced by it. He would have kept them for Storms, right?
Yeah, no, I mean, he's kept one here for Storm, but no, there's no reason to get two Archons. I mean, even if you make one just to be extra safe,
a second Archon really does...
Oh, he has to kill his own gateway, that's rough. He's going to get the High Templar out in time. Okay, good. I was making sure he didn't cancel his own High Templar, that would have been bad. But no, making a second Archon really shows that he's thinking he's going to walk out here to a group of like 30 mutas or something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, 100%. Like, he thinks that this is going to be a more muta-focused army for sure. That he would not need two Archons for just 5 mutas. It's a little bit excessive. He does have the escort of the Archons now to make these High Templars even more safe, though, so you won't be seeing any double shot volleys picking off these High Templars too easily, although he's not currently escorting his High Templars too effectively right now. If Krober wanted to, he could maybe pick off these High Templars from behind as they are straggling behind and lagging behind the main Protoss force. He really needs to be manually escorting these High Templars around, especially because he did commit to making those Archons.
Yeah. The mutas are actually going to go dive into the main. I don't know if I agree with that. I would like to see them trying to get these High Templars, but it is distracting Crowbar as this attack does come into the natural. He is going to get pushed back, but the Stormy Boys are coming, and Storm into a natural choked up like this, you can get some pretty massive storms from these Hydras. First Storm is okay, not too bad. Second Storm is really good. Forces the Hydras to split. Most of these Hydras are extremely damaged now, but he just doesn't have the army to keep fighting this. Only 4 Dragoons with 2 High Templars.
Just 1 Storm available. So yeah, if Crowbar can somehow produce a really exponential amount of Hydras in this next few stages of the game, he could put a lot of pressure on nOm.XUN. There's not a lot of High Templars out, and he's starting to make Dragoons and Zealots, so he won't have that many Storms available to him at all. So Crowbar could put a lot of pressure on him and not allow him to take a third base. We do see a probe at the 9 o'clock going to be throwing down that Nexus just now. But if Crowbar wanted to, he does have enough production. He could really put a lot of pressure out on the map while teching into Hive as well.
Yeah, I'm surprised the Hive hasn't started yet with how early that Queen's Nest was. He did take a late 4th for how turtled up he was, but he also didn't have any units behind his droning, so maybe he just didn't feel safe taking it early and wanted to get some more Sunkens down to be extra safe on that. As you said, our third base is coming up for nOm.XUN. We're seeing a little bit of movement here at Crowbar, but I don't think that Crowbar is willing to push across the map just yet. I think he's going to keep playing turtled up, so I think that nOm.XUN's going to get away with this third, even though Crowbar definitely has the production to shut this down if he wants to right now.
Yeah, if he wanted to, he could have just pumped pure units and gone for a bit of a pressure play here, but instead is going to be more just turtling and chilling, although he definitely should be taking his Hive if he's being more passive. Like, 100% should be morphing that Hive.
Yeah, he's going to need his Hive to keep himself alive once that Protoss ball starts to get larger. It's getting actually large enough now that he could start busting through some of these without lurkers and defilers. Especially without lurkers, but...
Okay, Hive just now started for Crowbar, so he's moving in the right direction, now starting to saturate these bases in the top right a little bit more.
Both players getting supply blocked there for a minute. Crowbar still supply blocked. nOm.XUN finally recovers.
How many gateways have we got here? Okay, so 8 gateway production is what you'd expect to have at this stage of the game, so... How many hatcheries have we got? 3, 4, 5, 6. I would say this is favoring nOm.XUN a little bit. Crowbar could have gotten a few more macro hatcheries out during the stage in the game. He needs to go up to at least 9 macro hatcheries over the next few minutes, if he can help it. Going into that late game phase, you need at least 9 hatcheries, ideally 10, to keep up with the production of the Protoss player.
Yeah, a well-saturated 3-base Zerg can easily support 6 hatcheries. Once you add that 4th base in, you can go up to 9 or 10 pretty easily as well. And you will need to, because at that point, if you're allowing this Protoss to get a 3rd, his production is going to start to explode, and you need to keep up with that. 6 hatcheries alone can't keep up with all those gateways coming at you.
Yeah, in an ideal world, you want to be 1 hatchery to 1 gateway to stay ahead on production of the Protoss player. If you slip behind in that in any way, shape, or form, like we're starting to see now, we have this 8 gateway production and we're still kind of on like more or less 6 hatchery production. It can kind of the game can kind of run away from us a little bit if we stay on this production for too long. So we need to make those extra macro hatcheries soon.
Yeah, if he loses his army here, he'll never regain control. He'll never regain the army advantage with his current count. I do like that they're out in the middle of the map here. This does favor Crowbar a little bit. There are storms that he does need to worry about. Being able to get a large surface area, and it could create a good attack here, but I just don't think this pure Hydra army is going to do anything against the Dragoon army. They are 1-1 Hydras with 2-2 about to finish up against only 2-0 for our Protoss. So once that 1-1 or 2-2 finishes up, we might actually be able to see a favorable engage here from Crowbar with good surface area if he gets a really good concaver on this army. But
I think Crowbar wants to counterattack. Yeah, he is. I think he's got a nice little turtle up in this top right, but he hasn't got the best of turtle in the bottom right. So if the Protoss player does decide to attack his natural, that could be a little bit of a key issue for Crowbar to have to deal with. He now is going to be making a tough decision because he's going to be attacking into this natural expansion of Arcane Winds. There's already some storm here to deal with as well. There's going to be at least 2 storms available, with the 3rd one coming online in the next 20 seconds. So he kind of needs to move quick and do as much damage to the Protoss player as he can, but it's looking pretty bleak. The Protoss player, instead of going for the own counter, is coming in to sandwich his army from the right-hand side, kind of whittling down this Hydra force, and Crowbar could have retreated to the 3rd base location to maybe take that out on the retreat, but was unable to do so, lost pretty much all of his army and didn't really gain much there. So this game is swinging heavily in Arcane Wind's favor so far.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. He, as you said, lost pretty much his entire army there. I think he killed a cannon, a High Templar, and like 1 Zealot for an entire force of Hydras. So definitely not the situation he wants to be in. He is turtled up really strongly. He does have his hive on the way, or finished, excuse me, but he does not have his Defiler Mound yet. If he throws on that Defiler Mound now, maybe he holds on. Lurker Hague morphing in that corner there, but it is going to get picked off before it does finish, so we're not going to see any crazy shenanigans with that.
Yeah, certainly can catch a Protoss player off guard if he didn't pay enough attention, and suddenly there's a lurker burrowing and killing all your probes. Can be annoying and a nice little way of coming back from a bad situation, but not going to be allowing that to happen. Arcane Winds on top of everything.
Lurkers morphing at one time. Holy crap.
That's a lot of gas. I mean, he has got a lot of gas. He needs to do a better job of spending this money. He has now got his hive online, can be getting those cracklings, can be getting those 3/3 grades, maybe getting the Defiler Mound, getting that Consume, getting that Plague, can start using Dark Swarms and Chain Plagues on this Protoss board to kind of soften up the Protoss infantry. He can actually win this game here from Crowbar. If he has the turtle set up to do so. If he can just somehow take more, but yeah, he's going to take this base at the 12 o'clock while making Lurker Eggs on the ramp and try and fortify these positions. You can delay the 4th base from the Protoss player while getting these critical hive tech stuff online for him. Maybe able to turn this game around for Crowbar in the coming minutes.
Yeah, I'd like to see Niduses out of him. There's a lot of late game Zerg in this matchup that I don't see Niduses being made, but they're still extremely useful in this matchup as well, especially if you're going to start taking bases like that 12 o'clock base. Being able to reinforce that instantly from behind the front lines is massive. We are seeing more macro hatches going down, and interestingly, we're seeing an Ultralisk Cavern, which is not what I would have expected. Dragoons are pretty decent against Ultralisks, because Zealots are actually really bad against Ultralisks.
But you can make DTs against Ultras as well.
Yeah, are insanely good against Ultras, and we already see some DTs with this army. All it takes is 1 round of, oh my gosh, that's a ton of gateways, holy crap. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 17 gateways, that's 17 DTs at once, yeah. We do have the army getting caught out of bounds here, though. Lurker's trying to sneak over to that 3rd base, but Arcane Winds is going to sandwich on top of all of these and just wipe them out. Small links. Oh, we got Burrow. That's cute, but...
Yeah, a little bit of a flimsy attack from Crowbar. It feels more like a delay tactic, trying to keep the Protoss on that side of the map for as long as possible while he tries to get this big round of Ultras out. 7 currently in production. Ultra Speed on the way. You usually do get the Ultra Speed before the Chitinous Plating upgrade in this matchup. Against Terran, you would get the armor first, but against Protoss, you need the mobility. So going to be getting that movement speed really quickly online to try and activate these Ultralisks. We do have Reaver Scarab damage upgrade being researched for Arcane Wind, so we might have seen some bit of a Reaver transition. He's currently mined out in both bases, and so now he's down to 1 base worth of economy, needs to start expanding himself. If somehow there was Defiler tech right now, and we were plaguing, and we were transitioning into these Ultras, we could make something work by denying this 4th base going online for the Protoss player. But I think as it stands, it's going to be really tough for Crowbar going forward, unless he somehow takes some really hero fights with these Ultras in the middle of the map.
Yeah, Arcane really needs to get a 4th up, but I think this is a harder map to get a 4th as a Protoss player. If you can get into the main and start counting up that ramp, that's pretty much a free base, but outside of that, the rest of the base has kind of spread him a little bit thin, especially if we do have Defiler Tech out, which we don't quite yet. I do like the Ultras are coming out. He hasn't scouted it yet, so these Ultras might do some decent damage, but as I said, we already have some DTs with the army. We are getting Scarab damage now as well, both things that pretty hard counter Ultras, especially if their target fired with the Reavers. So these Ultras have a very limited window to get something done on this map.
Okay, and now he sees the Ultras. He might be able to swallow up this small force of Arcane Winds, actually. It's kind of like out of position. Beautiful Storm, though, going to be mopping up quite a few of those Zerglings in the process. If he can somehow clear up this army, needs to be careful. Dodging out of the Storms is Crowbar. Pretty good Storm dodge, but there's not enough DPS to clean this army up efficiently, and the Ultras just pop really quickly to the phase disruptor shots of those Dragoons with their 2-1 attack upgrades. So really tough for Crowbar going forward here. Not able to get that critical mass of army that he needs to mop up these armies cost efficiently. And now I think Arcane Winds is going to slowly get a bigger and bigger death pool going as he starts to expand in the top left.
Yeah, no, those Storms were massive. If those Zerglings hadn't died there, the amount of DPS they've been putting out would have been enough to clean up that army just fine. But since all the Zerglings died in that first Storm, on top of blanketing the Ultras and getting some extra damage on there to just soften them up a little bit more, he was able to wipe out the entire army of Zerg player with almost no losses. We do have an attack coming in here to the 12 o'clock base. This should fall relatively easy, but we do have the ability to sandwich him from behind. Oh no, all the Ultras are trapped in
he's having to kill his own Evo chamber.
Base.
He can't get this army up here quick enough. If only he'd killed that Evo chamber faster, he'd be able to have the unit flow that he needs to kind of get up on top of this expansion, help defend it. But now, as it stands, the nut has already been cracked, and the army's now in position to screen this Zerg force with High Templars waiting in the wings. His army kind of scattered, waiting for the engagement. He runs in with a few Ultras and Lings, but that's just a bad pathing. Yeah, he's trying to send it over the top left, and this map has some bad pathing on certain areas, so you have to kind of manually control your army around the map, or they will go the wrong way a lot of times like that. Oh, this is
an important skill to have, and just in general. Oh my gosh, here comes the army to save the potential 4th base location here from. Oh, he's going to trap all of the Ultras and Zerglings.
They're all trapped up here now.
He doesn't even need to go up there and kill them. Just take your expansion, leave a couple units on the low ground, wait for them to come to you. They got to go down the small ramp into Storms. They're going to get just evaporated. He is going to push up the ramp, though, which is going to give the Zerg a little bit of a chance here to trade favorably, but I don't know if he can trade favorably enough.
It's not enough, but he's going to try and get what he can with these units. Oh, that's a big Storm on those Ultras, suffering them all up to red HP, so these Ultras will fall without much more value being afforded to them. He does still have these Zerglings just chilling out burrowed over here on the left. I don't think they're going to get much done either. Actually, if he unburrowed those Lings right now, look how many High Templars are sitting at that rally point. They could just run down and start sniping off some High Templars with their crack upgrade. It'd be pretty funny.
The most valuable Lings ever if they did that. Holy crap.
There's only 1 Dragoon and 1 cannon down there. Oh, he's unburrowing.
Oh, come on. Oh, I'm getting more from the Archons.
Oh,
it's an okay decision. He is seeing a lot of Ultras, and Archons do decently against Ultras. Plus, you don't need that many High Templars. It starts to hurt your army composition at that point to have that many.
He's just going to run by these slow.
Yeah, big run by here. The Ultras are going to fight the... Okay, no, they just got stuck on the Archons for a minute. So it's a full run by, full committal to this Nexus. He's just A-clicking the Nexus down with the Zerglings. He's going to try and kill it and
there's no crack.
Turtle up.
There's no crack upgrade. There's no adrenal grade. He forgot his adrenal grade. Now he notices. It's like he can hear me or something. Like, just as I said that. As soon as I mentioned the Ling thing, he moved his Lings, and I mentioned the adrenal glands, and now he started researching it.
He does pick off that Nexus, but it came at a pretty heavy cost. That was about 10,000 minerals and, I don't know, 5,000 gas? 4,000 gas? How many Ultras was that? I don't even know. But it was a heavy cost to kill just a Nexus. Didn't get any of the army. We do have a push going into where that 4th base is, but this is still a really turtled up location. It's going to be really hard for Protoss to break this. The problem is how does Crowbar ever get back on the map to take another... Oh my gosh, and he's just bleeding Lings.
No.
I mean, Lings are cheap and effective, and in certain matchups and in certain situations, yeah, you can just throw them out and hope they do damage, and if they die, oh well, but this is not that situation.
No.
Every unit's going to really matter right here in just a second.
The only thing he's got going for him is that there's no Reavers or DTs, so the Ultras have a little bit of value, but now that he's got a healthy count of Archons with this army, it's going to be really tough going forward. There's not that many Dragoons to lay siege to the expansions, and it looks like Crowbar is going to be shutting down the base from going online in the top left yet again, so is shutting down the Protoss getting this other base online. Arcane Wind's economy is starting to dry up, and he hasn't even finished that Nexus over at 9 o'clock yet, so right now, currently having to long distance mine until that finishes up, so there's a little bit of hope for Crowbar in that sense. But right now he's being busted open in the top right, so it's looking a little bit bleak for him still. And without any Defiler support to help deal with this with some Dark Swarms and such, it's going to be really tricky going forward.
While Crowbar does have quite a bank, it is also worth noting that this is his last mining base. His main is mined out, the third base is essentially mined out, his natural will mine out here before too much longer, another minute or two at most. So this top right base is the only mining base for Crowbar as well. Both of them are about to be on one base economy. It looks like he is going to hold this. There's only a few Dragoons left over. The counterattacks into the third base, once again trying to snipe down the Nexus.
Crowbar can do
and
this.
He's going to go down.
Crowbar can actually do this. He just killed the Nexus as well, and like this is crazy. Like Crowbar can actually win this game if he's sort of stabilizing against his force in the top right. And now that he's like killed these Nexi over and over again and shut out Arcane Winds from recovering his economy, like this actually is a winnable game for Crowbar. It's looking better by the second.
Killing so many high templates at that third. He needs to resecure this third base before it goes down. Crowbar does, because as long as he has these hatcheries up, he's got the bank. He can start to spend his larva. And he can make it to where Arcane Winds never gets that third base online again. And if he does that, then yeah, like you said, he stabilizes and he comes back and he wins. Arcane is looking in a really dire situation. Crowbar's actually pushing back against him. And
look at that circling at the third. Look at the circling at the third.
That one crackling. Oh, the probe finally kills him. Oh no. That hero Zergling killed like 4 High Templars and then 10 probes at least.
Oh man. Zerglings can get crazy value potentially. Most of the time they just die and they're fodder, but sometimes they get crazy amounts of value. And some Zerglings are burrowing to try and intercept this train of probes. It's kind of hilarious to look at.
I'm a little bit worried that Arcane just doesn't know how to respond to Ultras because they're not commonly seen anymore in this matchup. Because he's still not making, like, I mean, Archons are okay. They're not the greatest, but they are okay against Ultras. Obviously, Dragoons are okay against Ultras, but you really want to get those Reavers or those DTs out. 2 or 3 DTs, you just right-click on an Ultra, and it pops. It's gone.
Yeah, I mean, DTs have a base damage of 40. It's crazy how much DPS they can put out, and unless the Zerg is really skilled...
Oh my gosh, there was a drop into the main...
The cracklings in the main base taking out the infrastructure. Pylons have gone down. These gateways are now offline, except some of the ones that are on the left-hand side. So doing a good job by reducing the production capability of Arcane Winds further and kind of keeping him locked into his main base with the fear of drops now is going to be one more thing that Arcane Winds needs to calculate and factor in any decision that he makes going forward. So Crowbar can run away with this game, now currently ahead by 35 supply, looking pretty healthy on the drone count. Only 40 drones, but relative to what we've got going for Arcane Winds, that's a fortune.
Yeah, Arcane Winds pretty much only long-distance mining at the moment. Now, Crowbar does have the ability to throw here as well, just like anyone else. It's mostly relying on a Ling-based army. Lings are extremely flimsy. If he throws all of his money into Lings and throws them in, into these 2 Archons on the ramp, for instance,
oh, please don't do that.
Loses his whole army. Oh no.
Yeah, please don't do that. This Archon
We're just seeing groups of 12 Lings just dying.
Please don't do this.
15 and 16 kills so far on those Archons.
One thing we might see is a big power move into the natural expansion of the Protoss and trying to crack open the production for good, and he's going to get on top of these cannons in the natural. There's pretty decent amount of cannons in this natural base, but there's not a lot of army to move over here to defend. There's some Archons in the main base, some Archons at his third base that he can move down to defend, but he is starting to dry up gradually. If Crowbar can just find some kind of production behind this and start squeezing out more and more Zerglings to kind of reinforce, he might be able to put the nail in the coffin of Arcane Winds and shut him down now.
Yeah, Crowbar spending maybe a little bit too much time here focusing on microing his units instead of macroing back home. He's got 3 larvae at pretty much every hatchery. All he needs to do is do one big cycle of units and this game is over. However, it's looking pretty dire for Arcane to begin with. He's still only on 4 gateways. He never rebuilt those pylons. Excuse me, never mind. He just finally finished that 1 pylon. So we are back into a decent gateway count, but we're still only on 1 base of mining. Oh no, the main is completely open now. Those Archons on the ramp came down to try and clear this out and got surrounded. I think it's
he's done it. I think he's done it. There is a Reaver popping out at the third base, but it doesn't matter now that we got Lings and Ultras in the main base with not a huge economy for Arcane Winds. It's going to be really hard for him to keep his production alive. We do have some Ultras going to be taking out that Ultra. The Reaver at the third base is Crowbar. Those Ultras kind of reigning supreme right now, surrounding the Archon as well, showing him who's boss. This is what you get for killing all our Zerg brethren. GG is called. Crowbar tying up that series. Wow.
Yeah, those Archons had a field day. They thought they had the easiest job ever until the Ultras came.
Yeah, it's like pick on someone your own size, literally.
That is, as you said, going to tie the series up 1-1, so we'll have to see what our final map is going to be. We've had a lot of 76 for third maps out of all the map pool, which has been interesting, so fingers crossed. Maybe we'll get that again.
I think it's definitely a map of choice when you're trying to throw your opponent off. Maybe it's a map they've not really prepared for that much, or they don't like the map, or what have you, so it can be a good choice to kind of get an easy win over your opponent if it's a map you prepared for and they haven't.
Definitely. And we are, in fact, going to get it.
It's 76. The Overwatch map, Soldier 76, going to be bringing you this crazy action with these bases in the middle and this huge, massive fortification in the middle that you have to walk around, kind of really reducing the attack time and a lot of timings, and the mineral only and the natural kind of making things a bit awkward going forward. So really interesting map. I'm curious what's going to happen.
Yeah, no, this seems like for this matchup, I haven't actually seen a PVZ on this yet, but it seems like this is going to be a really good really good map for Corsair Reaver. And then, of course, Muta is just really strong in general on this map, regardless of who you're going against, because you have access to a very quick, safe 3 gases. All right, and in the top right position, currently tying the series up after the last game 1-1, representing Team Snow's Forgotten Bros, it is nOm Crowbar. And in the bottom right, dropped the last game, but had a dominating first game, so maybe he will bring it back. Representing Team The Love Boat, it is Arteal Protoss. nOm Arcane wins.
And he did pick this map, so maybe he's got something spicy prepared for Crowbar here going forward. I'm curious what he's going to do. We do have the probe moving out right away, both to take his expansion and scout right away. Okay, what's going on here? Very early scout and trying to expand at the same time. I'm curious about this. He's not able to get... Can he get the probe through in time? Oh, he's not getting it.
No.
He's not getting it. Oh, no.
If he doesn't get this in time, this is going to be really bad. He's only got a couple of seconds left. He's got to get it. 49 seconds, 50. He's got 3 more seconds.
He's not going to get it.
He's not going to get it. Oh,
no, he's not going to get it. This is bad news bears for him. Oh, no, don't lose. Don't get your probe stuck as well. Oh, that'd be even worse.
Our Zerg didn't get any either, so they're both one base. Both of them were failing. Oh, no, the Zerg got his drone stuck as well.
That's terrible.
Both of them went for the expansion, did not practice it beforehand, and couldn't quite get over those minerals. So this is going to be... I think this favors Protoss just in general, because the Zerg is stuck on just one gas. There's nothing he can do about it.
Well, but not getting it is one thing, but getting the drone stuck is even worse than getting the probe stuck. These drones are like gold dust in the early game for Zerg.
10% of his economy. He's on 9 drones. That's like 11% of his economy if you want to get exact. But
wow. And Crowbar now just going to be forced to like take his mineral only as an afterthought and kind of putting him in a weird situation here going forward. Although there was a Forge Fast expand into the natural of Arcane Winds, so we could see a 9-7-3 play out of Crowbar going forward here, or something looking like that.
That is true. You only need the 1 gas for a 9-7-3, and with this this Forge being extremely late, as well as the Nexus going to be coming up late, it might be just enough to bust him. I just don't know where you take your third to get the small... I mean, I guess you could just oversaturate the natural and do it off the 2-base, do a 2-base push.
Yeah, I think you may even, it might sound crazy, but I think you even make it in like a proxy location, like somewhere like not too far away from the Protoss's base to have a faster rally point and just all in the front.
So why not add some Sunkens in while you're at it? That sounds perfect to me.
Just Sunken contain him right away with the third hatchery. You better, boys. I like it.
Yeah, you laugh, but I remember back in like 2004 or 2005, that was an actual legitimate strategy that some Zergs used against Terrans.
I mean, I still pull out the Sunken contain against Protoss these days, but not quite that early.
Alright, spawning pool is on the way. Our gas is finished up. This gas timing makes me think it's going to be either Mutas or it is going to be some sort of 2-base Hydra push. We'll have to see if he does throw on that third hatch and go for a full-on committal. Drone is looking, it's going to be his Hydra den. He's getting ready to make it now. Yep. No, it's a hatchery.
It's a hatchery, but he could have blocked this probe from ever getting into his base again. I'm a little bit sad that he didn't go for that. Even just one Ling or one drone holding that ramp would have been nice to stop the scout coming in here and seeing what the choice of tech is from the Zerg.
Yeah, both players looking like they're a little bit frazzled about not getting that expansion, but this should go into a semi-normal game from here. That third hatchery being in the main's a bit interesting of a choice. If you're going to go for the low ground mineral only, I don't know why you wouldn't just make it in the low ground. The hydrogen is coming down that low ground now. As long as this probe can get killed before it can get over here.
It would make sense if he was hiding it by blocking the ramp, but he didn't even try and block the ramp, so yeah, it doesn't make sense. Yeah.
Okay, probe is going to get picked off. Oh, it's actually going to escape because shields are extremely good.
Shields are very good, Narco. In fact, one of the hardest things to do is to kill a single probe with a single Ling chasing it, because if the probe is microed correctly, it recharges way too much shields, even with catching up with the Ling to get in free hits.
Yeah, no, every time that the Ling hits it, it'll have already recharged at least the 5 shields. It's insane. Not to mention, in case you guys didn't know back at home, if you send a drone to kill a probe and you get the first hit and you get the second hit and the probe still has not attacked you, and it only starts attacking you when you hit your third hit, it can still kill your drone.
Yeah, it's crazy how strong probes are. You need 2 free hits completely. When I say 2 free hits, I mean the probe hasn't attacked you even after those 2 hits have gone down and you're ready to attack again.
Yeah, no, probes are really good units. Oh, man. Okay, Zerglings are going to poke up here. They are going to see that it is a low-ground base. We do have +1 started at 440 this time. 2 Zealots already out. A third one's on the way. We should hopefully see him push across the map with those Zealots to get some scouting information, because as of now, he has no idea what's going on. And we do see a 4th hatchery coming down from Crowbar, so I don't think this is a full committal to Hydra.
No, it could be a 4-hatch Hydra still.
I've never seen a 4-hatch Hydra, especially on 2 base. You just don't have...
It's not optimized. 100% it's not optimized. But I guess he doesn't really feel like he can do anything else. It's a little bit awkward from him. I agree with you. It's a little bit awkward to go for this. And he's not optimized his lava production. He has a lot of offline lava right now. So he might have been better off just going for that 3 hatchery Hydra production. He can still make it work, but there's just not enough mineral fields to make it optimal for him going forward.
Well, my concern now is, even if he was going to go for the 4th hatch just to get the extra larva to be, for whatever his reason is, the fact that he's made this hatchery now means he has no army. That's 300 minerals that isn't Hydras right now, and the Protoss is pushing.
Yeah, he made a very early second gateway rather than teching up into this core. So we have a lot more Zealots than we would usually have, and we have no Sunken whatsoever, just pure Hydra. So the Hydra speed is going to be...
drones popping.
Yeah, the Hydra speed is going to be coming online in like the next 20-30 seconds, but these two Hydras might just die right away, and that's going to be a problem for Crowbar. He's going to have nothing to micro against these Zealots. He's going to have less Hydras than there are Zealots in his base, so he's going to probably take a lot of drone damage here going forward. Going to have to start... If he could drone drill the ramp here, it might be nice to delay those Zealots getting up there. Maybe he can, from then on, start to get enough Hydras out to fight down the ramp and kill these Zealots off one at a time, but it's going to be a little bit tricky.
He does have superior production, but having to abandon the main, I don't know if he's going to have the mining to actually handle this production. He is starting to get more and more Hydras out, and he does, as you said, have the Hydra speed. You can technically infinitely micro against Zealots, but that's not actually reasonable. You have to walk quite a bit back to turn around and shoot, so you would eventually run out of map. But doing a decent job of at least splitting up the Zealots here, so they're not all getting damage all at once. But there's just, I don't know, there's too many Zealots here. I don't think you can actually clean this up. He's got to hold at the ramp or at the choke here, in the natural at the very least. Yeah. Now these Zealots coming through one at a time. He's going to get a lot more free hits onto these Zealots. Pull back the weakened Hydras. More and more Hydras are popping out as this goes on, and he might actually just be able to outproduce eventually.
Eventually he should, in theory, stabilize, but having his mining shut down to just one base economy for so long is a bit of a problem, because we've not got that critical mass of unit production that we need to overpower the Protoss going forward. He has only got 2 haphazardly placed cannons, though, so if we can get our Hydra numbers going right this second and start mining on... Okay, he's transferring Night 7 drones back down to the natural. He can still make this work. There's this small timing here where if he can produce enough Hydras and start killing these Zealots on the way to the Protoss natural, he is forced to start throwing down cannons to defend this, and he is starting to make his 3rd cannon now. And with the Hydra range on the way, that's going to be our trigger to go in. We do have one of these cannons right up against the forge, so we don't even need Hydra range to kill that cannon. So there is a lot of window here for Crowbar to abuse if he is on top of his execution, but it's going to be tough. Of course, they're also going to be killing this Overlord, which is going to supply block in momentarily.
Yeah, he's got to be really careful about how he attacks in here, but I think he does have a small window, as you said here, that this is going to be a really good chance for him to do some damage. There is more than enough Zealots that they have leg speed, which is not on the way, or is on the way, excuse me. Once that finishes, there's actually enough Zealots here to clean up these Hydras on their own. But more Hydras should be rallying across the map. He's got 2 more done. He did get supply blocked. Those are now finishing up. Okay, yeah, there's more Hydras on the way now. So as long as this keeps getting reinforced, we're only on 4 cannons. He's brought enough production and got enough mining that he could overwhelm this natural still if our Protoss Arcane Winds isn't careful.
Yeah, Hydra Range is now finished. He should, if he wanted to, start picking off this gateway on the right with his Hydras. If he shimmies them down just a few pixels, he can start doing that as well to open up this position. Yeah, with the legs coming online though, his window is starting to dissipate. He didn't get a critical number of Hydras down here quick enough. We even have the Dark Templar coming out now, so his window has kind of evaporated, and we didn't get the production that we needed to put the pressure on the front that we would have liked to have seen. So now we have Zealot Speed and DT out on the map. Going to be a lot harder coming down here and to attack into this. Another Overlord being taken down to just 30 hit points from this Corsair. May even lose the Oh, he's going to lose the Corsair and the Overlord. Okay, so a little bit of a weird trade there, losing the Overlord and the Corsair and the DT all in the same fight. I'm not sure if I like that calculation, but that's the one we went for anyway.
Yeah, I think I would have ran with the DT at the very least, and not saving the Corsair. You know, you got limited APM, make your decision, but yeah, nothing made it out alive there, unfortunately. This does allow the Crowbar to go across the map and put pressure back on the Protoss player, but we are now getting up to a number of cannons that does mean that he will be able to hold. And we have Zealots on the map to counterattack once he sees the Hydras are there. And there we go, he sees the Hydras push in, and instantly those Zealots are starting to move towards the natural, and there's nothing in the natural at all. This is a full committal from Crowbar. He does get 1 cannon for the cost of 5 Hydras, does pick off the Zealots that are in the front now as well, but there's just too many cannons here. He don't think he can break this front anymore, especially with the Gateway and the Forge still choking up the entryway there. And Zealots are now in the natural for Crowbar here, starting to kill some of the drones as well, and some of the rallying Hydras. This is looking more and more dire for Crowbar, and he's going to just GG out. Arcane Winds is going to take this series 2-1.
Wow, picking up the first win for Team Loveboat there. Unfortunately for the Forgotten Bros, not able to pull out the win in the game number 1. A bit unfortunate there for Crowbar, not able to get the critical mass of production that he needed to run over the Protoss, and instead got counterattacked in the end, unfortunately. Crowbar there, but we're going to be taking a quick 10-minute intermission, guys. Go get a drink, go get a snack, do whatever you got to do. We'll be back with some more intense NSL action coming right up.
See you guys in a moment.
Thanks, guys.
Yep.
I'm going to be right back.
Okay.
Alright guys, got a little 10-minute break. I'm gonna go get a drink, take a leak, all that good stuff. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back.
Just to know what you knew. Restless every time we start locking eyes. Lost control. It's paradise with honesty, but I'm in the dead of the night. Let the darkness take control. Let the darkness take control. Darkness take control. May the darkness take control. Suck me in smoke, breathe me in and let me go. Sink to your heart to find you. Open up your eyes till you're blinded by the light. so you can see what you do. Restless every time we start looking as a lost control. Oh, it's paradise with honesty, but in the dead of the night. Teardrops on the floor. The pain is over. Feel the darkness take control. I see the light inside you, brighter than the skies. Hold on, just let us escape and fly away tonight. We have the world in our sight, and I know together we'll be alright. Can you see forever we will go?
Alright guys, I'm back. How y'all doing today? Quick, someone run and get Dustin some beer. Just waiting for them to be ready, and then we can jump right into the next series. Our boy Crowbar got taken out. Bit unfortunately though. Let's see what else we got here. Cookie.
Denied.
Denied. Hey, where's the lineup for this week? The graphic.
I'm not sure. I'm just looking in my own or in the team channel at their sign up lineups channel and went and scrolled up to this week's because I think it got removed for week 3 already.
Guess yourself some whiskey. Sounds good. Guess you got a bottle lying around there. That'd be nice. I'm wetting my whistle with some whiskey right now. What games have you done so far?
That was the first series you've been in for the whole thing.
Okay. Just making sure I wasn't making a mistake by calling that the first game of the series.
Yeah, no, you're good. You hopped in right at the start, so.
Yeah, I'm struggling to find the lineup for this week that we're casting.
So if you go down to our, you have the subthreads, right, for the sign up lineups for Snow Forgotten Bros.
Oh, down there, is it in the signups and lineups?
Yeah, I don't know where I can find the graphic for both teams, but you can scroll up to week 3, set 3. It was posted by AK on 5/19, and then he's got both teams listed on our sign up lineup thing, so you can just scroll to that.
It's not the graphic, but it will do, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know where the graphic is. That's what I've been using.
So what order are we casting when? Are we doing all of tier 2 first from bottom up, and then tier 1, then tier 3 last, or how are we doing it?
I think we're only doing tier 1 and tier 2. I think we're just going random because the next game is Dentarg versus Flying, he said.
Okay.
It might even just be the order that he received the replays in or something, I don't know.
Yeah, we're skipping that too, okay. Just doing tier 1 and 2.
I'm assuming so, because that's usually what Cookie does, is just tier 1 and 2, and then I think Breeze and what's his name do tier 3.
Defilers! Defilers, Jimmy! Defilers! Just come into here screaming, Defilers! Yeah, Defiler's a pretty good unit, right? Yeah, man, what's wrong with Defilers, man? Plague and Darksworn pretty good. It'd be really funny if, like, the Defilers had the same movement speed as they do on some of those, like, custom UMS maps where they, like, move, like, 3 times the speed. Be, like, the most terrifying thing ever to have, like, Defilers rushing across the map to your natural expansion to throw up Darksworns. Oh, that's the thing on Nightmares for Terrans and Process alike. That one Marine with all the bishes. What are you watching right now? Are you watching the cast from earlier? Oh, Naka.
Yeah.
I should sound a little bit different for you now. I've got my virtual cable set up with my filters, so I should sound a little bit better over Discord.
Yeah, no, I noticed actually to turn you down because it was a lot louder.
Oh yeah, you can actually hear my full powerful voice now.
the full powered voice. Yeah, I should set up some filters and all that kind of stuff. My mic is getting old, so it doesn't do it very well on its own anymore.
Yeah, you can do the filters through OBS and then get virtual cable and run your mic through Discord with the virtual cable.
Mm-hmm.
So you can still have the filters on Discord. Do you want me to send you a video?
I think Sagan already sent the video in. Hold on.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Sagan probably sent you the one I'm talking about. Is it the make any mic sound expensive in OBS one?
Yeah.
Yeah, that video also covers the virtual cable stuff as well.
Okay. It's frustrating because my mic is expensive, but it's so old now that...
You could probably get it sounding better with some filters and...
Oh, I definitely could, yeah.
Some fine-tuning,
100%.
yeah. Oh my god. One of my viewers just said, yep, found a bottle, and sent me like 2 pictures of like... I can only describe it as a closet of whiskey.
Oh my gosh.
He's a whiskey connoisseur, so to speak. He has a lot of expensive bottles of whiskey and I think he runs a whole YouTube channel, basically covering nothing but whiskey.
Welcome back, everyone. We are just getting ready to set up the next game. If you want to hop in, Zune, we are, I think, ready to go.
All right, all right. Oops, wrong. Nearly joined the wrong game there.
Yeah, I've done that once or twice. It happens.
See
Like the sausage monkey.
I saw two arrows and I clicked one, but one of them was Mika Terra, and I was like, "Oh, that's not the one."
All right. You want to do the introductions this time, then?
Sure.
Okay.
All right, guys, we're going to be going into a tier 1 game now. We have for Snow's Forgotten Bros on the left-hand side of the map, never landed none other than Dentog as the bluish-grey Protoss, and his opponent in the bottom right for the Love Boats. It's none other than Flying as the Green Zerg.
I like the name Flying Love Boat.
Yeah, Flying Love Boat. Kind of like
Some of these players really committing to their teams in this NSL this season.
Yeah, kind of reminds me of the Flying Dutchman almost. Alright,
Well,
so what do you think we're going to be having in this game? Because it's probably going to be a lot more of a firecracker of a game in the tier 1 action. Both of these players fairly decent.
definitely, yeah. Both these players are definitely up there in the skill level. I actually am not familiar with either one of them. This map, I feel like, for the maps that we have in the NSL, it's one of our more standard maps. So I think if we're going to see a more normal game, this is going to be one of the maps we'll see it on. Retro as well, kind of in that same spectrum of being more neutral and like kind of a more standard map, and then Paradiso. So I don't think this is the craziest map that we'll see any kind of crazy opens, but there's also a mindset, and as you get better and improve, it's something that a lot of players bring into best of threes, and that is to like set a tone, especially early on. Like I was saying in our last week cast, for a long time there in all my ZVZ best of threes, I'd always open with a 12 hatch just to kind of set the tone for the matchup. Like, they no longer know, am I going to 12 hatch every time? Is he,
Right.
You got to set a tone. You play for the matchup. So we might see something really strange out of both players there, but so far it's looking like it's actually going to be a Forge expand. I was going to say it's looking like a Gateway expand because we only sent out one pro, but it is a 3-player map, so you still can get there in time to do the cannon rush.
Well, no,
or any other cheesy stuff.
with sending out the probe that early, it's usually indicative of that Forge fast expand. You usually don't send out the probe scout for quite some time if you are going for the gateway. It's just too mineral tight on the build order, so yeah, it is indicative.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, with the Forge expand, sending out that probe scout that early. Oh, gets the pylon block. Going to be forcing a macro hatchery placement from Flying. Not even bothering to send the drone to the third location. Just going to be throwing that as a macro hatchery down right away. A little bit of a disruption there for Flying, not getting that expansion down early.
I do kind of like that, though. He didn't, at least at the time, know exactly which side the Protoss was, and you don't want to expand towards the Protoss. Both of these third base locations are either extremely wide open, like that one that's right off of the natural, or kind of far away. So if you expand towards the Protoss and kind of get caught off guard there, I think that could hurt you in the long run. Eventually, you get the macro hatch anyways. It'll slow down your early game economy a little bit, but I do like the decision in this instance.
Yeah, a little bit of probe harass on the mineral line of Flying as well. Going to be forcing to pull some of those drones off the mineral line, slowing down his economy ever so slightly now, finally getting the hatchery in the natural location on point. Yeah, one thing to note is that he didn't actually have a full read on what the Protoss player was doing at that stage. For all he knows, it's going to be like 2 proxy gateways. So like having to make your third hatchery at an awkward base that might not only be close to the Protoss, but also have to be cancelled because it's a 2-gate pressure play as well. So would be really frustrating for him in that scenario. So making it there just as like a little bit of a desperation move to kind of deal with that situation can be the most cost-efficient way of dealing with it and lining yourself up to be in a cookie-cutter position at handling anything the Protoss is going to be throwing at you in the next few phases of the game.
Definitely, and it's a risk because you are slowing your economy down just a little bit, but it's a lot riskier. Like you said, if it was a 2-gate and he expanded to that kind of natural third base right outside the main, like that's so wide open, so far away from everything, you have to cancel that, and that puts you even more behind. So Probe is kind of running around doing a good job of keeping it alive for now.
Hydra
Gateway
done.
has finished up.
Hydra done
Is there a
firing down.
Hydra?
Yeah,
Oh,
and then
nice,
yeah,
yeah.
already going for that 973 kind of style, even though he's got the macro hatchery. But if he keeps the probe running up and down in his main base, he won't scout that for some time, maybe not ever. The probe just going to be running around.
Two more links popping now. He's got enough to shut this probe down for sure. Oh, he's got to make sure it doesn't get to the natural. Oh, he lets it pass. It's going to see the Hydra den. That's unfortunate. Not the end of the world, but he definitely could have denied that scouting information.
Yeah, he definitely could have killed the probe there, and that would have been huge, denying him the vision on that Hydralisk den. Would have been nice for him going forward, especially with the horizontal layout of the expansions. And Dentarg did make his cannons like fairly close against the wall as well, so this would have been a nice way of busting the Protoss, catching him unawares with this Hydra timing. But as it stands, we might have to turn this into a bit of a fake instead and go for a bit more of a macro style from here.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious. He ended up throwing down a second cannon almost instantly and threw that in the most forward location he possibly could. That cannon is not in any way, shape, or form safe. So I'm kind of curious what his decision making was there on why that was the location he chose.
To save the forge, it's just because he doesn't want to lose his +1 timing. I think that's all it is that he just wants to deny the Zerg from picking off the forge early on. But it's pretty risky doing that though.
Fair, yeah.
It is really risky doing that because it does allow the Hydra's counterplay without even needing range to come in there to pick off the cannons. Can be really dicey for the Protoss player if he did do a full committal to the Hydras.
Okay, so we do see Lings popping. Do we have Ling speed? We do not have Ling speed. Hydralisks are starting to come out as well. Hydra speed did just finish up. We'll have to see if he wants to do a full commitment here, or if he's going to stop at like 5 to 7 Hydras and just stop there. The fact that he's making Lings has me a little bit worried, but he is droning up behind this now. So I think this is not going to be a full committal. I think he's going to force some cannons out, get the damage he can do from just forcing the cannons. That delays the Protoss's tech. It delays a lot of stuff. So then he can drone up behind that safely and look to take a third as well.
Yeah, he should be taking that third momentarily. I would say no later than the next 30 seconds or so. He does need to get that going.
The drone's not heading out already, but he may not know where he wants to take that third yet. Maybe he's trying to figure that out because he doesn't know the map yet or something. I'm not sure. But it is worrying me that he's not sending that drone out because it's not looking like he's wanting to commit. Although he is still making Hydras. What are we at now? We're at 5 with the 2 on the way. 6 already popped. And now he's going back into drones. So yeah, okay, he's not committing. So he definitely needs to get that third base up as soon as possible now.
I think he just cancelled his Hydra range and threw down the Spire.
Did he cancel the Hydra range?
I believe he did. I looked like his gas jumped up and then jumped down again, like he cancelled his range and built the Spire.
Yeah. No, he canceled his range. Those Hydras are not shooting like they have range.
This is very interesting. So it looks like he might be trying to set up for some kind of like Ogre Zerg style to kind of like fake out Dentark here and make him think that it's like just a normal sort of Hydra play, but really there's going to be a Spire behind this and quite a lot of gas being mined from flying. Still no third base on the way, but is mining from 2 gases already, so going to be having the ability to make quite a few Mutalisks and Scourge from these 3 hatcheries. Now sending out that drone to that third base location while putting on a little bit of pressure at the front. Does almost pick off that gateway, but not currently able to do so.
Yeah, I do like this from Dentark. Oh no, he canceled the third Corsair, or didn't start the third Corsair. Okay, second Corsair is out. I was going to say, he is still making Corsairs at this point. He did get into that natural. He saw the gas before that probe got picked off, so he's got to know that something's up. So I like that he was still continuing to make Corsairs, but he's kind of stopped at 2. Just see if he continues that production once he gets in here and scouts that Spire is on the way.
Right.
So it's R pushing out of the natural. This is actually really big for him. These do have speed now. There's not enough units here for the Zerg anymore to hold them back, so he's got to run back to a Sim City, and this is going to allow Dentark to re-put pressure on the map as this third base is starting to come online. If he had gotten this a little bit earlier, it might be finished by now, and he could have put a Sunken down or helped to kind of Sim City to hold it, but as it stands, and we actually have an Overlord already going down as well, so that's really big for Dentarg.
Yeah, he's supply blocked right now, and he's waiting on this Overlord finishing up, and these Zealots are just going to target fire down the hatchery, and they may be able to get the cancel on it before. Oh, he's not actually going to target fire down the hatchery, instead going to try and trade off these units first. Maybe a wise choice from him. He can probably do both, but he needs to target fire it down now. Does get the cancel on the hatchery critically, and the drone for his troubles.
Gets the drone, massive.
Yeah. There's quite a few mutas out already. 8 mutas are out for flying right now. You need 9 mutas to start one-shotting High Templars, but 8 mutas is quite a formidable force to deal with. We do see some cannons going down in the main base mineral line, but nothing in the natural. So the natural is actually kind of exposed to the Mutalisk harass, and there's not a lot of Corsairs currently out. So if Flying wants to, he could find a window to get on top of these cannons before they've walked in. There's enough Mutalisk here to fight these Corsairs. Only 2 Corsairs, even 5 mutas are more than enough to deal with that. So having this huge count of 8 in the main base is a nightmare situation for Dentark to do. He's going to start evacuating his probes while these cannons are warping in underneath the mutas. He needs to target down these cannons one at a time quickly. He is going to get one of these cannons. The other one's already softened up to 20 HP, so we'll get both of the cannons cannons at the cost of some hit points on these mutas, but still 6 mutas alive. Needs to finish off that cannon. He finally needs to start splitting off his mutas when he's starting to fight these Corsairs as they come out, because a few of them are being quite bruised up by the cannons and Corsair shots, neutron flares. But critically, he has denied the mining in the main base of the Protoss player now, with only a few Corsairs coming out at a time. This does give some window of opportunity for the Zerg to put on more and more pressure. We'll be having to make Dragoons and Corsairs non-stop to stabilize while trying to main back in there. But I think the fact that his third base got cancelled, I don't like flying's position as much as it should be. If he had gotten that third base online, he'd be in a great spot but right now. But as it stands, he's kind of still required to do damage to the Protoss to be in a good spot.
Definitely, and it worries me. I feel like that 8 meter should have done more than it did as well. I think he got decent damage there, but he definitely could have gotten more damage. And as you said, the fact that that third base got canceled, I don't know if that was enough damage. It's still 41 probes to 28 drones. That third base is only just now coming online. We're still only on 3 hatch production, essentially. That 4th hatch only just now finishing up. So we're not going to be able to out-drone and catch back up to the probe scout.
Yeah, it was a little bit
probe count here.
It was a mistake from flying. He had 8 mutas. All he had to do was split the mutas up so they wouldn't take too much splash damage from the mutas as he focused down those cannons. But now he's going to go and try and come into the natural with these Force of Hydra, starting to target down some of these cannons. Actually, only just cannons and dragoons here. So with good target firing, these Hydras actually can do the job. Storm is only currently halfway on the way with 3 Templars filling up, so he's not going to have Storm for a little time here. So now Dendog's just going to tap out. GG, flying.
GG. Flying's going to take it.
Yeah, game 1 in the series already going to flying. Wow, pretty decisive win there.
That was really good by flying. I like that he led with the injured mutas to keep the Hydras alive for a little bit longer. Those Hydras definitely do more DPS in that situation, and if he can bust it like he did, he just wins the game. So very well played by flying there, despite losing some of the mutas a little bit sillily. What would the word? What would the word for that be? Despite losing the mutas in a silly way,
in a silly manner.
In a silly manner. Actually closing that out really strongly with a small Hydra push as that third was coming online. So
there's one thing we see a lot from Zergs is some kind of variation of Hydra to Muta transition or Muta to Hydra transition to kind of throw off the optimization of the Protoss, make them commit too much to defending one thing and then losing too much to the other thing. So committing really heavily and dealing with those Mutas, then not having enough tools in his arsenal to deal with that Hydra bust timing and being a little bit slow with his Storm there. So it can be frustrating for Protoss players to kind of align their build to what they're dealing with, especially without good scouting information. So pretty well played there from flying going forward, but would have liked to see him target down those cannons a little bit more efficiently in the main base and do a lot more critical damage a lot more efficiently with those mutas initially.
Yeah, I feel like he misclicked because it looked like he was aiming for the cannon because it like all of his mutas clicked on one probe at the start. So I think he meant to click on that first cannon and accidentally clicked the probe instead.
All right, we're going straight into game number 2 here. Narco spawning in the top left as your grey Zerg, none other than flying, currently 1-0 up in the series for Team Loveboat, and his opponent in the bottom left as the we're using top versus bottom, so basically the blue Protoss in the bottom left, Dentag for Team Snow's Forgotten Bros. So yeah, currently 1-0 down in the series is Dentag. Needs to be a little bit more sharper and on his game with his scouting information, identifying what's exactly coming from the Zerg going forward here.
Yeah, I was honestly surprised that he cut the Corsairs at 2 since he saw that second gas. That gas has to be going somewhere. Lurkers aren't going to really kill him, so best to think that it's probably going to be mutas. So I think it was a bit of a small mistake on his side. Definitely not game ending. I mean, it ended in that instance, unfortunately, but like that kind of mistake you can recover from. It just ended up going flying's way in the long run. And we are seeing that Forge expand most likely here once again, that first probe going out on Pylon instead of waiting for the gateway. So
Right. Yeah, it definitely does usually indicate Forge fast expand because you do have a few more minerals at your disposal when going for this build. So you can kind of be a little bit more lower economic with sending out this probe. Going to be checking for the Overlord coming on the right hand side, then going off elsewhere. So trying to optimize his scouting a little bit to find this Zerg as quickly as possible. Now going to be coming
this
over.
Is really big. The fact that he did that, if he goes straight to the top now, because he knows that it's not to the right, he might. Okay, I was going to say he might be able to cancel that or block that hatchery, but we are going to see the pull first. It is actually an overpull, even though the pull was a little bit late on there.
Oh, it's still pretty big though, because the probe will get there in time to block the hatchery enough that it's frustrating for the Zerg as well. So it would be nice if he can still get in here with this probe and not having to check the other 2 bases. Gets this probe here really quickly timed for him. He will be throwing down the hatchery in a few seconds here, but the probe, if he was beelining it to this natural, would be able to block it going down. Instead, the probe going to be shuffling on over to the other side of the map, it seems.
That's interesting. I wonder if he was expecting to run to the drone scout or an overlord and didn't, so he's now thinking it's cross spawns when it's not. But he's going to get over here and see that this overlord's pathing and probably know immediately that it's... Oh no, because he's probably thinking that came from the main to the natural and is now heading out. So yeah, he thinks it's still cross spawn. Dentar getting a little bit thrown off, trying to be a little bit overly efficient with his scouting here.
He's kind of lucky that this is 3 drones and not lings, because he didn't start his cannon before Nexus. So let's say he made 3 lings right away. Like these 6 lings would get on top and kill this cannon, right? So
Yeah, he's got to be worried now. The drones fighting the cannons, so it's got to make him a little bit suspicious. Like, oh no, what's coming?
Yeah, that's so true as well. Because if I'm going to do something like that with my lings, I might throw down some damage with my drone. I mean, why wouldn't you, right? And even sometimes you do that, even if you're not making lings, to kind of just like make. Look at him now. He's got the 2 probes there attacking his own buildings, kind of like simulating a hold position. He's really worried about potential ling stab coming up now.
Yeah, poor Dentar got a little bit thrown off there. Now Flying's in a really good position. He's getting his 3rd base up for free. He still hasn't been scouted. Dentar completely thrown off here. Still doesn't even know where his Zerg opponent is. Now scouting this natural, knowing that there's not a hatchery there. He knows where his opponent is finally, but it's going to be 3 minutes and 30 seconds before he even gets his first scout into his opponent's base. And this is the first Zerglings that have come out. Flying's got away with a ton. He's only had 2 Zerglings this whole time. He's been able to freely expand and freely drone. And Dentar is playing a bit defensive because he doesn't know what's going on. So he's never going to get into the main. So he doesn't know if gas is mining. He doesn't know if there's another hatchery. He doesn't know if Lair's on the way. He doesn't know anything that's going on at all. And Dentar's got to be feeling the pressure from that lack of scouting information at this point.
I mean, he's basically done the same thing that happens in ZVT sometimes, where the Terran can get away with not even having to make a Marine and just throw down the CC without having to be worried about being like drone blocked and stuff. And that's kind of what the Zerg's done. Like, he realized that the probe wasn't really on top of its scouting and didn't even need to worry about its hatcheries being blocked or anything. So he squeezed out nothing but drones in the meantime and threw down these 2 hatcheries that went unchallenged. So really squeezed out a very strong early economy for the Zerg player, being just a little bit on the greedier side of things, kind of mitigating this very fast Nexus from Dentag.
I do like, too, Flying put his macro hatch in his main. I'm assuming that was probably intentional because he saw the drone or the probe scout was so late that he can hide that macro hatchery, and then that's going to put even more pressure on Dentag. Like,
is it 973?
Hatch? Is there a Lyre coming? Yeah, like, what's going on? There's nothing indicates anything. If he had thrown that down in the natural, then Dentarg would have seen that 4th hatch and known that there's probably not a Lyre on the way. It's probably not a 973. It gives him some information. By putting that in the main, he's completely hidden that information. Right. And we are actually seeing the Hydra Den come down. So this is looking like a variant of like those kind of 5 hatchery pushes. We'll have to see if he throws another hatchery. This is going to be a more aggressive and more fast, like 4 hatchery push coming out here for our Zerg player.
It is in line with a 4-hatch Hydra if he does want to go for it. It's a little bit slow, but not slow enough that he can't pull the trigger. It's fast enough that he can just start instantly making his Hydra speed and start banking up a few more drones, get his economy a little bit stronger, and then go into producing the Hydralisks that we'll probably be seeing soon. So yeah, it looks like it will be a 4-hatch Hydra kind of style going forward. He might not be 100% about pulling the trigger on it, but it looks like he's setting himself up for that potential trigger that he can pull and try and hit before that storm timing at around about 8 minutes.
And this timing could be deadly because Dentarg once again scouting and getting completely shut down, but he sees a pretty decent drone count in the natural. To him, that's got to start to look like a more normal game where the Zerg player is macroing up, and maybe he's thinking the macro hatch is in the main, which is accurate, and like there's nothing that Dentarg has to go on. He's playing 100% guesswork, and at this point, if I was the Protoss, I came into the natural and I saw that drone count, I would be assuming that this drone or the Zerg players wanted to go into a macro game. But here we are seeing Hydra starting to pop, and we're going to see some aggression coming out of our Zerg players. So this could be extremely deadly. Surprised he didn't scout the 3rd, because scouting the 3rd might have given him more information. The fact that it's not fully saturated yet.
Right. Well, the same can be said for the Protoss player, though. He skipped Stargate and it went straight into Citadel, so he's going to be putting on his own pressure, but that's going to be met with quite a large force of Hydra Ling. So it's actually slightly favored towards Flying in this position because he's going to have a force to repel the Protoss' attack and have enough to also put on a counter attack and start pressuring the natural expansion. Only 2 cannons currently ready for the Protoss player here with some slow Zealot speed. We'll be finishing up in just a moment with the +1 timing, so we'll be able to bully these units back just a little bit now is going to see the bad news that there's Hydras with speed already upgraded, ready to start fighting. Legs are only just now about to start finishing for him when he's already got the Zealots contained into the base. Never what you want to be, the position that you want to be in as Protoss. You want these Zealots out on the map to threaten counters, to threaten surrounds and flanks on the Zerg. Now going to be trying to get up now on top of these Hydras with these Zealots, starting to focus them down with a few probes pulled as well, but it's not quite enough damage, and the Hydra's doing a good job at focusing down these Zealots one at a time. There's not currently that many more Hydras in production on the way, so if he can get some map control by bullying them back, that will be good for him, buying himself some time to get these cannons on the way and finishing up his Templar Archives. But soon as potentially could be an explosion of Hydras for him to deal with. There's also Lair on the way as well, going to be affording him tech options as well, transitioning into Lurkers for a contain and another macro hatchery being thrown down. So it's kind of like a fake 4-hatch Hydra all in that's going to have some late game value as well going forward with this tech being produced. More and more Hydras starting to put on pressure at Dentag now. What do you think, Naka? Do you think this is something he's going to be able to hold, or do you think he's going to die here?
I think he should be able to hold this just fine. It's a bit unfortunate, actually, that first kind of push out there. Half of his Zealots got stuck on a probe and didn't come out to fight. I think he had enough Zealots there at that point in time to actually clean up all the Hydras, but he's getting the cannons he needs online. He's delayed long enough. I think he needs a couple of more cannons here to be extra safe, but there is the risk, like you said, we're starting to get our lair tech up. Our drone count isn't horrible, so like if flying just stops at this point and drone's heavily behind us, it's going to be a little while before Dentar can push out, and flying will be able to get to a pretty decent drone count, especially because Dentar did cut a little bit of probes to get his speed and all that up faster to do this 3-gate push.
There's no way this armor is going to finish up. It's like crazy to me that he's trying to finish up this armor. Like, he already should have been remaking his forges in his main base and getting the tech up there. There's no way this armor upgrade is going to finish. He might even try and move out and challenge these Hydras before the forge goes down, but there's so many more Hydras waiting in the wings that I don't think he can do it. So yeah, he's cancelling that now.
I don't think he knows how many Hydras are out there. Okay, yeah, he does cancel it. That's good. Double forges in the main, I do like that. It's something that's become a lot more common and a lot more popular lately. And then here comes the push forward by the Hydras. They're going to get one cannon for free almost instantly, but these Zealots getting on top of them, getting a lot of DPS on those Hydras. You've got to be careful. You can kill cannons extremely quickly, but you don't want to trade out too many Hydras for one cannon.
Yeah,
he's pushing back.
He's softened up the position, though. There's only 3 cannons with a 4th warping in, so now it is bustable. So we're going to be coming in yet again, targeting down one of these other cannons, opening up the position. Zealots are trying to tank for and screen the Hydras back with their high health pool, but it's not going to be enough. Right now, he hasn't killed the cannon off, though, critically, so he needs to, if he's going to play like this, he needs to skirmish back and pick off more probes, but instead he's kind of like doing a midway point and does finally get the cannon, but it was a little bit inefficient to do so. Now kills off one of the other cannons. There's only 2 cannons remaining. If he can just keep streaming Hydras down here, he has completely busted this natural open now, even though there's still 2 cannons. Yeah, GG, I don't blame him. There's no way he can hold on and defend here. Quick, decisive 2-0 lead for flying, putting another win on the board here for Team Loveboat.
Yeah, no, once those cannons start to fall, it becomes extremely dire, but he had to be really careful at the start. He started taking a lot of free damage from those Zealots, and those Zealots still had a ton of DPS, but did manage to get the critical damage he needed, cleared out those gateways in the forge, and then pounced on those first cannons, and there just wasn't enough left over there to deal the DPS needed to keep him alive.
All right, so we're going to have just a couple of minutes of an intermission, and we're going to go straight into our next series of the evening, guys. So don't go anywhere for too long. We're going to be right back with the next series.
See you all shortly.
Would you reckon 3 minutes good, Cookie? Or
yeah, even 5 minutes probably, guys.
Yes, no worries.
Okay, no worries.
I assumed he would need at least 3.
Give you guys some time to recuperate a bit.
That sounds good. I was doing casting with Sam before I jumped in it.
Oh, wow. Oh, thanks for
geez.
helping, man.
I saw Narco was on his own and didn't want to leave him hanging.
I mean, I don't mind solo casting, but it is going to be my game against Saiyan as well today, and that would have been really awkward to do.
not forgetting your bro.
Yeah, no forgotten bros here.
Only forgotten bros here. What are you talking about?
That was the joke, yeah. We're all forgotten bros.
Oh, poor Love Snow.
Oh, dear.
It's going to be 5 years from now, and someone's going to bring that up to him yet again. He's never gonna live it down.
Oh, I think I'm playing next week, but I'm punching up. I'm playing in the AA bracket.
Yeah, he seemed to have put you in there. They
It's
threw
gonna-
me in the CB bracket, so it should be easy games for me.
Well, you're gonna have to make up for the fact that I'm gonna be probably having a little bit of a struggle.
It's alright, I believe in you.
I'll do my best, man. I've beaten S ranks in league games before. You know what I mean? I can do it.
I don't think I've beaten S ranks, but I have beaten some pretty decent A ranks. Of course, I got trounced by what was his name?
I beat Wolfix 2-1 in a series recently as well.
That's impressive. I don't think I could take a game off of Wolfix.
I mean,
Although my ZVT's been feeling a lot better lately, so I
mean, I did-
played standard maybe.
I mean, I did cheese my face off and mind game him to do it, but I mean, we still did it.
Hey, that's still a very valid way to win. I mean, if you want to get technical, Boxer was considered one of the best pro Terrans of all time, and that's exactly how he played.
Yeah.
Compared to modern pros, his mechanics were trash, but oh my god,
yeah.
did he have some tricky shit he pulled.
Yeah, back in the day where like Zergs had no way of dealing with it as well, like completely shattered mentally by it because they had no tools in their arsenal to fight off that kind of pressure.
Yeah, no, he'd look at a map and go, okay, how can I exploit this? And he'd come up with like 20 different ways to exploit each race, and he'd use them all.
Yeah, pretty much.
Hell, even Flash got to start by cheesing the hell out of everyone.
I mean, that's how he started, yeah. Flash was like the cheese kid initially. But I mean, he was still really strong mechanically. Like, you'd go into a pro gamer house and like take everyone out 2-0, except for like maybe Naura would get like 1-2 against him or something.
No, I mean, he may have been like cheesy in the KSL, but like, no, that's exactly it. So was a bunch of other players. He was the one still 2-0ing the Legends with cheese. Like,
It's
he's
crazy.
still a ballad and still amazing. And then, of course, now he's Flash. Now he's a legend. No one's ever going to surpass him.
I saw some games from Bishop playing recently where like he did some pretty phenomenal Wraith micro. Makes me wonder if we're going to be seeing like more Wraith play in the meta these days, like a lot more two-port Wraith kind of styles on certain maps.
It seems to come in and out of fashion quite regularly. Every once in a while, there's like a week of dealing with two-port Wraith regularly, and then it fades for like a month. It's been my experience on the ladder, at least. But I haven't seen it very much since Valkyries have started to exist. I fucking hate Valkyries, man.
Well, I think Valkyries are here to stay, but I think the greedy Valkyrie builds where they're like, you know, the old 1-1-1 style where it was like really flimsy and like really low unit count, it's kind of there in the meta right now. And once Zergs start figuring out how to abuse that more and like just making the early Scourge to come in and like pick off the first Valkyrie or two and like get on top of the turrets because there's not enough of them and there's not enough bio forces to support. Like, yeah, I think that style is going to go out of fashion a little bit, the Valkyrie rush build, but I think we'll still see Valkyries as part of the meta for a long time.
No, I like the Valkyrie rush builds because if I scouted early enough, I just go Hydras and then kill them with a Hydra.
Well, that's what I mean though. Like there's counterplay to that, right? Like,
but yeah, no, going into like the late game switch into like, you know, bio into Valkyrie into Vessel into like Vessel tank Goliath or whatever, or Vessel tank Vulture. Like that's so fucking hard to deal with. If you can feel like you're a million miles away and then they get some mines down and suddenly get some Valkyries out and I just don't know what to do anymore.
Yeah, hang on 1 second. I'm gonna take a leak. I'll be right back.
Okay.
All right, host it up, guys.
nOm.XUN is BRB. Just going to the restroom real quick.
Okay. I'll go to the cat cam next then.
Sounds good. Everyone likes a cat cam.
If you're someone who needs to hear this, take a breath. Those who put others first when their own worlds met. For anyone who feels
All right. I think we are back. Welcome back, everyone. Ah, okay, not quite.
Amateur. Amateur.
I tried. Oh, now we're back. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. The cat cam is back. Everyone, look at that kitten.
Oh.
She is crazy and wakes me up at 4 in the morning, and then 5 in the morning, then 6 in the morning. But at least she can bring you guys some joy.
Yeah. I'm sure guys are appreciative of the cat cam.
Alrighty. I think we're ready for our next game then, yeah?
I think we are.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Perfect. Let's hop into it.
Someone in the chat that was looking for their game, I think.
Someone in the chat looking for their game.
Sva? SVA?
I don't think Svaz. Oh no, he is. Yeah, okay. He'll get. Yeah, I think we're doing your game this cast.
It's right
So-
here. Here you go.
That's right here, yeah.
Here you go. Ask and you shall receive. Mr. Zvar spawning in the top right as the red Terran. His opponent in the bottom left as the blue Protoss, none other than Masiko.
Yeah, Sva for Team Loveboat here, and Masiko playing for Snow's Forgotten Bros.
The best team name,
Many
I would
effort.
say.
The many a forgotten bro.
We have forgotten bros over here, but that's okay because in the other side we've got the love boat, and they're the not so forgotten bros. You know, they're remembered
You gotta
for
forget
eternity.
some bros to remember others. You know, it happens.
You've got to make room. I mean, memory's a finite thing. You know, eventually you got to kick out old filing cabinets to make room for the new stuff.
Exactly. Yeah. All right. TVP. 2 Zergs casting TVP. Although I do play Protoss and I quite enjoy it. So
And my TVP knowledge is not that bad, so settle down there, okay? Okay. You're talking to someone who coaches Love Snow, and that's not much. That's not saying much because it's Love Snow, but you know.
I was gonna say, is that a kind of brag with that? 'Cause I don't know about that.
It started out as a brag and very quickly turned into a cell phone. So yeah, it is what it is. To be fair, like most of the games he's losing, he's not listening to me. If that makes any difference.
I mean, as long as it makes you feel better, I'm happy for you.
Okay, well, we're going to be having just a normal gateway in the main base for Masiko thus far. No craziness of proxy gates and the gas timing at 11, actually. So a little bit quick from him. Going to be wanting to get a very fast Dragoon and range timing with that 11 gas.
Sva playing a little bit greedy here, actually, is not setting up for the potential of a Zealot attack. He still can't get that second depot against the gas to create a wall or against the CC, but that's about the best he's going to be able to do. If he places it against this barracks, it's so far forward that the Zealots can just run right past him with the mineral line. So a little bit greedy and a little bit risky here. I actually wonder if you could wall that front with a barracks and supply depot like you can on some maps.
Well,
I'm not sure.
He's probably going to make a second depot on the right-hand side of that barracks to create a little pocket to micro in and out of against the Zealot pressure if there is something coming. And he did elect for a normal gas timing himself. I think both players actually did go for 12 gas, so nothing crazy on either side. Sometimes you do see like a 10 gas for a very fast proxy factory, or 11 gas if you want to do that sort of like Paper Tiger style Terran where you're being really aggressive with that slightly earlier factory timing and making a lot of vultures earlier on to kind of put some pressure out on the Protoss player. So not going to be seeing anything like that from these two players, both playing very standard thus far. We do see the Zealot not being cancelled though, so we'll be coming in here with at least one Zealot to put on a little bit of pressure.
Ooh, the second Marine was cancelled, though. We're going to have a delayed Marine, but this Zealot is a more normal time. He should be okay. My only concern is him just running past this barracks and getting into the mineral line. It won't end the game, but it can cause some damage and some lost mining time, and every little bit counts for Terran early game, especially.
We should have this third Marine more or less in time to deal with this first Zealot, so he shouldn't take any damage here. But if he does start to lose some hit points on these Marines, and maybe even lose a Marine, that can be quite challenging for him to then take his expansion with, because he needs 3 Marines to be able to fight this Dragoon with his bunker going up in the natural. So Does need to make sure he keeps these 3 Marines healthy. And it looks like Masiko wants to kind of do a little bit of a delayed pressure here. Probe and Zealot waiting on the high ground for this Dragoon to come up and meet them, so he can then kind of go in with a little bit of a delayed pressure here as the bunker is starting to be made at the natural location.
Yeah, this bunker's not going to quite finish up in time, but it doesn't necessarily need to. As long as he can delay long enough for the bunker to finish, he'll be okay. There's always a potential for running by with the Dragoon and the Zealot. It becomes a bit more risky. It's a lot of money to waste. And it looks like he is going to go for it, but good at blocking by the SCV there. Gets a lot of extra free damage. Oh my gosh, this blocking is insane.
Beautiful blocking. Wow, I'm really impressed by Svar right now, but he needs to be careful not to lose this Vulture. There is now a Dragoon in his main base, along with this slow Zealot. Needs to be doing a good patrol. Micro takes out the Zealot with relative ease. Needs to make sure he doesn't lose the Vulture to the Dragoon in the follow-up. Needs to get these Marines back in here to help deal with this. Does take another shot on that Dragoon, but he's now down to 2 shots from being taken out. Going to be starting to repair that Vulture up a little bit so it doesn't die to this Dragoon. Really important that he doesn't lose that. Needs all the utility that he can afford.
And a block again.
Yeah, he's doing a great job.
Dragoon is coming. Oh my gosh, he's going to block his own Dragoon. He's got to be careful. Okay, does manage to get that out, but it's only got 3 HP. This SCV, if he's not careful, could kill it. Okay, he does manage to save it. Now it is 2 Marines and 1 Vulture that is back to full health against this one new fresh Dragoon.
He can shave off the shields a little bit with the fragmentation grenades from that Vulture on the Dragoon, but the Dragoon actually going to be body blocking this Marine from getting to the bunker, so this Dragoon's actually a little bit annoying here. And there's no add-on, so there's not going to be any mines coming out or a tank anytime soon, so this Dragoon's actually going to be really annoying SCV in the natural expansion, seeing the Nexus timing of Svar while Masiko is trying to micro this Dragoon in the main base. Always going to get his Dragoon reduced to quite a few hit points, down to almost dead, so needs to be a little bit careful. Marine bugging out actually going to help the Dragoon get the pick off on that and get another shot off on these Marines that are rallied down to the naturals, so still being really annoying with this Dragoon, while the Vulture now runs into the main base of 5 hit points, gets taken out by the probes, unable to find any economic damage of its own, while this Dragoon still being a thorn in Svar's side, just chilling out in this natural expansion, taking pot shots at the Marines as they come out from this gateway. Finally going to do a double kill with that Marine and go down in the process, so finally going to maybe be able to start to secure this expansion, but it's only 1 Marine in this bunker with another one finishing up, so he hasn't got a lot defending still.
Yeah, I was a bit worried when that attack first started happening. The block on the SCV taking out a lot of those shields and health down on the Dragoon. I thought for sure that Svar was looking in a really good spot and he's just going to hold really easy and suddenly have an advantage. But here we are at 5 minutes 50 seconds. We still don't have a command center on the way.
He does.
The bunker is now being
It's
pressured.
floating. He does. It just finished up.
Okay, good. There is a command center now finishing. But oh my gosh, we're seeing 3 barracks in the main by Terran. He's just going to say, screw this. Marines and medics, and I'm going to end the game.
All right, this is like one of the most cheesiest things you can do in TVP. This is about as cheesy as it gets. So it's an interesting way of playing. You're basically going to trick the Protoss player. Oh, careful with this dive, though. The Masiko Dragoons trying to poke in there, gets a few phase disruptor shots off on that tank. Can come in again for another double volley on that tank. Almost gets it, but the Dragoons bugging out. Not the smartest of units are Dragoons, and sometimes if you spam your inputs too rapidly, they can bug out even easier. So it needs to be a little bit careful. But now with the 4 Dragoons, can do a double shot volley off on this tank and finish it.
He needs to get some good blocks on these SCVs.
He's going to get the tank. But there's another tank coming out. Yeah, it's actually pretty good for Svar baiting these Dragoons in here, because now he's going to kill all of the Dragoons without taking too many losses, and his real commitment is to these Marine follow-up. But the Dragoon gets into the main base and sees it. Okay, that's really good news that the Dragoon not get in and see these barracks is in the main base, because that would have been a bit of a crazy thing for him to scout at this stage in the game. Shield battery coming down in the natural for Masiko as well, to afford him some extra tanking of damage later on. He's worried about a push from the Terran player, and he should be. He's lost so many Dragoons.
Yeah, losing 4 Dragoons for 1 tank is really, really dire. You need those early Dragoons to keep yourself alive in this matchup for as long as you possibly can. We do have the comset now on the way. The academy is finished up. We do have Marines and medics being pumped out. I'm assuming Stim was finished during all that action. I didn't quite get to see, but I'm going to assume that was finished. We do have a second shield battery on the way here from Masiko as well, so fully committing to the defense. He thinks that something is certainly coming, and he wants to stay alive for it, especially after losing those Dragoons. Second tank is now out. Okay, Stim is just now starting, so we're a little bit of a ways away from that push being completed and on the way on the map, but let's see if Masiko can get the gateway count and the unit count that needs to survive in the meantime. We do have a shuttle out, but I don't see the robotic support bay. We don't have one, so I'm not sure what the shuttle is for. Just bombs, I suppose.
Yeah, well, he has no idea this is going to be bio, so as for all he knows, he's just wanting to set up so he can break some siege tanks later on, maybe with some Zealot bombs and the like. But yeah, he's going to need some kind of splash damage going forward, like Reavers or Templars, but without it, it's going to be really hard for him to fight a huge biomech army coming up soon. We do have the shuttle with 2 Dragoons going to be trying to make their way into the main base. We have a little turret ring from Zvar already being set up, so it's going to be even harder for them to get out. They will be able to start unloading and pressuring the turrets and start taking out the turrets in the main base of Zvar and be a little bit annoying. Critically,
more critically scouting the barracks.
Critically scouting the barracks as well. I was just about to say, but loses the shuttle for free. Dragoons don't even unload. That's crazy. Why didn't he unload?
I don't know. I was about to say, why didn't he unload? At least unload the Dragoons before that goes down. He didn't see the barracks. He didn't see anything he needed to see there. And bio units, like you said, you really need splash units for bio units. You don't see bio in this matchup because Reavers and Storm just rip them apart. But if there's no Reavers and Storm, Marines with medics are actually insanely strong against almost every Protoss unit that is an option.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's crazy that he's not going to scout this. He's going to have no idea before it's too late. He's going to have quite a sizable force of Dragoons, but he needs to micro absolutely perfectly to deal with a kind of big bio ball moving out soon. So he can still hold on. There is this also high ground in the center. There is an observer now coming across the map, which we'll be seeing this move out shortly.
Oh no, we're going into carrier behind this. This is the absolute worst case scenario for Masiko.
Yeah, this is worst case scenario. Just so you know, like carriers are like kind of hard countered by bio units. So he's doing the absolute worst build order possible in defending against this, I would say, right now. It's a bit unfortunate for him. He's definitely not going to be lined up at dealing with this nicely. Now that he's going to see the bad news with the observer, like, oh my god, what would be going through your mind right now? It's suddenly seeing this big bioforce, like
GG, like under my mind.
His ass cheeks must be clenching right now. Like, not only am I going to lose, I might lose in this fashion. This is not going to be good. Needs to start making as many units as he can and setting up. He's not got any high ground advantage. Going to be just chilling on the low ground and trying to engage these bioforces as they transition down from the ramp while buying some time, forcing the tanks to siege on the high ground, trying to get a few more rounds of units and zealots from these gateways to try and maybe set up some kind of defense that he can then stabilize from. If he can somehow slow down this push just enough to squeeze out a few more rounds of units, maybe he can make it work. It's going to be tricky though.
My main concern is he doesn't have any tech that's actually good against bio. He doesn't even have speed zealots on the way, so those zealots will evaporate before they ever can get in contact with the Marine, let alone a tank. The Dragoons can only do so much against the tanks fire. Like, this is just looking so dire.
Mm-hmm.
As long as he can delay for long enough, maybe he can get an answer, and he is doing a really good job so far. But he's picked off some Marines. These siege tanks are slowly leaping forward, but it's been very slow. And, oh my gosh, that might have been too far forward for these tanks. If he can get on there and kill some of these tanks.
Well, the shuttle goes down, though. It's a beautiful concave setup. He can start taking out these tanks, but it's actually a bit too much for him to handle. It's great position from Zvar, going to be mopping up all of those Dragoons. So much blood from the Dragoons dying, and unfortunately for him, not able to bust out of this contain that Zvar's starting to set up on him. It's going to be really tough for him going forward. Like, he hasn't even got his third base mining right now. That's basically a free kill at this point too. And with these tanks slowly leapfrogging forward and containing him, going to be really hard. He just says, wow, he can't believe it himself that he's in shock right now. Cool strategy, admiring the balls on Zvar going forward here. He's probably going to be tapping out shortly. Just processing this loss is Masiko, absolutely in disbelief and disarray right now. GG is called finally, taking a quick 1-0 Isfar in the series very convincingly with this nice little bio switch.
Yeah, getting caught off guard with bio in that matchup, especially if you're skipping a lot of your tech to go for carriers, that's pretty much a death sentence. I don't know how you hold from that. He did a decent job of starting to clean it up, but the bio is just too strong at that point.
Yes, it's one of the most interesting cheeses that Terran have in their arsenal to like kind of throw down those like hidden 4-axes. You can actually make those barracks as proxy as well as another way of doing it. If you think that the Protoss player wants to set up a soft contain, you can even make those barracks at that proxy location and kind of do a flank counter attack. It's even funnier. But yeah, it's just a very strong meta way of playing if you can get away with it.
Yeah, no, and it is, to be fair, it is a fairly all-in build. If they get scouted, you're hard-counted really hard, and then you've got nothing behind that. So you are completely all in. It is a cheesy build, but it definitely caught Masiko off guard. And based on the chat there, I'm wondering if that's the first time that's ever seen a bio push against a Protoss player. So
maybe so. I mean, he was kind of blown away by it, so it seems like it. Well, going into the next game, we have spawning in the top left as the blue Terran, currently 1-0 up in the series for Team Loveboat, looking rather flashy there with his little cheesy play. It's none other than Zvar. And his opponent in the bottom right needs to kind of get his head together after that cool strategy he just witnessed. With a little bit of good sportsmanship, I might add. Nice to see that for Team the Snow's Forgotten Bros. It's Masiko as the Red Pros.
A bit of a more normal map this time. We are cross spawns, which is really good for Protoss, especially if he wants to go for like a 12 Nexus or some kind of economic cheese like that. But it could be the same for Sva. Sva's currently up 1-0. He had a pretty decent win that first game. He could even get greedy and maybe go for a 12 command center of his own. So both are options that are available.
One thing he could do is supply depot on the ramp with a command center on the ramp and kind of do like a wall in with the 14 CC and do like a very safe way of taking a CC first if he was a little bit worried about the early game pressure.
Yeah, definitely. That's a more common way to safely take an expansion if you want to take a greedy expansion for our Terran players. They do have the power to float their buildings and then re-land them, which would be really nice as a Zerg.
Super OP.
And your darn pylon blocks.
Yeah, I wish our buildings fly. You know what I mean?
I know, right? We should be able to like burrow them into the ground and they just like pop up wherever we want them to.
Yeah, at least let our buildings burrow. That'd be kind of cool, right? Like be on a burrow, like a sunken into the ground, you know?
Imagine a Terran push and he's like, oh, it's a free natural, and then suddenly 5 sunkens just pop out of the ground.
I would like to see it.
All right, we are seeing safe play here from Sva. He's getting down his barracks, followed up by his gas. Just normal timings on there is well for our Protoss player at the gateway into the gas. So we'll be seeing a Dragoon expand into against a.
No, that's not normal timing. Actually, that was 11 gas. So it's actually a little bit.
That an 11 gas?
It's actually a little bit more of an aggressive gas from Sva. Yeah.
We might be seeing a 2-gate Dragoon pressure here then. Cybernetics core is going down. We'll have to see if a second gateway gets started up, or if you just want to go for the expand.
Sorry, I said Sva took the slightly earlier guess. So
Sva took the earlier guess?
So
okay.
It allows him to put on a little bit more of a earlier timing with his factory and vultures if he so chooses. It's usually what the builder choice for the Terran players wanting to be aggressive. You see players like Steve do that. Like they always get that gas at 11 to do the earliest timing. It does hurt your economy a little bit though. You're kind of like cutting an SEV essentially to do that. So it does kind of limit your economy a little bit, but it also opens you up to some very aggressive timings, especially vulture drop timings can be very strong doing this.
Gotcha. So this is just to get an earlier factory out, but it looks like that factory had a little bit delayed, unfortunately. So maybe the timing isn't going to work out as tidily as he'd like it to, but it's still going to be probably earlier than your normal factory timing. So that could catch Masiko completely off guard here.
Yeah, it's going to be going for that range. Nothing crazy. Like sometimes you'll see a bit more of an optimized build from these pros players. They'll like cancel their range, maybe even cancel their Dragoon and make their. One thing Quark likes to do is to like cancel his Dragoon and like just make the Nexus really super early on in this matchup, and that can be a nice little greedy way of optimizing your build and kind of metagaming. Dude, the probe scout going to be coming in here and getting picked off by those 2 Marines. Denied. Only seeing the bunker and a couple of Marines, so not really got any information thus far.
Yeah, I mean, he's seeing the bunker go down with the Marines. He's got to at least know an expansion is on the way, but he doesn't know how early this factory is. That might catch him a bit off guard.
Actually, no, because when Terran players do any kind of cheese, like 2 factory or anything, they'll still make this bunker down here, and they'll still have these Marines down here at this time. So sometimes they will build the bunker a little bit more further forward to make it more costly for the Dragoon to come in and check for the command center, though. And sometimes you'll also see like an SCV just chilling out here, like he's waiting to build a command center.
Even if he's not. Zealot for free there. We need to keep that alive so we can check to make sure that commands some eBay block in the meantime as well from Zva here on Masiko's base. So really delaying the Nexus for Masiko. He wants to be getting that down now, but it's going to be delayed by at least a couple of seconds here. Yeah, this factory is done, but there's no factory units on the way. We are actually seeing that command center immediately, so not actually going to use that early gas. Although he is going into a quick machine shop, so maybe
it's a vulture drop. I'm telling you, he's going to do a vulture drop build. He did the early.
There's the starport. Yeah,
he's going to do a vulture drop from here.
Okay. Yeah, my Terran builds aren't as good as some of the other races. So,
I've been doing some research and studying as a caster. Even though I'm a Zerg player, I've been putting in my homework, putting in the hours, trying to learn these other matchups a little bit more, and hopefully bring you guys a little bit more of an accurate cast going forward.
Yeah, it's definitely good to have you here because I'm a bit more clueless when it comes to Terran. There's a Terran versus Zerg. Sure, I know the Terran builds in that one. I know what I'm looking for, but Terran versus Protoss, I only know that from the Protoss side. So
yeah, he's going to show this tank, and Masiko is going to think it's just a normal kind of like siege expand into mines. But I believe he's going to make a control tower, a dropship, and some vultures after this tank.
Yeah, he does peek forward there and see the command center. So far, everything's looking pretty normal here for Masiko. He doesn't actually see anything too crazy with that command center. That command center timing, I don't know the exact timing. Maybe it was a little bit late because of the. So maybe he'll read into that. But not certain at this point. And he's actually going to push forward with the Marines as well and try and get some actual hull damage on that Dragoon. But quick pullback there from Masiko actually keeps his Dragoon fairly healthy.
It's really risky to do that from him, but he knows the Nexus timing. He knows there's not a lot of Dragoon. He got the first kill on the Zealot, so I do really like that move there, trying to reduce the HP on that Dragoon to give himself a bit more pressure out on that. He's going to go for it yet again. It's still just a single Dragoon and gets right up on top of it this time. This Dragoon might actually die. It's going to be a really good pickup here for Zvar going forward. Masiko not going to be happy about that.
Yeah, that's massive. Masiko now is completely blind. He doesn't know if there's a push coming, if there's 2 or 3 factories that got put down and they're about to push onto the map. He doesn't know anything that's going on. We do, of course, as the casters here, see everything that is going on. We have the vultures out, we have mines, and we do have that dropship finished up. So it's looking like this is only going to be a 3 vulture drop. Usually, I think you see 4, 2 in the natural, 2 in the main.
No, 3
kind of pusher.
3 can be also quite common, especially if you do want to make the tank. Here's the thing: if the Dragoons are on his side of the map, we can make pure vulture, so we can go up to 4 vulture drop. But if he's actually got Dragoons pressuring our front, we have to make a tank, because as Terran you make a tank defensively and vultures offensively, so having to make the tank first kind of limits us to a 3 vulture drop, but otherwise we could have gone on to the 4 vultures had the Masiko been a lot more passive with that first Dragoon.
This is interesting because he went mines first and he actually laid defensive mines, but he's still getting the missile turret just to be extra safe against potential DTs that are coming his way. He could have laid a couple of extra mines here just to be safe against them, but saving some of those mines for when he gets into the space, so we can lay them down in the pathways of the gateways, maybe even the mineral line, and hope he gets a good mine hit in the mineral line when the Dragoons come to clean that up, or Zealots come to clean that up. But drop's about to come in here into the natural. We should see at least 1 dropped here. Is he going to go fly over? He's dropped 1 into the natural. We do have 1 mine on that vulture, so he might try and lay a mine in this mineral line. The second... Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say he needed to shift hold that mine placement to get it off a little bit faster. Wasn't able to get the execution on that. Now probes laying down behind the mineral line in the main base, forcing the probes off the line. Going to be getting a few pickoffs. He has still got mines on one of these vultures, so can lay down a few. Reaver Scarab going to be taking out one of those mines. Now going to be wanting to evacuate with these vultures. It's a fairly successful drop, denying the mining, even though he didn't get a lot of probes there. He's actually ahead in workers right now, so it's lining up nicely for him. He also got the full scout off on what is happening right now. He sees the Reaver tech, he sees everything, he sees the gateway count, he sees exactly how many units there are for the Protoss player, so he's got kind of a full read off on the Protoss player, while still the Protoss player kind of being a little bit passive and dealing with this and not able to put on any pressure for the time being. And with these turrets set up, like you say, it's going to be much harder for this Reaver to come in and find any kind of counter damage. It does have speed upgrade and do have 2 Zealots support, so maybe he can get in here and start picking off some of these turrets and opening up the position for more harass later on, but it's going to be hard getting the initial damage.
Yeah, he knows the Reaver tech's on the way. I'm surprised he's not putting down a turret next to the command center, because if this is a speed shuttle, which it is, he can just ignore these turrets, go right into the main, and then this Reaver can stay alive pretty much indefinitely until a Goliath or Wraith is out. He does have the starport, so he could go for the Wraith here, or he could still go for the Goliath. I believe there should be an armory by now for upgrades. Yeah, there's the armory there. And here comes that shuttle. It is going to pull back as soon as it sees the missile turrets. Going back in now, though.
Yeah.
Okay, so he is going to commit. He's going to fly right past that, and there is no missile turret in this mineral line, so this shuttle is pretty much alive indefinitely for the moment.
Yeah. Ooh.
Oh, okay, that is going to dud.
Yeah, it is going to dud. That's fortunate for him. Not losing any SCVs there is critical, but we are going to get the Scarab on the tank. Tank was pulled away, so it only took splash damage. Didn't take too much damage, but the other tank taking full damage from that Reaver, going to be taking down 2 HP from the second Scarab as well, and not microing back the other tank, being focused down by the Zealot, currently on 20 HP points. He's going to be starting to repair the tank on the south, but the tank on the right does get taken down by that Zealot. Now Reaver kind of just like in the main base having a little field day. He needs to pick that up with the shuttle now so it doesn't get shot by the tank moving into siege mode. He can drop the Reaver on top of this tank and pick it up with 1 Scarab. There is enough damage to do that. It hasn't been repaired up enough, so we can kill this siege tank with this Reaver Scarab if he so chooses.
Looks like he's going to go down the natural, but there are turrets in the middle line here at the natural, so he can't actually float around and just do whatever he wants in the natural with that siege tank and those missile turrets. This is pretty much a one-way stop.
That's a mistake.
Oh no, he dropped right in the range of both siege tanks and just gets popped instantly.
He should have dropped that Reaver on top of the siege tank next to the SCV train, so we could kill the siege tank and the SCVs with 1 Scarab and not lose the Reaver, because the siege tank would not be able to shoot the Reaver that close to it.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. Okay, we do have the Goliath out now as well, so he is now prepped for any more Reaver drops that are coming. We'll have to see if he wants to make more Reavers. Okay, he is making more Reavers. They're still going to be useful here, even if you're not flying in doing damage to the mineral line or the units. It can delay the third base from the Terran by a long time, especially if you watch someone like Snow. Snow's Reaver control is so insane that the Terran will never get a third base against just 2 Reavers. It's just ridiculous. But
yeah, Snow will beat you playing with his feet when he's got his Reavers out. He's a magician with those things.
There is that early Vulture harass has actually done a little bit more damage than maybe we were originally thinking. I don't know how long these 4 probes have been sitting there, but that's 4 probes that haven't been mining for at least as long as that Vulture drop happened. So
yeah, that's a big deal.
The return damage from the Reaver was actually really good and pretty much evened that out. But those missing mining from those probes is actually a pretty big deal.
It's actually
Especially with how early that was.
It's actually better than killing those 4 probes because it's taking up supply that's not being utilized. So it's actually a pretty big deal not having those 4 probes mining, and still not mining gas in his main base is Masiko. A little bit of a mistake there.
Yeah, looks like he recovered as quickly as he could, but he wasn't paying full attention. Like it happens to all of us. We have to abandon a base, and then we go back and forget to put on gas, or misclick a couple of probes, or it all happens. Terran is now pushing out. Looks like he wants to take a third, but there isn't a third command center on the way. We actually are seeing a massive factory explosion, as well as a second armory and the science facility. So most likely going to see some pressure. Although he's going to make the command center on base, but this factory count looks like he's going to go for a 2 base pressure.
Well,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
here's
7.
the thing. He's kind of set himself up like a more like Mihu style army where he's got a lot more factories and a lot more units, but you still expand behind it regardless of whether or not you're attacking. So even if he did push now, he'd still be wanting to take this base behind himself. So it makes sense that he would set up like this. There is a Reaver to slow down the push, and maybe he's a little bit hesitant to do that, knows that there's the threat of these speed shuttles out on the map and hasn't got a very huge tank count yet. So probably going to be a lot more passive in trying to fortify this position before moving forward.
Yeah, the fact that the speed shuttle with the Reaver is out on the map and he was able to actually secure this position is really good for him. Now that he's got that command center on the way, he'll be able to get that command center down as soon as he wants. Moving forward with a bit of a Zealot drop, or well, I guess a Dragoon drop in this instant, almost kills one of the siege tanks, but the siege tank does live and can be repaired now because of that. There is a drop ship sitting above the big vulture run by the 3rd base. Yeah, gets 2 or 3 probes so far, 4 or 5. Doesn't quite shift click well enough, so a lot of the shots go on the cannon there towards the end, unfortunately, but still
another
decent
vulture
damage.
drop in the natural of the pros play as well. This time a siege tank and 2 vultures going to be doing good target fire of these probes, and this siege tank makes this drop even more annoying because so many probes are going to fall to this, and it's a little bit annoying coming in here to clean up this tank because so many probes get shot on the retreat here, and now these remaining 2 vultures going to be moved over to the main base. There is a cannon here, so unfortunately going to be dropping next to the cannon. Probably wants to move away from that, but is instead going to be trying to target down some of the probes. But I'm able to get much damage there. So nice defense there from Masiko. Not going to be losing too much economy and get his pros back on the line, but still kind of favoring the position for Zvar here overall. This 3rd command center now floating to this position with a siege line already set up. We have shield upgrades being researched for the Protoss player. Interestingly enough, is he wanting to go into carriers? Because I can't think of any other reason why you'd want to be upgrading your plasma shields right now.
I'm wondering if it's a misclick, because, yeah, no, like you said, it doesn't really do you any good. Your melee weapons or melee armor's generally better in any kind of situation, but he's not getting the +1 on the cybernetics core, so I think that's maybe just a mistake.
That's got to be a mistake, yeah.
The only thing that worries me here for Sava, he's gotten some pretty good early damage. He's getting his 3rd up pretty much uncontested. He's even making an on-location 4th, but there's a lot of these drops and all that. He's not going to have a lot of pressure on the map, and with the lack of vision, it is possible for the Protoss to just expand massively, wildly behind this. And then kind of explode into gateways from there, keep the Terran on 3 bases, never let him take a 4th. However, if this 4th goes up completely uncontested and finishes, and he's able to wall this in with some supply depots and turrets and then get a couple of tanks up here, I don't think you can actually break this location very easily as a Protoss without something like recall or some shuttles or something like that.
No, he needs some kind of tech, and he's still just kind of like chilling on Gateway Man style with these Reavers and hasn't even gotten the Templar tech online.
Building the supply depots is kind of like scouting pylons. You don't usually see that from Terran players. That's really cute.
Yeah, you don't usually see the sort of like spotter supply depots around the map like this. It's kind of very cute, actually, trying to spot those shuttles and things moving across the sides of it.
Be careful with the shuttle. It's got 2 Reavers in it. You can't lose that for free. Okay, he does pull it back. But the push is now coming across the map, and there's just not much of an army here for Masiko. Masiko doesn't have any tech. He doesn't have a very large army behind this. This might just end the game, honestly. There's just not... We don't even have Zealot Lake speed yet. He is pushing forward, trying to get here before the siege or the tank siege up. And most of them weren't sieged up, so he is going to get his zealots on top of that, but there's just enough vultures here that it's not going to get on top of the siege tanks. We do clear out all of the vultures, but there's almost all of the siege tanks left over. We only lost 1 siege tank in that entire push.
Shuttle
the siege tanks
goes
are what
down.
really matter. And the shuttle goes down with both the Reavers in it as well. I can't see, I don't see any more Reavers on the map, so that's pretty much all we have for like slowing power on pushes. At this point, all these siege tanks are enough to wipe out what's left. Hopefully we have some rallies of zealots on the way. Zealot Lake, what speed isn't on the way, or unless it finished during that fight, because he didn't have it for the fight. And that's going to be really important with the rallies of vultures coming across now. If he can get one One full round. Okay, it did finish during that fight, so he does have Assault Lake Speed. If he can go now before the Vultures start to reinforce, maybe he can break this position, but
Well,
I don't know.
2-1's just about to finish up for the Terran player, and that's going to be a nightmare situation because all the Protoss players going from is this +1 to Plasma Shields, which is not a cost-efficient upgrade at all right in this situation. So in any moment now, the Terran player Zvar is going to have his 2-1 kick in just a few seconds here. It's going to be a nightmare situation for Masiko to have to fight into...
Oh
he
my
lost
gosh,
4
the mine!
Dragoons to a... 5 Dragoons to a
5
mine!
Dragoons to 1 mine.
What are we watching right now? That's absolutely madness. Okay, his chances of winning just went down into the single digits almost with losing those 5 Dragoons to the 1 mine. That is catastrophic mistake from Masiko there. Really hard now as the siege tanks start to creep forward, leapfrogging into a better and better position. Shuttle does come in with 4 Zealot bombs, trying to get something done, only taking out 1 siege tank for their efforts. There's only a handful of Zealots here to try and soak up all these siege tank shots. It's not going to be enough. Look at all that blue blood. These Dragoons are royalty, but not in the sense that you want them to be. They're now being usurped, and Masiko is kind of saying he's got no chance in this game, and I think so. Zvar says GG for him. GG.
GG, indeed. That's going to be a very quick, pretty simple 2-0 for Zvar with a cheeky Marine build and then just a very solid push with his mech units.
Yeah, going to be putting another win on the board here for Team Loveboat. Wow, the Forgotten Bros being forgotten on the scoreboard as well. They're going to have to really get it together going forward here, Naka.
Yeah, no, we're having a really rough week so far.
All right, well, don't go anywhere, guys. We're going to have a little bit of intermission before we get into this next series coming up. Go get a drink, go get a snack, go use the bathroom, do what you got to do, but we're not going anywhere, neither should you. So we'll be seeing you guys right up next.
See you guys soon.
Very, very nice.
All right, how long do you need? Do we need? Plural? We? Pejorative we?
2 or 3 minutes. So what do you think? 5 minutes?
I'm good for whenever, so it's up to you guys.
Let's say 5.
Okay, I'll put the 5-minute timer on.
Sounds good.
I went a little bit twister with my syllables per second there, so a moment.
It happens.
I can't control it as well. Sometimes it just comes out and I get into rapper mode and I just start speaking really fast.
That's awesome.
So when I was a kid, I used to speak so quickly that my parents couldn't understand a word I said. It took a long time to slow down how much I talk or how quickly I talk.
Sometimes in casting, though, you feel like you've got to say so much in such a little space of time that you just let it rip.
Yeah. Just let go. I don't even know if I'm saying words anymore, just noises are coming out of my mouth at this point. Hopefully it makes sense.
Hopefully these grunts and groans somehow telegraph what's happening on the screen.
Zergling go, ugh! Don't pop.
What's the next game we're going to be casting, by the way?
It's game 3 of this series.
Sorry, what map? Not what game, what map, I meant to say.
Let me see here. Lethal.
Sorry, your mic went a bit weird there.
Shit, that was strange.
Lethal?
Your mic, I don't know what's going on with your mic right now.
Sounds like you're smacking your mic right as you talk.
Yeah. Say it again.
Suricata's map. Paradiso.
Oh, Paradiso.
Okay.
Okay.
Wait, map 3?
Wait, he won 2-0, right?
He won 2-0. He won with the Marine push, and then he won with the... There shouldn't be a map 3.
Wait, yeah, he won with the 4-Rex bio switch in game number 1. And then in game...
And then game 2, he just won with the push.
I'm letting Cookie make me down myself now.
I know, right?
They had...
They might have thrown in a fake replay to just, not
Yeah,
give
you
away
sure
the
they
series.
didn't just, give you an anti-spoiler replay?
Maybe I casted game 3 before game 2.
They might have. That might have been what happened.
Because they have a game on Paradiso.
Well, you done goofed if that's the case.
Oh no, it's a yeah, you're right. It's a
Anti-spoiler.
spoof one.
Good.
Okay.
In fact, I think.
Yeah.
Do you not think that we should have that as a format where we have anti-spoiler reps? So you upload free replays regardless of the result. So it's like impossible to tell what's going on.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, we should change that probably.
I think that'd be a good format. Having the
I think
spoof rep each
CPL
time.
does it automatically. It doesn't really bother me in one way or the other. Like, I don't care, but I know some casters really do care.
Well, I'm not hosting them, so I can't tell who's. You know what I mean? But
that's part of the reason why I don't care.
But if I was doing it though, like then I would care, if that makes sense, because I wouldn't want to be able to figure out the result just by how many replay files there were or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's 6-1 then.
Yeah. Forgotten Bros are having a rough week against the Love Boat himself, which is unfortunate.
I'm not playing this week, am I? It's probably
No, you're not.
That's probably why. Teams let me down. Just kidding.
Sorry, we got Wolfix and
You want to
Sugar and
do?
Dentarg still.
You want to do Nomad and Sugar right now,
We could do that.
Sure.
and then we'll do Saiyan, Naka, and then finish with Wolf XJ.
And we could do Sugar and Nomad, and then we could do Wolfix and Jaeyoon, and then just end it there.
Hey, don't
Okay,
say
well,
anything like that, Naka. I don't want any tips going into your game, okay?
No, that sounds good. Let's do it in that order. That works for me.
All right.
Okay. You gotta let my dog go in here quick.
I'm going to smoke then. You guys enjoying the car so far? Yeah, I'm glad, Ace. We kind of did like an impromptu cast, like Naka hit me up. I noticed that he was on his own and would be solo casting without me, so I was like, I'll slide into the co-caster slot with him and give him some support, show him some love. Casting our team as well, the Snow Forgotten Bros. But I'd try and do an unbiased cast, you know, like I just call it how it is. I'm gonna make my team look better or worse than they are or whatever, you know. Just gonna cast how I see it. I'm just waiting on Cookie to let his dog out, and we're going to get right on into the next series. getting sufficiently zooted for the cast. We could probably do the top-up drink. I have enough of this series. Got a bit more water left. Just doing some stretching and stuff. Cracking my bones. Well, you're not really cracking your bones, you're just releasing nitrogen from the joints. How is everyone doing tonight? Everyone feeling good today? Looking forward to the summer? Sun coming out? Getting that vitamin D. You know, it's kind of hard to synthesize enough vitamin D during the winter seasons. But now that summer's coming up, it's going to be much more easier to get that vitamin D and just a little bit of sunlight exposure. Hopefully everyone going to be feeling a lot better.
Alright, host it up, guys.
Alright, alright.
Just gonna run and get that dog quick and then I'll be back.
Alrighty.
All right, and we are back. Moving on in these series for NSL 6, Week 3, Snow's Forgotten Bros versus the Love Boat. So far, the Love Boat currently leading 6-1, but definitely too early to call it. Snow's Forgotten Bros easily have the chance to bring this series back for this week.
I think, are we going into is this going to be Nomad against Exit, this next series?
Yeah, I believe this is going to be Nomad versus Exit.
What's
if I heard correctly.
A little bit of a mismatch at MMR. I mean, Exit sitting just over 2,000 and Nomad around 2,200. So it's going to be a little bit of a tough game for Exit going forward, but certainly is a very strong Terran player. Can muster up a good game up against Nomad here. Let's go get on right into it in a few seconds and see if he can put a few points on for Team Snow's Forgotten Bros here.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think at that level, players have a bit better of an understanding, so hopefully Exit's got some stuff prepared here and can definitely overcome the bit of a MMR mismatch coming into this series. But
all right, well, spawning up in the top right as the red Protoss, it's none other than Nomad for the team Love Boat, and his opponent, the man who's sweet enough but goes by the name of Sugar, it's none other than Exit as the blue Terran for Team Forgotten Snow Bros. Oh, poor babies. We are the Snow Forgotten Bros, and we are all but forgotten, but we remember each other, and that's what's important here.
that is very much what is important. We don't need love snow when we can remember each other.
Yeah, well, I would like to see Exit pull out the win here over Nomad. Nomad, a little bit of a hustler kind of guy. He likes to play against you and make you feel like you got a chance at winning. Then be like, how about we sweeten the deal? Put some money on the line. I've seen him work. Nomad's definitely got that hustle culture just ingrained in him. Exit going to be spamming out his APM at over 600 right now, dancing those little nerd fingers across the keyboard like a spider, trying to warm himself up for this game, going up against this handsome nerd that is the Pasagi race, Nomad. It's just a bit of a Chad Protoss, as some of them are, able to spend most of their free time like doing all kinds of crazy activities and only coming in and put a few hours in and then still coming out with the win. Kind of unfair that the race is structured that way, but it is what it is.
It's just Protoss for you,
Oh, GG. Okay.
Okay, GG.
Yeah.
I guess didn't want to play at the gas still, so we'll go into game 2.
Okay, I'm going to have words of exit after that.
Maybe feeling like it's a bit of a mismatch himself.
Yeah, it's a bit of a mismatch, and throwing the game to a gas deal. A little bit of a weird one there. Could have just gone for a bunker expand, throw down a second barracks, and cancel the second barracks if there's no proxy gates, and transition, and we'll be okay. Put 2 SCVs on the gas to kill it. Transition. I think it's okay for him there. I mean, it is a bit unfortunate and unlucky that he got the gas steal off with the first scout, but it is what it is. And I think GGing out that early was a good call.
No, it's always a risk that you take in a 3-player map as a Terran players, and so you got to kind of prepare for that possibility. I know a lot of Terran players that don't like to play the 2-player maps at all for that reason, but it's a part of the game, just like Zergs have to deal with getting their hatcheries blocked.
All right, well, we're just going to jump right on into game number 2 on Paradiso, the map of choice from Exit Sugar. I mean, he calls himself Sugar, but he's not acting very sweet right now. Spawning in the top left, his opponent currently 1-0 up in this series. The fastest game of your life. It's none other than Nomad for Team Loveboat, and his opponent spawning in the bottom right. Kind of a bit of a premature finale there from him in the last game. Exit maybe a little bit more impotent than he would like to be. It's Sugar as the blue Terran, currently disguising his actual name by playing on the wrong account, even though I think it says in the rules that you're supposed to play on your NSL account name. So going to be getting a little bit of a slap after that from me, I think, as well.
Man, Exit's got a lot of grief coming his way here from you.
Yep, he's going to get it. In fact, I might even 1v1 him a few times and slap him around in ZV2 to punish him.
Put him in his place just a little bit, huh?
Yeah, no, he's going to get the full like cheese action now. Like all bets are off now. We're going to get it, Exit.
All right, well, hopefully we see a bit of a more interesting game this time. We do have cross spawns, which is not necessarily good or bad for either player, I don't think. Getting away from the 12 Nexus can be a bit of a pain in the butt, but it's definitely a playable position still. So we'll have to see what Sugar wants to go into this game. Exit.
Yeah.
So far, just seeing the gateway coming out of Nomad, probably see a gas and expand out of him, and then the barracks into gas here out of Exit. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, that's what I would expect to see. I'm a little bit curious about the barracks placement of Exit here. He can make another depot to the right of that barracks underneath the gas, which would be also fine. Going to be taking that gas on 12. Nothing unorthodox there at all. But we did see, was that 11 gas from Nomad? It seems a little bit quick.
What's the timing on? It might have been. I'm not sure. I was watching the Terran space when that gas went down, but it definitely does look quick. It's finishing up before the Terrans does by quite a while.
Wait,
so
I'm not 100% sure about that. It might be like 11.5 gas or something weird, but it definitely seemed a few seconds quicker than usual than a normal 12 gas.
Yeah. It seems fast. I don't know the matchup well enough to do it from just like looking at it and telling. Like if this is a Zerg game, I could probably gauge from that. But it feels like it's a little bit quick, especially because Nomad messed up his split a little bit. I don't know if you saw that, but he was mining from 2 probes on 1 minnow patch for a minute there. So a little bit of unoptimized mining early on. So he definitely would have gotten that quick if he got it at 11.
I mean, I could be completely wrong, but maybe I'm getting the vibe that Exit has like kind of psychologically defeated himself in this matchup already, kind of feeling like maybe he couldn't take down Nomad in a series, and as soon as something went wrong, he just wanted to like get out of there as soon as possible and didn't want to stick around for like, looking more and more foolish as the game progressed and being abused by the higher ranked player of Nomad. But I don't think that's the right choice from him. I think in a league game going forward, you want to just give your A game, and no matter what happens, just keep playing to win and keep trying to find those win conditions, no matter what adjustments you have to make in the series.
I mean, in some ways, playing against a better player is my preferred because it allows me to see where the weaknesses in my own play are and see better timings rather than getting used to timings from worse players. But no, I feel like I remember Exit was a bit hesitant to play this week and was looking for someone to cover for him. So there may be more reason to it than just he didn't want to play it or maybe something happened. I'm not entirely sure, but either way, it looks like we'll get a game out of this series at least for game number 2. So Exit is going down for our Protoss player here. Command Center going down for Exit as well. So should see a bit of a start to a macro game potential here.
Yeah, there was an interesting little indecisiveness moment there from the SCV. It kind of like danced back and forth in the natural, like trying to decide, do I make the bunker before the CC or the CC before the bunker? And he made the right choice of making the CC before the bunker this time, slightly optimizing his economic curve. It's going to be making that tank right on time with that machine shop add-on. The range already just about to start finishing up for Nomad. With the robo being thrown down at 4 minutes, so he's going to have a very fast robo timing. Could either get an observer into the main base of the Terran player extremely early, or go straight into that Reaver tech and put on a lot of pressure. Ooh, SCV going to be sliding through. The goons bug out as well, so they don't connect fully with the SCV, and the SCV will be able to get into the main base and see this robo timing. That's huge for Exit right now.
Yeah, that was massive. That like slide through and causing the Dragoons. There's no reason that SCV should have ever been allowed in the main base. That slide through was massive. Getting that scouting information is going to help Exit a lot.
Yeah, because he shot and tried to move the goons while the SCV was in transit, drilled through the goons. They bugged out for just enough time to not be able to get another volley off onto that SCV, so it was able to slip in to the base. Really unfortunately there for Nomad getting that scouted out, but there's still the rest of the game can be going either way for both players. Just because you scouted, that doesn't necessarily mean you're now going to win the game. We do have the 3 gateways coming. Not. Yeah, we have the 3 gateways now coming out from Nomad, so he might be just transitioning into a very standard 3 gate obs way of playing, which is basically the most safest way you can play PvT. You shouldn't die to anything, and it kind of slows down your economy a little bit, but you're going to be safe to pretty much anything the Terran player can throw at you. So very middle road way of playing PvT.
Yeah, looks like we're going to get a Vulture drop here out of Exit this time as well. So he'll get the rescout in. Actually, already has a Zealot or a Vulture on the map. Looks like he's going to try and go into the main based on how he's positioning that Vulture. So we should see the other Vultures head out before too much longer, and that shuttle on the way as well. So let's see what kind of damage that can do. The fact that the Reaver isn't on the way is going to make this a little bit less weak. If he was going for a really quick Reaver like that, he may not have had the Dragoons he needed to clean this up quickly. But as it stands now, he will have the Dragoons he needs to clean this up relatively fast, as long as he responds to it quickly once the drop does come into his base.
Yeah, the main thing is going to be the positioning of the Dragoons. Like, it's one thing to have the correct build order to defend it. It's another thing to have your goons in an anti-drop formation. Like right now, if these Dragoons just stay here in this position for the remainder of the when the drop timing lands, it would not be good for him. He needs to have some Dragoons in the main and close to the mineral line in the natural to be able to deal with this properly. But you have the Vultures now moving out. There's 4 Vultures and there's speed upgrade on the way, so it's not going to be mines, it's going to be speed. So these Vultures are going to get around the base extremely quickly and can do a lot of damage and chase down these probes as they try to evacuate potentially. So could be a lot of damage for Exit here, and he's going to need a lot of damage here going forward, because currently we're on an even worker count. If he finds any kind of worker advantage in this position, he can put himself into a great spot going forward. So he's going to look for any damage here, and currently no Dragoons in the main base for Nomad. Now it's time to see if he can manage to execute and not choke. The Vultures do land, start to drill into the main base line of the minerals, but not able to kill that many probes. Most of them were evacuated ahead of time, so only going to be losing like 3 or 4 probes, maybe a couple more on the retreat, but still a nice bit of pick-off here. Denying this mining time, getting a few of those probe kills, and getting out with the dropships and Vultures is going to be huge for Exit going forward, now currently in the 8-worker lead.
Yeah, he gets an 8-worker lead out of that. Unfortunately, Protoss buildings are pretty good, so Nomad, despite not having any spotter pylons, actually has full vision of his entire main of the building, so he did see the unload happening and was able to pull those probes pretty quickly, but still, 5 probes and lost mining time keeps 3 of the Vultures alive, and now he's threatening the potential of another drop coming in, because he's just leaving that shuttle there. So forcing Nomad to play defensive, giving himself a slight economic lead. That 3rd Nexus is done, so eventually Nomad will catch up and kind of get rid of that worker disadvantage. But for now, Shikker going into this mid-game with a pretty decent game. However, Nomad does have full vision of what's going on. He managed to get that. Oh, and we do have an unload in that 3rd base location. The shuttle, or the dropship, is going to fall, which is unfortunate. But he does manage to get the Vultures out, so at least that's something.
You might catch a few of these probes transferring, yeah.
Yeah.
That's huge. Getting just any damage here with these vultures is a big deal. We don't ideally want to lose these vultures entirely. That kind of like limits our ability to put any pressure out on the map and keep the Protoss players scared about keeping these Dragoons back to defend against them, and also opening up the Terran to counter attack potential as well. So wants to be careful not to lose too many of these vultures, but finding a lot of probe damage and keeping ahead in the worker count, even though this third base is online for Nomad. So that's going to be great going forward. He is going up into a 4-factory pressure build with another dropship being made behind this. +1 weapons on the way as well. Only just now starting +1 weapons for Nomad. So going to be ahead on the upgrade timings a little bit, starting to snake his way down to this third base location to build a command center just on location, with these siege tanks hugging the cliff line wall, some turrets and a supply depot being built in front of those tanks, creating some surface area and bugging out the units of the Protoss coming in. Observer going to also be falling as it flies into the turret.
That's really good. Finally shutting down that vision. He knows that there's a third base on the way because of that scout, but really good positioning here from Exit with the supply depots, like you said, and the barracks and the missile turret. They're going to soak up a lot of damage if he just A-clicks those Dragoons in. It's going to make it really micro-intensive to break this location. With the mines coming down as well, I'm pretty sure he should hold here and get his third base up in a really, really quick time for a Terran third base.
Yeah, if he gets away with this, it's going to be huge. And we do also have this dropship out. If he could do some more pressure onto the Protoss player soon while he's distracted, trying to get some damage done at this third, we could be picking up these vultures. And yeah, Exit is going to be scooping up these vultures and going for a little bit of more damage. He could find a lot of damage at the 9 o'clock position by dropping these vultures down behind the back of the mineral lines at the south side, away from the protection of that photon cannon to the north of the Nexus. So could find some damage at the 9 o'clock, as well as maybe trying to get some vultures into the main base later on. We do have a cannon set up at each of these mineral lines, but the 9 o'clock one, I would say, is the most vulnerable, with this cannon kind of out of position from protecting all the probes.
Yeah, not to mention that the wall in at the front is a full wall in, so Dragoons aren't going to be able to come in there and help back it up. The only thing that can fit through that is Zealots. Zealots, of course, not the greatest at fighting against vultures, so could get some really good damage there at that 9 o'clock. We are seeing the gas being taken there. I thought that might be the cannon, but no. Just the gas and that second forge coming down. So yeah, he can get some really good damage here. He can easily park those vultures out of that cannon's range and then cover most of the mineral lines in this base. Looks like he's going to fly over. He does see the cannon now, so he pulls back and unloads the vultures. Got to pull them back not to lose them. Yeah, and here we are. Now he can just sit here. These probes can no longer mine. Doesn't even necessarily need to kill a lot of them. This is so much lost mine time at this point. It's going to be a long time before the Dragoons can get up here, because that front, like I said, is a full wall, and they're going to go all the way around to the ramp. He's going to try and chase down some of these probes. Actually cleans it up pretty decently. I feel like it was maybe a mistake to chase there. I think maybe he should have waited until the Dragoons got here, picked up, and left, but that's okay. Sometimes you try and go for the damage. It doesn't always have to work out.
These Dragoons are going to intercept this dropship. It's currently trying to get out of there, but the Dragoons of Nomad already in interception vector and do take out that dropship. Nicely done by him. Currently, I believe we do have some vessels on the way, so not going to be having any more dropship utility at his disposal. Is Exit going to be getting those science vessels for detection, for EMPs, for defense matrices coming up soon? You don't necessarily need to get EMP either, just having the vessel for detection against DTs and Arbiter tech, and also just having that D matrix utility is vital. So going to be really key getting out those gas units for him. He does have this third gas online. Currently needs to maybe mine it with just 2 more SCVs. Only mining it with 1 SCV right now is Exit, so not a huge gas income for him.
Yeah, this is looking really good for Exit, though. He's currently up almost 10 workers. He's got his third base online pretty early on. The +1/+1 is on the way, or +2/+1, excuse me, is on the way. So we're starting to get those upgrade counts going as well. And Nomad has control of the map, but there's not really much that he can do with it at the moment. He's got his fourth base now coming online. That will start to help kind of differentiate that economy that he's behind in. But Exit's in a really strong position. He's definitely got a really good shot of doing something in this game.
Yeah, EMP, Karen boost is on the way. 2-1 timing for the Terran, also on the way. For the Protoss player, we have Psionic Storm halfway done. Zealot Legs about to come online. And the armor upgrade as well, going to be coming up for them to get 1/1 upgrades with +2 weapons now just starting. Do have 2 Stargates in production, probably going to be going into that Arbiter tech momentarily. You will be able to produce a few Arbiters of 2 Stargates at a time. We'll be able to give them some utility. Vulture Raid's doing a lot of work, though, around the third
Forces
natural.
an Archon.
Interesting.
He didn't kill a High Templar, but he did force an Archon. That's pretty good.
It's interesting that he's able to get quite a lot done with these Vultures as the game is progressing. Doing a good job. I wish he would have stuck around in that last game. Going to be getting into natural and maybe getting in this other high temper. Does do so and gets behind the mineral line, take out some probes as well. Really great Vulture Rage from Exit so far in this game, putting himself into a better and better position with these small little skirmishes.
I'm a little bit worried that might have been too many vultures for the little damage it did, but getting a High Templar, getting some probes, some lost mine time, forcing the Archon, it may have been just enough. You've definitely got to be careful about throwing away your vultures for nothing. But he has a pretty large vulture count back at home, so I think he's going to be okay. I think the damage was definitely worth it in the long run. It puts him up to 11 workers above his opponent. He is... Oh, never mind. I thought that was a CC floating over to take a fourth. It's just an engineering base, so no fourth on the... Oh, nope, there's the command center now, so we are getting that fourth on the way. We do have the +2/+1 about to finish up entirely, and we're going to see him move out into the map and see if he can get some pressure out here on the Protoss player.
Yeah, one thing I would like to see is just 1 or 2 more Goliaths so he can flush out any observers a little bit easier as he's moving around the map. Killing these observers is really key for Terran, but he's only got this 1 Goliath, so it's a little bit tricky to like chase down some of these observers. You really need like at least 2 Goliaths to like be able to pick off. Okay, there's the second Goliath. He needs to be able to pick off as many of these observers as he can. Now he's gonna... Oh, his army's getting split as he tries to move into the middle. Nomad can get a bit of a good flank here, pincer maneuver on these units. Some tanks are set up on this ridge onto the 6 o'clock position, which can start shelling these goons. So actually Nomad needs to be a little bit careful, but he is sandwiching this Terran from both sides. He's looking like he's losing the south fight but winning the north fight. So if he can just pull back those dragoons on the south side and keep things going on the top side without losing too many dragoons, it could go well for him. But that actually went really well for Exit. He splattered so many dragoons as Nomad tried to take advantage of his bad positioning there. So really, really nice play from Exit, kind of making the most out of a weird situation. D-Matrix did come down during that, getting a lot of value from that Science Vessel, but it is on low HP and it's kind of exposed at the front, so that needs to be careful and pull that back so it doesn't get sniped easily. We'll be having a lot of Arbiters coming up. Arbiter Energy is also just now finishing up, so these Arbiters are going to be popping. Oh, actually, the Arbiters popped just before the energy upgrade finished, so they're not going to be having the bonus energy, so they're not going to be starting with that little bit trickle extra energy of starting with like 62 instead of 50 energy. So yeah, a little bit unfortunate that that was a bit mistimed, not getting that extra energy for the faster stasis timing, but is still going to be having these huge fleet of Arbiters slowly building up 2 at a time eventually for Nomad here. So Exit has a little bit of a clock on him. He needs to he's in a great spot right now. He needs to keep the pressure on and start killing these expansions, but right now Nomad looks like he wants to go for a little bit of a counter-attack, currently skirmishing around the rest of the map to clear out some of these mine positions to come in and try and hit him where it hurts, while Exit kind of slowly pushing up on this left-hand side, taking out the 9 o'clock base, but at what cost if he doesn't defend back at home?
I mean, these mines are doing a really good job of delaying and getting him vision. He's pulling back half his army while pressuring that third base. He does have some army at home as well as the minefield set up from the original defense. I think he's going to be okay at home, and he's probably going to kill this third base. That third base is definitely going to fall. He can't save it anymore at this point. Can he defend at home is the big question. Zones are flooding into the tank line. Oh my gosh, I think he's going to do it. He's going to hold it home, no problem.
He sent back some units as well. Like he split off a little bit of a force to come back, kills the Nexus at the 9 o'clock. Now probes can back it. Vulture's just waiting in the wing to scoop up all of these probes. Nomad trying to manually control those probes to send them back to the 9 o'clock so they don't all just die for free. Vulture's going to be charging in there to try and abuse that one cannon position to take them all out now. Well, Nomad in kind of a bit of a disarray, down in supply, down in workers, hasn't quite got the gateway count that he needs, and Arbiters are only just now starting to get out onto the map with stasis energy. He has got 2 stasis available to him, but he hasn't got the research. He didn't get the research. He's only just now starting to research stasis, so it's going to be such a long time before he has any stasis available to him to start fighting this Terran army. It's actually a bit of a mistake from Nomad to have such a late stasis research in this game. He's going to lose this armor upgrade that was researching as well on the left, going to be denying that +2 armor, currently set on 2-1 upgrades to the Terrans 2-2 with +3 on the way. So a little bit of a weird situation here, kind of not having that stasis out on time.
Yeah, he is in the meantime trying to expand to that bottom left, but that mine down in that location is giving him vision of that fact. He should see the probe. Let me double check the... Yeah, he sees the probe down there, so hopefully he sends a couple of vultures down there to clear that up before that base does come online entirely. If he can keep the Protoss trapped on 3 races, this should be a pretty much game over at that point in time, and it's already looking really good for him. He's currently maxed out in supply while Nomad is stuck on 155. He is going to get that stasis online, which will give him a little bit of play because he does have the Arbiters out. They are building up energy. He should have 4 on the map by now. Yeah, there's still 2 in the main that haven't regrouped with his army, so maybe with some really good stasises, Nomad could make a play here, but this is looking like a really strong position for Sugar. Maxed out, he's got his 4th base up and running and safely mining, and he's pretty much denying the 4th base of...
huge EMPs! Huge EMPs shutting down both of those Arbiters. No stasis was able to go off for Nomad there. Exit shutting down that play in a heartbeat, and now going to be sieging up, taking this 3 o'clock base as his own as well. Going to be pushing along the vertical axis while expanding vertically. I really do like this play from Exit so far. He's actually been on top of his game. I'm really shocked that he just threw game 1 like that and didn't try and play it out, because he's playing like this right now. Maybe he could have taken this entire series if he had just gotten his his shit together in game number 1. But it doesn't really matter right now. Everything's to play for. He's looking great in this game. Needs to be careful about moving his tanks over in mine positions. But right now he just needs to like mine up this northern flank, and then he can push to the west if he wants to. Right now he doesn't necessarily need to attack though. He just needs to expand. There's no carrier switch from the Protoss player. There's no rapid expansions we need to take out. There's no corner bases that currently have gateway set up. So right now there's nothing we really need to do as Terran. We could send a small force, like a couple of tanks down to kill this base in the bottom left quadrant of the map. But right now we want to try and force the Protoss player into engaging us head on. So all he's got to do is keep shuffling his army around, keeping it fluid, and forcing Nomad into a bad spot. And it looks like he's just about to do that now. Here he comes. The stasis is available to start going down onto these siege tanks. They're in a pretty good spot though. They're spread out just enough to force back this army of Nomad. The infantry of the Protoss looking really meek against this huge Terran army, Naka.
Yeah, in the meantime, there's the 2 tanks down there in the bottom left shutting that down, and this push coming into the natural is going to start choking at his rally points. He doesn't have the army he needs to fight it. He does have 2 stasis still. 2 more stasis will be online from the original arbors that were EMP'd earlier eventually, but I don't know if even 4 stasis is enough at this point. This army from Terran is just so big, it's really well spread out. He's being really careful with his army movement, with his tanks kind of leapfrogging them forward and keeping them pretty
it's not split
ungrouped.
enough.
Decent stasis.
No, these tanks aren't
First
split
stasis
enough.
comes
One thing you want to do as Protoss players is stagger your stasises. You don't want to stasis the tanks too quickly in short order. You want to do like one stasis, wait a little bit, another stasis, wait a little bit, another stasis, so that when they all become unfrozen, you only have to kill them a little bit at a time as they come unfrozen in one small block at a time, right? So it's a lot easier for the Protoss players to clean up those armies after the fact, but he's not able to get enough stasis leveraged against this Terran force to come in and start mopping it up. So now Nomad in a little bit of a trouble here. Going to be evacuating this natural third, sending the probes over to 12 o'clock instead to mine there. He knows that his base is going to be absolutely taken out, so he's going for a counter-attack. I don't think that's going to get anything done. There should be enough rallied tanks here to defend this if they can just get into siege mode, and with the mines here, should be enough to defend. But instead, I think Nomad maybe come into the 6 o'clock position and crack that open instead, not wanting to attack into the siege line of the Terran player here.
But
But
be careful with this counter-attack, though. He's just standing on mines. Oh my gosh, that stasis is massive.
That's a huge stasis, and yeah, right now there's not a lot of units down here, so maybe Nomad can find something with these Dragoons, but it's going to be rough. Another mine does detonate and start to do a lot more splash damage onto these Dragoon siege tanks from the right are going to also be sieging up. Meanwhile, at the northwest quadrant of the map, those siege tanks absolutely obliterating any rallied units coming out of those gateways. Exit in a phenomenal position right now. It's looking bleaker and bleaker for Nomad by the moment. He is still sitting on top of these stasis units, picking up some of the siege tanks with the face rubber shots from those Dragoons, doing a good job. Scander's coming on. GG. Nomad taps out, tying up the series. Is exit. Don't go anywhere, guys. We're going to be going into a crazy game number 3 between these two titans of players. Wow, what a game, Naka.
Yeah, no, exit showing some really dominating play there. I'm really sad he GG'd out of that first one, but if it let him come into that second game feeling a lot more confident and a lot more, on top of his game, that's maybe it was for the best.
All right, guys, don't go anywhere because we're not going to be going into intermission. We're going to be jumping straight on into game number 3. The map of choice is Heartbreak Ridge, and let's hope, let's pray that Nomad doesn't break our hearts today by crushing exit in this game number 3. We need to get some points on the board for the Snow's Forgotten Bros. Okay, we're going into it. We do have spawning in the left-hand side of the map on Heartbreak Ridge. It's none other than Nomad playing for Team Loveboat over there, but his opponent on the right-hand side currently tying up the series, looking a lot stronger. He did in game number 2 than just leaving the game at the start in the game number 1 with the gas steal. It's none other than Sugar. It's none other than Exit is his actual name. Not playing on the right ID though, so going to be getting a little bit of a spanked bum after that, I think.
Yeah, it's a 2-player map is something worth noting. So the gas steal is a possibility on this. It's something he should hopefully be prepared for and understand that it is going to be coming. Hopefully we don't see a GG when the gas is stolen again this time. Here comes that early probe. In fact, it looks like Nomad really wants to go for that gas steal this time. He's actually going to be... Okay, it's just a forward gate, I was going to say. That's a bit late for a proxy gate.
It's-
But
it's
he seemed like
both.
he was going straight out.
But it's both. He's going to make the forward gate, but he's also going to gas steal. So he's going to have a really fast sell-out timing, and he's going to gas steal you. It's going to be a little bit of a tricky situation for Exit.
It is possible to wall this off with 2 buildings. If he can get the barracks up in time, maybe he can block the probe from coming in. But I think he has to cut SCVs for that. It doesn't look like he's going to do that. So
Yeah, you
I
have
think
to
the gas steal is going to come down.
you have to cut SCVs for it, and he can still harass the SCVs at the wall with the probe. So it's not ideal in either situation. But you
Checking the high ground, make sure
you
there's
might
nothing
get the
crazy going on up
barracks.
there.
Not quite.
Not quite.
Really annoying for him there. And he's going to also block the racks from coming down just for a little bit and come in, take the gas steal, exit.
Normal cheeky Protoss plays.
Exit going to be a little bit frustrated with that, but I hope he's not just going to leave this time. I hope he's got something planned in dealing with the gas steal openers. It's a 2-player map after all. You kind of have to anticipate the gas steal at this point.
Yeah, no. If you're going into a 2-player map hoping to not get gas stealed, you're probably making a mistake. There's literally no reason for a Protoss not to steal your gas in this matchup if he knows exactly where you're spawning. It's just a strong move that gives him a pretty decent advantage early on, but it's not game ending by any means. Barracks is going to finish up. Now the probe is trapped inside, which is kind of whatever in some ways, and also kind of a good thing. This is a probe that's never going to get back and never going to get mining, so it's just lost income no matter what. But this probe is going to stay here and get a lot of good scouting information as well. Going to see if that second barracks does go down, which is something he's going to be looking for. Doesn't mean he's going to commit to the 2 barracks, but he definitely wants to most likely get that down just in case there's a proxy proxy gate on the map somewhere.
Yeah,
Second supply depot is going down now.
it was kind of cute watching the SCV trying to bump bellies with that probe there. I mean, the SCV does have effectively a range of 0, not quite, but now the Marine going to be coming out and cleaning up that probe finally. Zealot is on the way, but that's probably not going to find too much here with this wall in. So going to be slowly killing this gas up. Yeah, I was just about to say I'm surprised he's not pulling SCVs to kill the gas. And just as I was about to say that, he then started to pull the workers off the line to kill that gas. So we'll be taking that gas momentarily. We'll exit. So that's going to help him get his tech kind of online and operational. He has enough money to throw down this command center right now, but is unable to do so with that Zealot out there pressuring.
Yeah, I'm a bit confused as to what's going on with Nomad here. He kind of cut probes, but he also made the 2 zealots. So it's like he cut probes at 12 and then went for a double zealot into expand, even though the wall in means that those zealots aren't going to be able to harass. But he is going to push out to try and take this expansion. And now with the 2 zealots, he's going to start being able to harass these Marines. Gets 1 Marine almost instantly. 1 Marine also on red health. He's going to get the second Marine. Bunker is going to start going down, but this bunker is too late to stop either of these zealots from coming in. Second Marine does fall. The third Marine is 1 hit from death.
Oh, this is a rough situation for Exit. This might be almost critical damage here. He is starting to send a little train of SCVs to come and deal with this, but it's a little bit too late. The bunker has already been denied going up. Now more SCVs falling, and with these Zealots on a relatively healthy HP, he might be able to get further damage. Does get the cancel off on that bunker as well, starting to target down some of these SCVs while running the low HP Zealot away, and now starting to target that Marine with his side blades to try and punish these Marines as much as possible before he can set up this bunker. And it's doing a good job of it. There is 1 Zealot currently on with 14 hit points, but it's not being targeted down. He's shooting the wrong Zealot right now. The Zealot, the most HP, is the one being focused by these SCVs. So right now he's going to stabilize a little bit, but these Zealots are now going to come into the main base, and now the Marines are going to have to be forced back down into the main base, and they've already got 8 HP apiece, so they're just 1 side blade away from dying, which means they die instantly as soon as the melee animation starts for the Zealots, sometimes even denying them get any attacks off with their Gauss rifles. So really nightmare situation for Exit, already taking critical damage.
He's got to pull back to the bunker as well, make sure nothing else comes in. So in the meantime, he's got 1 Marine, it's full health, and that's all he's got to deal with these Zealots. These Zealots are both weak with some good blocking with the SCVs. Maybe he can make some magic happen here, but 2 Zealots versus 1 Marine, even with low health. I definitely favor the Zealots in that situation. Now, one of these Zealots is actually 1 attack away from being dead, even by an SCV. See if he notices that. Doesn't quite see it. Actually, he's targeting the healthier Zealots.
Wow.
So Nomad doing a really good job of like shuffling the fire from Exit's Marines here, keeping both those Zealots alive to the last possible second. Both of them sitting on like 2 HP before both of them died. So
Okay, range only just now started for Nomad, so it will be a little bit of time before these Dragoons can come over here and start hitting this bunker. So that's a small win for Exit here. He's going to try and send out this scouting SCV as well to see what's what. He might be able to do so without too much issue, because there is only going to be 1 Dragoon that he needs to skirt around, and that will force then Nomad to keep this Dragoon back at home to deny this SCV scout, which is a little bit of a good news for him, although that range is a long ways off, so won't be taking any pressure here. With the barracks landed underneath the bunker as well, going to make it a lot harder for a run by to transpire. do have SCVs already in position to body block as well. Dragoon going to be shutting down this SCV from coming into the natural, though critically it's going to be taking that out. So no confirmation there besides the Nexus and how many probes there were.
Yeah, in the meantime, Nomad is taking a very quick third base. The natural for Sugar only just now coming online, and Nomad already getting his third up in the meantime. This is a difficult map to hold all of your base locations on. It is a very weird laid out map with the high grounds in the center and the kind of far away third base location for both of our players here. So there is some play possible here with maybe a kind of a push to take control of that high ground, and that can't be reinforced. Maybe you can take out that third base. But right now it's looking pretty difficult for Sugar to come back into this game at this point. He's not behind, he's not out of the game, but he is definitely in a kind of a rough spot after all that early damage from the Zealots. So Zealots did a lot of damage from their trickle.
Yeah, it looks like this probe in the bottom right is going to, at the very least, set up a little spotter pylon down here. Could potentially be for some kind of proxy play, but at this stage of the game, it's less likely to be proxy and is more likely to be just either some kind of sneaky ninja base or maybe just a spotter pylon. I'm curious what he's going to do there. He is currently banking up some minerals, so it could be throwing down a crazy greedy Nexus. I don't think he will, but that'd be most exceptional greed to take a 7-minute fourth base right now.
Yeah, Vulture is going to scout. There is, in fact, probably a third base on the way. He can't see the Nexus, but there's no other reason to really wall that off, so he's got to assume there's probably a Nexus behind that wall in. So he should know that his opponent is on 3 bases. He is getting a second factory up now. He's starting to get his Vulture speed out. I'm assuming there's already mines. Yeah, mines are on the map already. He did get some Vultures on the map, so he's finally getting some scouting information. Does see the Dragoon count that's currently on the map, but doesn't know exactly what the tech path of our Protoss player is. And our Protoss player here now is going to go out and mine out those back minerals and start mining from his third base. I do like that he's doing this instead of going through the center of the map, just in case there are Vultures out there, so he's going to mine out these 0 mineral patches in the back.
That's right.
However, two of the probes already have minerals in their hands, so now they're going to go all the way back to the previous Nexus.
Not quite optimal. He could have just pushed the return cargo button on the stack of workers to send the ones with minerals back already, but it doesn't matter. He's going to be mining out that patches fairly quickly with those 4 probes. Vulture run by. One does manage to get in kind of, and the other 2 trying to make their way in. One does get inside, so we'll be able to at least get a little bit of scouting information. Sees that robotic support bay with the shuttle waiting, so does confirm the Reaver tech choice from from Nomad at least.
Yeah, it's really big that he got to see the Reaver tech, but I'm a little bit worried about how much he just bled there in units in order to actually confirm that information. He should be okay. The fact that it is Reaver tech means there's not a massive gateway explosion about to hit his natural. First siege tank is out now. He's going to be able to get his turret ring up. Hopefully he's got 1 turret at his command center is main this time, so or not this time, but he's got 1 command center turret, so he won't be able to just freely run that Reaver around the main base and not be able to pick it off. With the mines out front, he'll probably be safe from any kind of Dragoon pressure. So at this point, Nexus just got to kind of turtle up a little bit, kind of come back into this game a bit more from that early aggression and make sure that the Protoss doesn't get too much of a lead against him. The third base is pretty easy for Protoss to take on this map, but expanding into a 4th base from there is going to be really difficult, which is why we're seeing Nomad probably going for this hidden base here on the bottom right. But there is an eBay floating above the...
Doesn't quite see it, though, yet.
It might end up catching it, but yeah, it doesn't quite see it yet. If he builds one more building just a little bit more to the north, it'll definitely see it, but at the moment it's not able to visibly notice it.
One thing I would like to note is that Exit's kind of gone for like a 4 factory style, but I think he's basically doing like a 5 factory, 6 factory push, but with just less factories because he just can't support them because of how much damage he took early on. So instead of just like staying on 4 factories to try and like make sure he can optimize his production a little bit. So he's got enough units that he can put some pressure on and also take his third base. So it's going to be really tricky for him to take this third base. Though we do have a Reaver at the bottom right side of the map with 2 Zealots in that shuttle as well. So maybe going to be coming in here for some... There's a nice little ring of mines and some turrets here to help make this a bit more of a challenge for Nomad coming in. But interestingly enough, I think that we will still see quite a bit of damage done to him though, because he could just fly over some of these turrets.
Yeah, it's late enough in the game that I don't think too much damage can get done here as long as Exit reacts well. Oh, he's not pulling the SCVs. Okay, that's fortunate. The first Scarab went for an SCV that was building the armory earlier on. Second one is going to dud, it looks like. Does actually get a hit off, but it was on an SCV that was running away, so only does a slight amount of damage. Now we got Vultures coming in here to try and deal with the Reaver, but Vultures aren't the greatest against Reavers.
If the Reaver presses up against the minerals, it can actually shoot over the mineral fields. So you saw how when the Reaver was tucked up against the minerals, it could shoot over the mineral fields. So that's one thing you can do with your Reaver micros, keep it right up against the mineral fields so it can't dud out, and it will just shoot over the mineral lines into the SCVs or tanks behind it.
Yeah, and that one Zealot that he dropped off at the beginning did manage to pick off that turret, so he is going to be able to escape freely with the shuttle. And both the Reaver and the Zealot took a little bit of hull damage, but not a lot, so he's definitely got to be ready for the potential of another Reaver drop coming in. And unfortunately, that missile turret was placed in a way where it actually doesn't stop the Reaver drop behind the mineral lines. So
Another 2 Reavers just chilling out at this robotics facility, waiting for the shuttle to pop. So we're going to be relying quite heavily on these Reavers to slow down the Terran push timing and move out, taking his 3rd. Meanwhile, taking this 4th base finally in the bottom right, like he was setting up for all this time. The engineering bait, moving over, does confirm that there's a pylon down there. So, but that could just be a spotter
just expect
pylon.
That's a spotter pylon. Yeah, so that doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, that doesn't tip him off that there's a base down there yet. He needs to go in and confirm that, because there might just be a little spotter pylon to check for dropships and stuff. So still doesn't know that there's an expansion there necessarily. Now moving out.
It's going to move out with his army now. Gets a couple of the Dragoons caught off guard. Manages to kill one, leaves another one with about 5 HP. So that's pretty good for him. Any kind of damage he can get done is good. On top of the fact that he's getting quite a bit of map distance covered here before the Reavers can be dropped to slow him down, which is kind of the point of these Reavers. Does lose another Dragoon to those mines. I almost thought he's going to drop the Reavers then and lose the Reavers to the mines, but fortunately catches it just in time. He's got 3 Reavers at the moment, mind you, so he's got a really strong Reaver count at the moment to delay any kind of push.
Well, he's getting behind this Terran army as well, which means not only can he cut off reinforcements, but he can go for a counterattack. So it'd be a bit of a weird situation, because once these tanks roll all the way down here and start sieging up these bases, he's also going to have these huge force attacking his natural soon. So I'm curious if Exit's going to just stay attacking and go for a base trade scenario, or if he's going to have to try and pull back and defend. We only have like vultures and 1 tank to defend against these 2 speed shells, dropping lots of Reavers into the main base of Exit right now, while the siege tanks are rolling into the natural of Nomad, trying to do as much damage as quickly as possible. There's not much vulture support there, so the probes aren't going to die too quickly. Reaver's starting to rain down havoc in the main base, killing all of the units that pop out of the factories. SCVs are being transferred from the natural into the line of the Reavers too, while the tanks are trying to make their way into the production line of the Protoss player, setting up on top of the Nexus so that they can kill the units. Tanks getting onto the high ground as well to try and get the most fortified position possible, while the Reavers are in the main base doing so much damage to these SCV lines as well.
Yeah, I think the right choice here is to go for the base race. I don't think he can ever get back in time to actually stop this attack, but I don't know that he's got enough units to actually kill this Protoss opponent off, unfortunately. So we'll have to see what Nomad and Sugar can make happen in these 2 situations. It's looking dire for kind of both players. Both players are pretty much all in at this point. Whatever damage and whatever units they have now is what they've got.
So many SCVs are dying to Scarabs right now, just momentarily. Just a moment ago, I saw like about 1 Scarab destroy about 9 or so SCVs in 1 hit. That was absolutely brutal. Currently down to 10 SCVs is Exit. DT has been made to kind of zone out this force on the left-hand side. If he can kill the comsat stations of the Terran player, he has no win condition, because there is no science vessel out to detect, and we even see scouts in production from Nomad, and that might seem a little bit troll, but it's actually not too troll, because if there was a science vessel, these scouts can actually pick off the science vessel and deny the vision so that the DTs can go to work. And as you can see, with DTs out on the map and no comsat station with enough energy to scan, he actually has 4 scans but hasn't used them. But yes, Tank's going to be sieging up at the 3rd base of Nomad to try and do some damage here. But he's down to 26 supply. The writing's on the wall for him here. He's been outmaneuvered and out-strategized in this game going forward. Nomad looks like he's just on cleanup duty right now.
Yeah, this is looking really bad. It is worth noting almost all the bases are dead for Nomad. He's killed all the probes in that 3rd, but there's still a lot of probes that got saved and moved to the main. So if he doesn't actually kill that 3rd Nexus, it's pretty much game over, because he's just going to transfer those probes down there and reinforce this attack eventually. Sugar only on 8 workers, so he doesn't have exactly much of an economy at all. Might finally clean this attack up, but at this point, I don't know if it actually matters anymore. In fact, 1 Dragoon is just going to barely live with almost no HP left over to start poking away at these SCVs, and there's no income to really make units to deal with this. So
there's 1 Goliath that's going to be popping out, but GG is called. Nomad putting on another big win on the board for Team Loveboat, making Snow's Forgotten Bros seem forgotten in both spirit and on the scoreboard right now.
Yeah, another 2 1-pointers, so I think that makes the score, 8-2 now? It's a rough week for us so far.
That's pretty rough.
Eight's not over yet. We'll have to see if we can bring it back in the other series.
All right, guys, we're going to be going into a little bit of an intermission. Go get some snacks, go use the bathroom, do what you got to do, maybe get some whiskey or something else. Just check back in with us soon, okay? Because we're going to be having some more intense NSO action coming right up.
See you all shortly.
Hope you guys are enjoying the cast so far. I'm going to be right back just a couple of minutes. Let me know what you think of the cast. We'll be right back with some more action.
Abrázame toda la noche, no nos queda mucho tiempo más. No quiero perder lo que queda. Seguimos siempre la pasión y confiamos solo en el amor. Yeah. No quiero perder lo que queda. Y más allá. A través de la gran oscuridad hasta que me convierta en rayos. Y más allá. A través de la gran oscuridad y más allá. Encontrando vida en el camino, melodías que no hemos tocado. Y yo no quiero descansar. Resuena por la pared, creando una canción. No quiero perder el ritmo. Y más allá. A través de la gran oscuridad hasta que me convierta en rayos. Y más allá. A través de la gran oscuridad y más allá.
Yes, indeed, Dustin. Don't forget that like button. You know it. Like and subscribe if you guys want to show a bit of love and support. Would greatly appreciate it. I'm gonna smoke up a little bit. I think I blast that bell notification so you never miss an 11-hour 55-minute stream. You got jokes, Dustin. You want to catch the start of it, right? Because sometimes the start of the streams I'm doing like casting and stuff as well. So if you don't have that notification, you might miss out on some good action like this. Oh, you funny guy. Your grandmother told you were handsome. Everybody else told me I better work on my personality. Oh shit. There you go. That's true though, man. I mean, you don't have to be a good looking dude as long as you got personality, you know? A bit of charisma, bit of humor. Can go a long way in this day and age. Otherwise you could just end up like all the other ordinary dudes that, you know, a little bit handsome, got their nice haircuts and shit, but where's the personality, you know what I'm saying? Where's the charisma? It's important, you know? And even if you are handsome, you want to be the complete package, right? You want to be funny as well, charismatic as well. All you need as a man is a 6-figure income, 6-pack abs, and to be taller than the next guy. I don't know why everyone doesn't do it. You know what? I think you might be onto something there. That might just be what we all need to just start doing. Yeah, you might be right. I mean, you might be trying to rival that girl that said the homeless people should just buy houses. Duh. Like, you might be rivaling her a little bit with that statement, but, you know, take a stab at it, why don't you? Have you ever see those videos where like they ask random girls like what they think like the average male income is or whatever, and they're like so off the mark? It's like they're living in fairyland. Like they think like the bare minimum is like 6 figures. It's like, man, like that's not all women though, right? That's just like, you know, just people in general that are out of touch with reality as a result of like social media and like living in sheltered bubbles of echo chambers where the algorithms kind of like keep them isolated into one worldview and they have no idea what reality is. Which is most of us on some level. I want a guy that makes 500k. 10, 30, 25%. Basically though, unironically though, obviously this is, I hope, a minority of people, but it's seeming growing trend in modern society that people have this very warped view of reality, maybe as a result of social media, like things like Instagram, and not just on finance as well, like in terms of just anything, like what the average anything is, like what people really look like without filters and shit, you know, or when they're not living or showing only their best moments, like only their highlight reel of their day, not their more mundane lives. So people get this idea that, yeah.
All right, and we are back. I hope you went and got your snacks and your water. Took a restroom break if you needed it, because we've still got some action-packed games to bring to you guys today.
Nice. I'm looking forward to it, Naka. Had some pretty crazy games thus far. A little bit one-sided in the overall arc of the story that we're telling today, but that can all change.
Definitely. And I mean, the scores may show one thing, but they definitely were some hard-fought games. Didn't have very many games that were too overly one-sided, so hopefully the Forgotten Bros can bring it back here a little bit. Love Boat definitely looking like they're running away with the series so far, but there's still plenty of games to go within the whole series, and we'll have to see what happens.
All right.
Me as well.
Oh, look who we've got here. Ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere, because we've got none other than your boy sitting in the cast that we've currently, Naka, spawning in the top right on Neverland as the red Zerg, sorry. I'm just thinking, Naka, like, you should win this game, I think. I think you're slightly ahead in Saiyans MMR, but I have a feeling that my boy over here, Saiyan SE on Team Love Boat, spawning in the bottom left as the purple Zerg, yeah, he's kind of been, like, you know, receiving a little bit of a personal coaching from me lately, and I kind of feel like maybe... Did you have some struggles in this series at all?
I will say, no discredit to Sane at all, because he played really well. I was up for about 38 hours by the time we played this series, so I definitely wasn't feeling it my greatest. But
Oh.
the training that you put on him, he definitely showed some really strong play, some micro and some mechanics that I wasn't expecting from him at all. I do
Nice.
think overall I'm probably slightly above him, but I don't think it's a very large skill gap, if there is a skill gap at all.
Okay. Well, it looks like both players going to be throwing down that 9 pool. I do believe it's probably going to be 9 pool lair from at least one of them, maybe both of them here. I think Saiyan will definitely go for 9 pool lair, and will be down to Naka. And we're actually not going to be throwing down his gas at all, so we're going to be a little 9 pool expand action from Naka. Okay, I see you. Your little meta plays here. A little gasless 9 pool.
Don't be trying to assume my builds already, sir. I pull out some sneaky stuff.
Some sneaky stuff. You're taking your gas a little bit delayed, though, no matter what you're doing here. So definitely some sneaky stuff for sure coming out of Naka over here, and actually making 3 drones. Okay, you're up to no good with this style. I can tell you that much.
I can tell you those were supposed to be Zerglings, but I do make the best of the situation as best I can.
There's no way that was like intentional and you had lined up to do that. And this would be only if you were like completely hard metagaming and you knew it would be like 9 pool.
Know exactly what they're doing and just trying hard. Yeah.
And you're making
some absolute cheekiness.
Making some cheekiness coming out here from our player. A little bit of a weird play from him. Going to be trying to make a creep colony to stabilize against any early Ling pressure. But with this lair coming out first from Saiyan, not going to be seeing any pressure from him for the time being. Not having that Ling speed on the way makes him want to be a little bit more cautious with his own Lings.
Not the accidental drone says flying. I'm glad to know that I'm not the only one that's done that before. It could be worse. I had a series, like, I think it was last NSL, where I 4-pulled and was like so autopilot that I made drones instead of Zerglings.
Wow.
Horrible.
I mean, it happens, right? To the best of us. I've sometimes even made like 2 overlords, like in a row. Like, it happens, you know. Like we do these crazy mistakes as like lava management is hard, man. And when you're operating on little sleep or whatever else you've got currently dealing with, like, it can sometimes throw you off your game and make these kind of weird blunders. It's kind of a hard race to play in that sense. Definitely a unique race. One of the 3. Going to be putting down his spy is now Saiyan SE. With the lair of Naka's just about to finish up. So as long as he can get the minerals that he needs to throw down his own Spire momentarily, he will be okay. This isn't a bad timing for him to worry about. The Spire's not too much in advance of his own.
Yeah, I think that the panic creep colony, because of those drones, definitely is going to bite me a little bit here. Because the Spire should be going down now.
Yeah, the fact that the Spire is late does open him up to some damage here. He may even be forced to make some Scourge instead of Mutas initially to try and deal with the earlier Muta timing of Saiyan SE, currently having his Lings outside the natural. Going to be poking in, trying to get a bit of 2-on-1 action to open up this this natural hole. If he can get a few extra Ling trades, it would be nice for him, but it doesn't necessarily need to be going for that right now, especially because he does open himself up to a little bit of counterplay in case Saiyan was deciding to be a little bit cheeky of his own and have a little bit extra Ling on the way. He does have 1 pair of Zerglings currently banked, so would be a little bit risky here for Naka right now, because if Saiyan was being a little bit more aggressive with these Zerglings, it could be really disastrous for him, because he could put pressure on this natural hatchery. Forcing Naka to have to make Lings instead of drones would really cripple his economy further. Currently getting the Carapace Air armor upgrade on the Spire. I need to keep remembering that maybe Naga's not going to talk when I stop talking, since it is him playing, so probably going to be relying on me during the majority of the cast. I need to remember that. Okay, so does have 2 creep colonies set up in his main base with the evolution chair. They're going to be making 2 spores there with another couple of spores in his natural as well. Does need to be getting spores up in both locations to both cover the gas and the minerals, but actually these 2 spores in the main base are slightly split up enough that he could, if he wanted to, focus down 1 spore at a time with his Mew account if he so choose. Would be interested to see if Saiyan wants to commit to purely air units right now, or try and squeeze out a natural expansion of his own. Needs to be able to figure out something here, because with these spores going up, he is going to eventually lose the air superiority battle once Narco starts getting both of these gases mining. He does have this air carapace upgrade on the way early on though, so we'll have an upgrade lead at least that he can use. Zerglings coming in to try and see if they can squeeze into the main base to find maybe some drone kills and get a scout off of what exactly is set up here to defend against these initial mutas. 4 mutas and 2 Scourge currently out for Saiyan. Going to be trying to come in to find something here, but it's going to be difficult with these spore placements. He needs to go up to like 8 mutas very quickly and start overpowering these spores one at a time in the main base. But meanwhile, the Spire is now already done for Narca, so would be able to start squeezing out Scourge of his own to reinforce these positions. So really hard position for Saiyan to break. So instead, wisely going to be just taking his natural expansion of his own. Coming in here, trying to see if he can get an angle off on these drones with these Mewers. He does currently have 5, which is enough to start one-shotting these drones. Narco not currently mining a lot of gas. He already has some banked up, just currently trying to get all his drones squeezed out as much as possible. 1 drone biting the dust, 2 those Mewers coming in again for another gas drone. Does able to get another one there. So really good pickups from Saiyan SC coming in and picking off some of these. Needs to be careful not to lose that Mewer. Does lose the Mewer, but did get a few of those drones at the cost of that Mewer. So really good trade there for Saiyan SC, reducing the drone count to just 1 ahead of him right now. So currently almost evening the worker count. Is still not mining that second gas though, so still advantage Narca. But with these Mewer forces able to kill any transitioning units from the main and natural, does kind of give him a small advantage. Ling counterattack from Narca. They're going to be hitting this natural hatchery and the slow Lings of Saiyan SC, so he needs to pull his Mewers back now. Some Lings are trying to trade off against the Lings of Saiyan, while the rest of the Lings hit the hatchery to bring it down lower and lower on the hit points. It is so close to finishing. Mewers are now coming in to try and save that. He might just barely be able to save it, but 2 more Zerglings coming in will not make the difference anyway, so it is going to be able to save that just barely in the nick of time. 340 hit points left on that hatchery for Saiyan SC, so a nice little pickup from him, forcing all those lava and Lings to essentially go for waste unless he can come in there and pick that hatchery off again in the future. So currently a good position to be in for both players, because we have the superior earlier economy for Narca, but the upgrade advantage for Saiyan and slightly superior muta count. So neither player really in an advantageous position. It will come down to micro still. We see the drones being sniped off in the natural base. 2 more drones coming out, and then the mutas getting on top of them now. There's only 4 mutas here though, so Saiyan could have taken some shots off on those mutas and start to fight them back, and was a little bit hesitant to do so. Could have got some free volleys off on those mutas. He currently has a superior count of mutas. Saiyan needs to be a lot more aggressive in these situations and trying to mitigate Narca from getting a larger superior count of mutas gradually. But I don't think Saiyan's got a good enough read on the situation and thinks that maybe there's more mutas than there actually are for Narca. So currently going to be getting his natural gas online is Saiyan now, currently even up on workers and supply more or less, but does have that +1 carapace finished up while going for that +2, as well as Narca starting his +1 carapace of his own. So going to be having that armor advantage by a large margin is Saiyan SC's going forward. So with this gas now online for Saiyan SC, I would say he's in a pretty good spot. And with good micro, he should be able to take out Narca in game number 1 here with this carapace advantage. The one thing that he has to worry about is that these spores enable Narca to be a lot more aggressive with his own mutas, whereas Saiyan SC has to be a lot more passive with his, risking losing drones for free if he does move out and get caught out of position. We do now see Saiyan's mutas starting to move out and then coming back. Overlord does see the bad news of the mutas coming into the main base, so he's going to have to swoop down here soon. Might lose a couple of these overlords or drones in the process. Does get on top of these mutas with those Scourge, beautiful Scourge connections, but there's superior muta count, I think, for Saiyan SC here, so he will be clearing up the remainder of these mutas of Narca. So the edge goes to Saiyan SC in that engagement. Scourge connections were not sufficient enough for Narca there, so really good play for Saiyan SC, shutting down the muta count of Narca. Currently taking a bit of a lead in this game by 2 drones and 10 supplies, so definitely favor hearing him right now with the armor upgrade advantage as well. Saiyan looks like he's looking pretty strong in this game, and I'll be pretty surprised if he doesn't pull out a win here. Currently 2 Scourge making their way downtown on the right-hand side of the map, looking around, seeing if they can find anything. There is an Overlord down here they could pick off if he so chooses, but he might not want to waste the Scourge for taking out an Overlord that his Mutalist can deal with for free, so instead going to be just shuffling around, seeing what he can find with those Scourge, scouting around, currently being a lot more passive with his mute account than you would think usually, purely because of the advantage of these spores. Means he has to be a lot more reserved in his calculations, because it is possible for Naka to move out with the safety of those spores and put on a lot of pressure, so needs to be a lot more cautious. Oh, going to be maybe catching this drone before it gets out to make an expansion. Does see it and start to go into chase, but then now the Mute is in pursuit, going to be picking off those Scourge for free at least, so going to be a little bit of a nice pickup for Saiyan to get the drone, but does take a little bit of damage on its Mute in the process. Currently Mute advantage of 10 to 8 with the armor upgrade advantage. He should be able to just commit and start trading volleys with Naka soon and building a bigger and bigger lead. But it will be nice for him to pick up any of these lings and drones that are coming out from Naka to prevent any kind of counter damage or a further expansion play from him, as he is already getting his third base up online to take that advantage in the gas and production going forward here. Looks like some ling dying in the natural. It did try and make its way all the way across the map to try and kill a drone or something, but it's eventually going to be taken out. But it did drag the Mutas out of position a little bit. Now Naka going to be moving out with his Mutas of his own to the south as well. Maybe trying to go for a counterattack, but with 2 spores, it would be interesting to see if Saiyan tries to commit here, but I don't think he necessarily will. He may try and find the Mutas and locate them and try and engage trade with them. There are currently a couple of Mutas out of position that will go down instantly to those Scourge. Nice pickoffs from Saiyan there, beautiful connections, but now Mutas flying into the main base of Saiyan as it's undefended. This is a spore advantage that Naka has in this game that Saiyan has taken for granted, and now the Mutas flying into the main base, going to be getting on top of all of these drones and the rallying Mutas. Some Scourge coming in from the distance to try and squeeze out some damage out onto these Mutas to weaken them up enough that he can start trading with them more and more. And as the Mutas now flying to reinforce, he will be able to clean up all of these Mutas from Naka, which actually will put Saiyan ahead quite significantly in superiority. We do have this third base going down from Naka in the bottom right corner of the map, but Saiyan's already got this base online here, so it looks like Saiyan actually has the advantage right now. He's even on work account and head in mute account. Still has that upgrade advantage, though Naka is slowly starting to get his own upgrades going. +1 attack now on the way for him, but only +2 carapace with no further upgrades on the way for Saiyan. So Naka might slowly catch up in the upgrades as time progresses, but currently right now at a deficit. With this armor upgrade is huge. Not only does it mitigate damage from the first shot of the Mutas, but it takes away damage from the bounces as well. So you're not just getting a damage mitigation of 1, you're probably getting a damage mitigation average of 2.5 per armor value of these Mutas in these fights. So it's absolutely exponential value having these armor upgrades in these fights. Now Mutas coming into the natural of Saiyan, yet again going to be ravaging this drone line, trying to even up the odds of this economy. Saiyan needs to get on top of these Mutas and start trading. 1 volley goes down, takes off the first Muta. He's going to be able to clear up all these Mutas for only losing a few drones. It's pretty good for him, but he needs to be able to make it count, and once he kills all these Mutas, he needs to go in to full aggression mode and start taking out one of these spores at a time and coming into the main base of Naka and putting on his own pressure as well. Currently even on work account after squeezing out a few more drones, going to be now racing ahead himself, so looking pretty good is Saiyan. Has a huge gas bank as well, so could also be pumping out a few Scourge to support these Mutas, forcing the Mutas of Naka to have to micro and be zoned out, making his own huge pairs of Scourge to deal with the huge superior fleet of Mutas from Saiyan. So it looks like both players in a bit of a weird situation right now. I would say still definitely favored towards Saiyan, but he's not aware of this base in the bottom right hand corner of the map, so a little bit untenable for him if he doesn't scout that and just keeps going and doesn't really do anything. But right now he still should be ahead of Naka for quite some time, as long as he doesn't make any major blunders here. But he needs to find and force an engagement with his Mutas against Naka soon, because he has the advantage, but he's not yet leveraged it against Naka still a little bit worrisome about dealing with the fact that he hasn't got spores set up, so he needs to be worried about counterattacks constantly. Has even got a Queen's Nest built, so we'd be interested to see if he could maybe even get Ensnare with a Queen, or maybe go into Hive and get +3 Carapace upgrades, or maybe even a Devourer would be interesting, with some Scourge connecting on these 2 mutas that were flying down here scouting around. So 2 mutas going to be going down for free, but Saiyan does confirm the 3rd base location of Naka now, but sees the bad news that there's already spores set up there, so a little bit worrisome for him that he's not been pressing his air superiority advantage in this game thus far. So I feel like maybe Naka could slowly start to turn the game on him in the coming few minutes, but I still feel like Saiyan should win this game from this position. It's still looking very Saiyan favored. He even could get, like I said before, could get up into Hive Tech, could get Devourers, could get Queens and Ensnare, could get even a Defiler. He could even just Plague as well. Like, I know it seems kind of crazy, but yeah, like at this stage in the game, when you've already can get Hive Tech online and you're kind of starting to stabilize by building spores and turtling up a little bit, yeah, definitely could be going into Defiler play with Plagues here, maybe Devours. We do start to see the Hive on the way for, say, an SE right now. Don't see any more further upgrades from either player. So if Saiyan isn't getting an upgrade right now, it also might be indicative that he does want to make a Greater Spire, because the timing of it, you would need to be making an upgrade way in advance of making this Hive before needing to make the Greater Spire. So he will not, if he did make an upgrade, he'd have to cancel it to make the Greater Spire. So we'd be curious to see if he does go for that and tries to maybe get out a Devourer or maybe even a Guardian in this game. Would be nice to see those Hive Tech units in a ZVZ for once. Currently, Naka's at 27 drones to Saiyan SE's 36, so really big advantage for Saiyan SE in this game, and has like 1900 gas in the bank. We do see +2 Carapace coming online for Naka slowly but surely, so we'll eventually take an upgrade advantage over Saiyan at this rate, which is kind of shocking considering how far Saiyan was ahead in upgrades previously, but it's going to be popping out this Hive momentarily. I want to see how he's going to utilize this. Is it going to be Greater Spire? Is it going to be Defiler Mound? I'm very curious what we're going to see from Saiyan SE going into this late game ZVZ action here on Neverland. Game number 1 between these 2 Titan-sized players, making them both look normal relative to one another. Greater Spire, there it is. So it's going to be some crazy action here. Could be Devourers, could be Guardians. I'm pretty sure it's going to be definitely Devourers, because we do have this Muta fleet. Currently, Muta's running away from Scourge in the middle of the map. Ooh, some flanking Scourge going to be connecting as well, forcing Naka to lose quite a few of the Mutas. Beautiful Scourge connection on those Mutas. Wow. Saiyan SE. Wow. Great Muta. Great Scourge connections on Naka's Mutas there. Really showing your caliber in this game here. I'm pretty impressed with that micro thus far. We do see Naka kind of just turtling up right now, getting his Carapace, getting more Mutas, still just mining nothing but gas down here at the bottom. Now starting to pop out a few more drones to make maybe a couple more spores to re-fortify, but we do have the Mutas down in this bottom right quadrant, going to start killing overlords and getting on top of these creep colonies before they're able to morph into spores. So a little bit of a troublesome situation here for Naka, but he does have 12 Mutas on the way coming down to help. Saiyan has 6 Mutas from the left-hand side with another 8 to the bottom, so it is still advantage Saiyan. He's going to get on top of these Mutas and start fighting them. Spore is being morphed in underneath, though. Once that finishes mutating, it will help out in this Muta fight, so it will be a slightly hard fight to call, but I think it's going to be slightly Saiyan favored, because he did kill a lot of these Mutas quickly at the start of the game and now has enough DPS to finish the Spore off, as you can see. So Saiyan shutting down this expansion, going to be a bit of a nightmare situation. We do have 3 Devourers on the way for Saiyan as well. GG called from Naka, convincing win from Saiyan there in game number 1. Whew. Well,
How you holding up there with the solo cast?
honestly, it's very foreign to me right now, because I'm in the swing of bouncing off, so I keep wanting to bounce off and realizing, oh yeah, I don't need to bounce off, and then it's kind of hard breaking that habit a little bit, but it was interesting.
a little bit difficult casting your own game, especially unbiasedly and not commenting on your own play. So,
Well, how did you feel after game number 1? Did you feel like you just...
I started to wake up towards the end of game number 1. So like I was going into game number 1 expecting to have a bit of a struggle. So like I wasn't like tilted or like upset. I was honestly surprised how many. Like I felt like I was in an okay position. I felt like I clawed back a little bit, but I didn't realize how much of a gas bank he had. When I had like 500 scourge suddenly flying at me, I was like, this isn't what I was expecting. I thought the skies would be empty after the fight. So that caught me a bit off guard. But no, I started to wake up, so I felt like I was going to be in a decent spot going into game number 2.
All right, well, we're going to be jumping straight into map number 2 here. It's going to be Paradiso. That's the map of choice from Naka. We have here spawning in the top right, currently 1-0 up in the series. It's Saiyan SC as the bluish-grey Zerg, and his opponent in the bottom right. A little bit of a hard time of it, but apparently he's woken up now, so let's see if he can play a bit more alert, a bit more aware. It's none other than Naka in the bottom right here on Paradiso as the red Zerg. Alright, so I have a feeling, woo-hoo, that Saiyan's gonna play 9 Poulet again. I think. I don't know for sure, but I think he's going to play 9 Poulet. Is that what you worked on him with? It's not what necessarily I worked on him with, it's just what I know he's most comfortable with. I've taught him and talked to him about a lot of different ways of approaching ZVZ and different things you can do, but he is finding a lot more comfort in the 9 Poulet method, I would say. 9 Poulet methodology.
It's a very standard and very comfortable way to play for Zerg in this matchup. Gives you the safety you need for pretty much everything and gives you the aggression you need for pretty much everything else. So it's a very solid build.
I have shown him a few other things as well, but it does seem like he likes to go for this 9 Poulet style. It's a bit of a point of comfort for him for the time being. You see Naka in the bottom right, gas tricking out, going to be doing a little bit of 10 hatch action. Ah, you dirty dog. Gonna be throwing down that 10 hatch. This is the CPL cheese build where you basically want to get out as much lava as possible, as quick as possible. So going to be gas tricking out a drone, and most likely going to be gas tricking out another drone, and then making the pool. Oh, you're going to make the pool on 9. Okay, so you're not even going to optimize the lava. Oh, okay, Naka, okay.
Who needs to optimize the larva when you're already going to have more larva?
I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. So you're going to be having a very early pool timing as well as doing this fast build. But yeah, basically it's like 12 hatch, except you're not going to have that economic boon, but you are going to have a much earlier lava production from having such a fast hatchery. So able to make such a larger amount of Zerglings than you would usually be able to. But it doesn't transition as well as 12 hatch in the later phases of the game, so it's harder to go into like sporing up and playing a bit more turtle after the fact. So you are kind of dependent on doing a lot of damage with this because you don't have the economy that you would usually have with a 12 hatch to transition and having enough drones and economy to make spores and still survive with a strong enough economy going forward. So it's going to be that 9 pool there from Saiyan SC sending out his 6 Zerglings already out onto the map. He will be identifying this 9 hatch already with this Overlord, seeing the timing of it. I hope he has identified that it is a 9 hatch and not a 12 hatch, because he might just be thinking it's a 12 hatch and he's going to be targeting down and everything's going to go gravy. But little does he know, maybe, that he's going to have a lot of lings to deal with here shortly, to have some Zerglings running into the main base. Now, if this was 12 hatch, he would be targeting down the hatchery. So the fact that he isn't makes me think that he knows it's 9 hatch and is instead trying to find a little bit of cheeky damage in the main base while distracting at the natural, trying to pick off a drone while distracting Naka with these 4 lings. But Naka's going to do a good job of splitting his lings to deal with those 2 threats and dealing with them nicely. His own ling speed coming online momentarily, halfway done almost, whilst Saiyan's layers just popped. So going to be throwing down that spire, but hasn't got any sunken colonies yet. Ooh, drone actually blocking that spire from going down for a few seconds. I always hate it when that happens. Now going to be throwing down that creep colony, but critically he attacked with his Zerglings, so now he has nothing to hold the ramp to delay and buy time for this creep colony to go up. So it's going to be a little bit of a tough hold for him going forward. Naka's lings are coming in a little bit of a line, so won't be too worrying to deal with. Maybe he can just barely squeeze out enough Lings to buy time for the Sunken to get up, but it's going to be a tight hold. Nonetheless, speed is about to pop for Naka. Now we have the Ling speed advantage as the Sunken pops, but he will hold on for the time being. But I'm not sure one Sunken's going to be enough. He probably needs to start throwing down a second Sunken instantly right now. This is a 10 hatch build, so a lot of Lings are going to be coming out. There's the second Sunken. It's not the best positions though. You almost would like to make it even just more tucked in than that, just because it's going to be so easy for these things to come in here and pick that off momentarily. Here comes Naka with that pincer, trying to get on top of these remaining Zerglings and start getting on top of the Sunken colonies. Zayn doing a pretty good job of blocking the gaps with his Lings and drones, buying enough time to stop any surface area from coming down onto the Sunken colonies. Doing a good job of holding off for the time being. Creep colony is finished up and Sunken colony now done as well, so it's going to stabilize for the time being, and Naka going to just try maybe and transition from here. Is throwing down the evolution chamber, getting ready to make spores, but it's not an ideal position for him. He is currently behind on drones. He is trying to target down that Sunken, but then transitions onto the drone. Say needs to be a little bit careful there. Lost a drone a little bit unnecessarily against those Lings. But more and more Lings in production for Naka here. Going to be trying to do the finishing blow, or at least soften up the drone count of Say and SE. You don't necessarily need to kill the Sunken colonies. You just need to soften up the drones enough that you can transition, make the spores and be safe, and also have affected the economy of Say enough that it won't matter that he's done a kind of wonky build order going forward into his own transition. Okay, so we do see quite a lot of Zerglings waiting to go in. That's looking like 12 Zerglings with another 4 on the way. So 16 Zerglings. That's more than enough to start doing damage to this drone line. Only one Muta is popped out for the time being, but it is going to put these Zerglings on a clock, so they have to go now. And they do go in and start to surround this first Sunken. Looks like they want to go for the full-on bust. Going to target down this Sunken, and then maybe the drones, and then the other Sunken. Could be going well for Naka here, doing critical damage thus far, forcing these drones to have to fight, and now could also choose to target down these drones in the process and get a further and further economic lead in this game. Doing a pretty good job is Naka right now, transitioning while also putting the pressure on Say and SE. We do have spores on the way, about to finish up in the natural, so no damage is going to be done there either. We are probably going to see only a few mutas at a time, because Sane is going to have to start droning up again. And Naka kind of helped him out a little bit by killing that Sunken colony, because it's going to fix the mining for Say and SE, so he can actually start to mine a little bit more optimally. So kind of helped him out by killing that Sunken in some ways, but it doesn't really matter. We do have the huge advantage for Naka going forward. The only thing going for Say and SE is the timing of these mutas, but with the spores already out for Naka, it's going to be really tough for Saiyan to find much damage here. Now going to be taking his natural expansion in response to that, rather than relying on finding any damage with his moves, which is the correct choice. There's no way you're going to be able to penetrate these spores anytime soon. You need at least 7 to 8 mutas to start doing that one at a time if you can outrange the other spore. But yeah, it is possible that he could fight those 2 spores in the main and kill the one on the top right, and then open up that position to harassment. But he would have to go all the way up to 7, 8 mutas before even being able to attempt that. So not really an ideal situation. It would be a very all-in way of playing. And if some reason that Naka could smell that out and make another spore by that time, it would be all for nothing. So bit of a tough decision to make at this time, so electing to just instead take your own expansion and get your second gas up, maybe come in and try and harass the drones mining just a little bit, but currently only on 3 mutas, so having to 2-shot the drones rather than 1-shotting them, so really hard to come in here and do damage without taking a lot of unnecessary damage in the process. Le is on the way for Naka, and it will take a little bit of time before that pops out, but it doesn't really matter about when it pops out relative to Say and SC. It's more than quick enough. We have a gas advantage right now, but we do have the Carapace going to be coming online for Say and SC in the time to come, so we'll have that upgrade advantage again as we saw in game number 1, so a little bit of a rinse repeat of that. But Zerglings now out in the middle of the map could put on some counter pressure onto Say and SE, and he only has 3 mutas here, so it takes a long time for 3 mutas to kill all these Zerglings, so he probably will lose some drones, maybe even a building in the process if he's not careful. Some drones now being focused down as the Lings come in, take out all 2 of these drones already going down. The 3rd drone does start to get focused, may fall to these Lings as well. Already taking Saiyan down to 12 drones to Narca's 23. Looking really bad for Saiyan SC as more of his drones get focused down in the main base. Even though there's a Sunken there, it doesn't matter because more of these drones are falling, and that's going to be bad news bears for him. Ooh, that 1 drone barely surviving with 2 HP. I wish he had just focused that drone down. That is Narca, because that Ling was going to die either way, and that drone was so close to dying. That's unfortunate for him. But it looks like he's done critical damage in this game going forward here. This should be a fairly comfortable victory for Narca going forward. We have everything going for us besides the upgrade advantage, but that shouldn't matter. We have enough gas advantage that from here we should be able to win. We have 24 to 14 workers, so can be able to squeeze out a lot more units in production than Saiyan is able to keep up with for the time being. We do have another little skirmish of 2 Zerglings, going to see if they can make their way into the main base, but Saiyan on top of his Mulis control going to be stopping that. Does have 5 Muas, so can easily one-shot those Zerglings, killing them efficiently in the process. It's going to be a little bit of time before he's able to squeeze out a lot of mutas to take advantage of the fact that he has this upgrade advantage, because he did lose a lot of drones. So having to replace those drones mean a lot of lava is being made into drones right now instead of mutas, which means he's actually going to be behind in muta count very shortly here, which is going to really favor Narca, having not only the superior colony earlier on, but now going to be having the superior air force as well, with only the upgrade advantage being the only discrepancy for Saiyan. Currently, both players just chilling in their main bases. Narca does have the advantage of having spores, so he could move out momentarily. Yes, he is deciding to move out now, which is probably the correct choice. He could maybe start to find 1 or 2 overlords here and there, maybe catch a few Scourge that are roaming around. He doesn't want to commit too deep out onto the map, which is the wise choice, because it is very likely that he is behind in the muta arms race, so to speak. So he doesn't want to push out too deep out onto the map, but he can roam a little bit with the mutas, maybe find something here. There's currently 2 Scourge of Saiyan SC making their way around the map, scouting out all these bases, making sure there's no 3rd base for Narca. But right as they make their way out of the natural 3rd, their drone moves down there to maybe take that as an expansion. So a little bit of a mistimed scout from Saiyan, not going to be confirming that 3rd for some time. And now here comes the huge move out of some Zerglings into the natural, while the mutas fly into the main, dealing with 2 attacks in 2 locations with just 1 force unit. It's going to be tricky for Saiyan. He's stuck between a rock and a hard place as the mutas start devastating the drones in the main base, while the Lings go to town on the drones in the natural. And he's losing so many drones right now. It's a really bad news situation for Saiyan to have to deal with, because just as soon as the Lings dry up, he can now fly out with the mutas, so he won't even be able to catch the mutas of Narca in the process. And now another counterattack of 2 Lings, beautifully executed from Narca, going to be doing a nice counterattack, finding more damage on Saiyan SC in the natural expansion, kind of outmaneuvering him there, forcing him to go to and fro, back and forth with a nice little 1-2 punch action from Narca, kind of what you have to do in this matchup to find little free bits of damage to disrupt your opponent by forcing them to multitask. Like, you look over here and I punch you there kind of thing. It's a pretty beautiful thing to see in ZVZ. You don't see people execute that thing very consistently unless you're at like a more higher S rank or pro level, but it's nice to see at the lower echelons games as well, because it is a hard maneuver to pull off consistently, and it seems like Narca's done a good job of demonstrating here how to pull off these maneuvers to get small advantages and keep snowballing your lead gradually, and eventually we'll take a superior muta count here going forward. Looks like we have 11 mutas, 6 Scourge for Saiyan, but we have so many mutas for Narca here. Looks like that's at least 15 mutas coming up. There is a flock of Scourge trying to intercept and get some damage onto them. Ooh, miss micro from Narca to try and kill one of them. Actually going to be eating some of those shots. And now Saiyan is going to be diving on top of that with his +1 Carapace. But it doesn't matter because Narca's got his own +1 Carapace. Surprise, motherfucker. Saiyan has to tap out. GG is called the superior muta count of Narca. Unfortunately, too much for him to bear, and he's going to be tying up that series here. So yeah, Narca looking pretty strong so far, going into game number 3. How did you feel after game number 2 there, Narca?
Felt pretty good. I saw a weakness early on in game number 1, which was his multitasking and lane control, and I exploited the heck out of it in game number 2, so I felt like I was pretty confident going into game number 3.
Nice. Well, we're going to be taking a quick 3-minute break before jumping into game number 3, guys. So if you need to use the bathroom or grab a drink, please do so now. We'll be right back.
See you shortly.
Oh, hang on.
I'm proud of you.
Yes. Oh, it's Ozzy. What's up?
Yo. Just poking him during the break. I won't
Can't
join.
say hi. You're more than welcome to join if you want to.
Damn. How many games are left? I guess it depends.
One more from my series, and then the Jaeyoon versus Wolfix series. So 2 to 3 games on that one. 4 to 5 total, or 3 to 4 total.
Okay. Yeah, maybe I'll stick around a little bit.
Sounds good. I'm sure Zune would appreciate the assistance on the ZVZ at least.
That's kind of what I was thinking. Like, solo casting's a little bit tiring, I think.
Yeah. Especially after a longer series, your voice eventually starts to wear down.
Yeah.
We got a single High Templar. What's the storm gonna be like? The storm's pretty good.
Really good.
Oh, he is gonna clean this up. Holy shit, the storm doing a lot of work here.
Yeah.
Okay,
Oh my.
how are the Zealots gonna get done?
All this, look at this evaporate. Oh my gosh, man.
Yeah, the storm's kind of lackluster. The first storm's looking okay. Another storm going down. A couple more storms going down. It's right here. Big moment for a second. Still be able to break this on. High Templars. High Templars. Ah, he started his own High Templar too, and we could get a big storm there. Another big storm here. But is it enough? Another big storm there. Does he have any more storms available? He's got one more. He's got 2 more storms. Holy shit.
Honestly, that went a lot better for
Uh-oh. This might be big time trouble for exit. He's not even siege mode.
No. Oh man.
He's not even target firing.
Vultures without a
Do that?
Yeah, see, he's doing it again. He did exactly again. Screwed out.
This is big time trouble.
That really could have been, because I think Zun might have seen how aggressive he was with the Marines and like, just fake speedlings and probably kill the guy.
He was even getting burrow. Like maybe his plan was like just to burrow them, and then they walk by and go pick off that vessel. Oh, the Defiler gets irradiated before he can get the Dark Swarm off. He can cast the Dark Swarm.
Whoa. Time for the break.
Paper airplanes, exactly.
You can kill a factory here pretty easily, actually.
Yeah. So many Dragoons going down for Dragon.
Yeah, and the other half of the Dragon fight, and he can't get on the lead.
The Dragoons are just trying to get across the bridge from the western side, but it's a great position for Jaehyun to exploit, doing a really good job of shuffling his Reavers up into the shuttle as well, mitigating most of the damage set to them, dodging almost all of the Scarabs, but up.
What is up, guys?
Hmm.
Well, you a Minecraft villager?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
What's up, Mr. Dahaki? You gonna be joining me? So I have to solo
Yeah,
cast this shit?
Yeah, I heard you solo casting, and I know you've been at it for a while. I could tell by how you were talking. Maybe a little bit of help would be good for you.
Yeah, I mean, I was casting with Saiyan before I dropped in an SL as well, so I'm a little bit strained. I didn't realize I'd have to solo cast for some of this, so yeah, would be nice.
It's okay, I'm a ZVZ expert.
I believe in you.
This is my highest win rate on ladder.
I mean, you probably understand ZVZ better than me, let's be honest. You're a genius when it comes to ZVZ.
I mean, I'm a genius in general, but yeah.
There you go. That's what I'm talking about.
And so humble.
If you knew, you would understand that is me being humble.
Yeah, in relative terms, that is him being extremely humble.
Yeah.
Well, it's nice to have you in the caster booth, Mr. Dahaki, the dragon.
Okay. I'm glad you feel that way.
I don't get out of here.
Alright, bye.
Yep, we lost the cat. I don't control them. They wander where they want.
Well, cats are as cats do, I guess. They just be cats and catting around and stuff.
That was
Cats are...
those were definitely some words.
Yeah, I just strung them together there. Hopefully made some kind of coherent sense to you guys listening on air. I didn't really attempt to make sense of those words, but nonetheless, those are the words that were chosen at random. Kind of like how Snow picked his team, you know, throwing darts at a board and seeing what stuck. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of when Snow upgraded me from bro to cousin.
Yeah, is that an upgrade? Like that's not an upgrade.
Like it was.
You're more than just a bro to me now. You're my cuz. So okay.
Yeah, I do think that cuz is a downgrade from bro. I think bro's a
100%.
That's like you chose them. They are your bro, but a cousin is just kind of like, we're related, you know.
And I actually said to my cousin, who I'm very close to for many years, I actually said to him, "You're more like a brother to me than a cousin," because it should be quite easily distinguished that a brother is a much more closer connection than a cousin, right?
Yeah, for sure. You hopping in, Zoom?
I might do.
Ozzy do this alone.
I might hop in there if you ask me nicely. Right. No, I'm just kidding. I'm on my way. I'm on my way. Settle down. I'm coming.
I think after this game, I'll go to my brother and put my arm around his shoulder and be like, "You're a cousin to me, dude."
All right, guys. Well, we're going to be going right on in to game number 3 between Saiyan SC and none other than your boy in the caster booth currently, nOm.XUN. So we do have sporting in the top left as the magenta Zerg, Saiyan SC. Currently, the series being tied up. He looked a little bit weaker in that game number 2 than game number 1. Can he pull it out? Can he pull the dub for Team Snow's Forgotten Bros? His opponent in the bottom right as the red Zerg, none other than nOm.XUN. That fiery red, looking rather sexy on that Zerg race. Looks pretty good. Not many colors do look good on Zerg, but I would definitely say these two are strong contenders for one of the best Zerg color options you have, right?
I 100% agree. I'm a magenta player. Sorry?
Purple is the best color. If we didn't play this on shield battery, I'd be purple all day.
Okay. Well, go ahead, RZ. I care more about your opinion.
Yeah, for sure. I'm a big magenta player in general. I like playing magenta for all races, but I definitely feel like magenta looks good on Zerg. And ever since I was a kid, I felt like red was the most intimidating Zerg color. Like when you see a big blob of red Zerg coming at you, it just feels really intimidating.
Right, yeah. Do you think there's something psychological about that as well? Like the red being a big threat sort of a color, you know, like kind of identifying it as, oh, this is dangerous, you know, like built into it. There's something built into us as well. Like I think purple is probably psychologically the least threatening color, and maybe red one of the most threatening colors. What do you think?
I think it depends on the person. For me, I'm more of a bull, so when I see red, I just get really angry, and I just think I gotta kill that.
Red is dead.
So shift tab guarantees wins for me.
I see. That's definitely a good strategy to have if that's working out for you. We're going to be seeing the very fast hatchery first from nOm.XUN yet again, getting that sort of like really early, like 10 hatchery, and then optimizing his lava with this fast pool timing. So do you think that Saiyan's just going to die in the same fashion as we saw in game number 2, or do you think he's going to have a little bit of an adjustment going forward against this style again?
I didn't really see a lot of it, but if it plays out the same, like I did hear nOm.XUN say that he saw that Saiyan was maybe weak in the multitasking area, so if he gets a little bit of this lead, then it'll definitely be easier for him to kind of tax his multitasking later on.
Yeah, and Saiyan has basically elected to do the exact same build order in all 3 of the games, which does open you up to being metagamed, essentially. So it's a little bit of a weakness to go for the exact same play every single game. I would have liked to see him throw in some of the variations and other styles I've been talking with him about, but would have been interesting to see if he threw out a 10 hatch or 9 hatch of his own against nOm.XUN, though nOm.XUN is the more experienced Zerg player, so probably would still be able to outmaneuver him in that situation. So I don't necessarily blame him going for this style, but would have liked to have seen a little bit of a mix-up.
So we actually pulled off gas for nOm.XUN. I guess this indicates we're going to go pretty heavy on lanes, yeah?
Yeah. This is like in BGH, when you go 9 hatch, sometimes you're just going to be pulling off of gas right away and just really committing hard into those lings initially, and then you have enough minerals to transition into spores if you do need to, but you do have to find damage with those lings at the start of the game. We see 2 Zerglings for Saiyan waiting at the natural third as well. Could be doing a little bit of a run-by action, but they might be intercepted by these rallied Zerglings of nOm.XUN. Ooh, they're going to be intercepted if he's not careful. Yeah, so the Lings do get spotted from Saiyan, so he's not going to be able to find too much damage with these 2 Zerglings going into the main base, which is a little bit unfortunate. Could have been a little bit more careful with the timing of those Lings going into the main base to find maybe some more critical damage, but are going to be cleaned up quite nicely. Does target fire down a drone, gets down to 1 HP, but doesn't get the pick off. Now we see at the natural expansion area of Saiyan SC, a little bit of a Ling trade on the top of the ramp, some Lings trying to get some 2-on-1 action going, seeing if he can get into the main base with that speed upgrade advantage to try and get some surface area to fight with. But we do currently have 11 Lings to nOm.XUN's, I think that's like 10, 12 with another 14. So a total of 16 Lings coming up soon here. So he will be able to break in very shortly. Does get up the ramp, starts to get some surface area, but good concave, going to be shutting that down from Saiyan SC. If you can keep resetting up these concaves and trapping these Lings as they can't, it's going to be good surface area for Saiyan SC to work with here. So he's done a good job of mitigating the Ling advantage of nOm.XUN thus far in this game. Currently 9 Lings to 9.
Yeah, we have the Spire finishing up for Saiyan, so the Evo Chamber is going down. We got a lot more Lings coming in behind us, but nOm.XUN's going to have a pretty low drone count once he drops spores here. But I imagine maybe after this wave of Lings here, we're going to go back into drone. I actually kind of would like to have seen drones instead of these extra 12 lings here, because I don't think he's going to be able to break through. And if he does, we have like the sunken to fall back to as well. So Naka's ego is going to be pretty low. So yeah, now we got the drones coming in, so we're going to be dropping spores behind these lings.
This is the problem in this matchup, is that when you go for this 9-hatch style instead of 12-hatch, you don't have a big economy, so it's a little bit tricky, but the lings do get inside and beautiful surface area, so we'll get a fairly cost-efficient trade. But now the 3 Mutalisks are out. We have 1 Muta coming in to help out at the ramp, while the other 2 fly all the way in a beeline to the natural expansion area of SANSE. Creep colonies, he cancels it and replaces it into another position, so these 2 Mutas can actually start target firing down this creep colony and put a lot of damage out onto it first, but he could also just target down some drones more critically, which is what he should do, because you can't actually kill the creep colony with just 2 of the mutas, but you can kill at least 3 of these drones with these 2 mutas, especially if you do good chase micro. You can even kill up to 4, maybe even 5 of these drones as they transition back into the main base. So it's really good damage from SANSE getting in here and softening up this drone count before the spore was even able to come online.
And then Muta gets away with 2 HP here. From here, we're going to need to see maybe a lot more drone from SAN. Do you feel like he needs to take a natural? I feel like he should, right? He's going to have map control with the Muta. Naka, with the spore coverage and stuff, he can go pretty heavy into drones now, so...
But there's 2 plays here. We either go up to 7 or 8 Muta and break the spores one at a time, because there's only 1 spore currently in the natural. So we could break the spore in the natural here. There's actually one other play. There's 2 other plays. We either break the spores with going up to 8 Muta, or we flood lings and try and use the lings to overwhelm him because he's only making drones and spores currently, or we start taking our expansion. Those are the 3 main options available to us right now, as SANSE coming in right now, getting some more drone kills with these mutas. Great pickup from him. If he can get... he loses one of the mutas. Unfortunately, he did have 2 red HP mutas and does lose one of them.
We do have 2 vulnerable overlords here, and they're going to start getting picked away at here. I think we get both, almost definitely.
We should.
So with that, Saiyan's actually going to have the drone lead, and we're moving to take our natural. So I really like this play from Saiyan so far.
Yeah,
as long as we keep knock on the defensive here, and we're picking off drones, like sitting between the rally here is really nice because it makes it harder to make use of this natural, right? So yeah, we'll have to like maybe possibly oversaturate them in a little bit in this case, and then yeah, it allows Saiyan to catch up a fair amount here on eco.
Yeah, and he's throwing down that expansion now, and has his Carapace upgrade on the way, so we'll be having a upgrade advantage going forward. So really nice from him if he can stay between these 2 bases. It will be a long time until Naka has his own mutas and Scourge to fight off these. So it is a little bit of a thorn in his side. He can't make drones to transfer down into his natural right now. He's trying to do it. Look, and these drones are just going to get sniped off easily like that. So this is the problem. He can't saturate his natural properly right now. So even though he has a production and eco lead, it's actually not being fully utilized right now. So really good positional play from Saiyan, taking advantage of this fact that he can sit between these 2 bases.
Yeah, we have the Spire on the way now. Yeah, I mean, Saiyan's doing a good job of not falling behind, like using these Muta to kind of keep himself like in a decent lead, and we're actually picking up these drones as they hatch. So like really, really good play from Saiyan there, kind of sitting on the eggs and catching them on the outside away from the spores.
Yeah, still finding more and more damage with the mutas as well, picking off more and more drones as time progresses, which is really great. Look, if he can just keep camping the eggs as well and sniping off units as they hatch, it's really cost efficient to do this kind of thing. I'm really happy that I'm seeing Saiyan play like this right now. He's not necessarily playing perfectly right now, but he's showing that he's improved.
Yeah, for sure. Don't want to bleed off too many mutas here. We do have knock on 2 gas with the Spire coming down, so like right now Saiyan's fine, right? He's gonna have the upgrade lead, he's got a okay like Muta count and decent gas bank, so he's not gonna fall behind now, but you don't want to bleed off too many Muta. We also forced out an extra spore there to protect the eggs from Naka, so that was really, really good.
Yeah, a couple of links coming into the natural expansion of SANSE, not able to find a drone kill, 3 HP left on that drone, so nice cleanup from those mutas, going to be denying further damage, but there's 4 lings waiting in the wing. If these mutas do not spot them, there could be more damage received. Saiyan doing a good job of just flying around, scouting with his mutas, trying to find any potential counterattacks coming in. Here comes the 4 Zerglings now. Mutas are in position to clean this up, but he could lose at least 1 drone potentially. Ooh, nice cleanup. 1 HP. 1 HP on that drone. That's crazy. Okay, we see.
Yeah, and I actually like the timing on when Saiyan pulled back, because with the extra spore coming down and stuff, and at this point there wasn't a whole lot of like safety sitting between here with the spire coming up and everything as well. You don't want to be caught by Scourge, so I feel like the timing on Saiyan pulling back there to get defensive for a moment was really good.
Is going to be coming in set natural yet again, getting a little bit of a damage on the mutas, as well as taking out one more drone, doing what he can to limit the economic growth of Naka. He does have that earlier hatchery timing, so has been able to squeeze out more drones during this time. But so many drones have fallen that he's kind of evened things out a little bit. There is a huge bank of gas for Saiyan as well, so if he can just squeeze out some of his own drones and start pumping mutas, it's going to be kind of like a repeat of game number 1, where he just had so many more mutas than Naka. I have talked to Saiyan in detail about how to deal with these turtling Zergs that kind of like just want to make spores and chill like this, and he is currently doing a few of the things that I talked to him about. Is maybe catching these mutas if he gets on top of this. This is really big for Saiyan, killing one of these mutas. He needs to be careful though. The beautiful Scourge connections, forcing him in retreat. He still has the muta advantage 7-5, and one of these mutas for Naka is also low, so they're about 2 mutas ahead of him in right this second, so is currently ahead in air superiority. Needs to be throwing down this third hatchery, it does say, and that's one of the things I've been talking to him a lot about, is taking these earlier thirds when dealing with this kind of strategy from the red Zerg we see here, Naka. One thing you can do is by squeezing out this early third base and getting a little gas lead over him as time progresses, and kind of whittling down and mitigating his early advantage that he once had from taking these early bases and trying to turtle up.
Yeah, this situation looks pretty bad for Naka at this point. Like, Saiyan has a muta lead and a pretty massive gas bank, and I actually like this call to go spores, because what I was just about to say was the only time I ever see like a Zerg come back from a situation like this is because they have the defensive spore set up. They're able to get a little bit more aggressive and like counterattack and that kind of thing. So it can work out sometimes where they can pull it back a little bit in that sense. But with the spores going down for Saiyan, it actually completely mitigates that opportunity.
Yeah, I feel like he's playing a little bit scared. I don't think he realizes just how far in the muta count he is, and he has so much gas banked up, so wasting minerals on spores and such is really not a great situation. It would have been much better if he had just first thrown down that hatchery and then defended with... he's going to lose that drone right as it comes in. Scourge, beautiful snipes though, denying those Scourge good connections, and now going to be in hot pursuit of those mutas of Naka. Saiyan does know how to get good sharp angles with patrol micro in chase. So as you can see there, beautiful micro from Saiyan SC. We've done a lot of muta micro together, and he knows quite a few things about muta micro now that maybe a lot of these lower ranked Zergs don't. So he is going to be able to pull out little tricks like that to squeeze out a volley where other Zerg players wouldn't be able to find the vector or angle to do so.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess maybe you're right. Maybe a little preemptive on the spores, I guess. Like, I kind of like the idea of the spores, but I guess in this case, because our gas bank is so massive, if we just spin the gas, right, we're so unbelievably far ahead. So I guess that should take priority over the spores right now, unless we're looking for a kill.
Yeah, well, we have an upgrade advantage as well, so we can just use this third as a bait base and use it as a way of forcing a fight against the mutas as well. It also does make Naka want to have to take his own third base. He is doing so kind of in line with saying he has the upgrade advantage right now, so he's going to be coming in for a huge fight. And with the upgrade advantage, 2 Carapace, 2-1 Carapace, Saiyan should be able to win this fight unless Naka has very good Mutalisk target firing. Saiyan should definitely win this fight. It looks like he is doing so. There is a Link counterattack at the third base of Saiyan, whittling down the HP of that hatchery, but it's going to take them a long time to kill the hatchery with just 2 Zerglings. Another pack of 6 Zerglings making their way up there as well to help get the job done after those get cleaned up maybe, but they will be intercepted on the way, so they have to go around the left hand side to kind of try and remain unseen for the time being. Maybe they can come in here and pick off this hatchery later on, but for the time being I think that he's going to keep the hatchery safe.
Yeah, we actually have a muta spotting the lings as well on the left side, so these won't be able to get in and do anything. I feel like with the denial of that third and not being able to stop Saiyan's third, it's looking pretty grim for Naka. I mean, this is kind of ZVZ in a nutshell as well. Once the muta count gets too far ahead, it just seems so difficult for Zerg to make a comeback.
Yeah, I'm trying to remain as impartial and non-biased as possible and non-emotional and analyze this game logically. But I got a little warmth in my heart with the prospect of saying maybe coming out with the win here. But I'm going to try and squash that down for the time being. We're just going to analyze this game on the fly. Link's coming in from nOm.XUN now, picking off some of these drones at the third base location. It's a little bit of a nice pick off here, but he's not enough DPS to finish off this hatchery. So unfortunately, most of those Zerglings going to be going down for not much. But another Link counterattack into natural expansion, which is a much better counterattack because more drones are falling for Saiyan, which is slightly evening up the worker count. It's not quite the damage that he needs to get ahead in this game, but it is the kind of thing that he needs to keep doing to keep Saiyan kind of back a little bit, worried about potential counterattacks, give himself enough time to get his third base online, get his own third gas going. But look at this gas bank for Saiyan, nearly 2,000 gas. Holy shit! Spend your money.
Yeah, if we can spend our gas, then I feel like we can just completely overwhelm them. I mean, we already have like such a massive lead, but do you feel like in this situation, if you're nOm.XUN, is there anything you can actually do to make a comeback from here?
Well, it's
like, what do you think?
It's CVZ, so anything can happen. Like, you can bait his muters around the map, make him think that that's all you've got, but really you've got like these other muters waiting over here, and they fly in and snipe a bunch of drones. There's all kinds of like fancy tricks you can do, but it's really hard to actually pull out a win with those fancy tricks, especially once spores are in the equation. So yeah, it's a really tough situation. I think one thing he could be doing is maybe taking a hidden fourth base. Like, let's say, for example, one thing Naka could have done is like take this base up in the top right and take that as like a hidden fourth and like use that to like power up and go into Hive and then try and get out Devourers and maybe, or even Queen's Nest with the End Snare would be an idea. Like some kind of like tech advantage, because he's behind an upgrade, so he needs some kind of trump card to use against Saiyan here right now. We do see more and more of these Link counterattacks coming in, but they're getting cleaned up too cost efficiently by these packs of muters right now. So we need some kind of tech play from nOm.XUN to counteract this superior force. Oh.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Is that me or you?
I'm seeing everyone, so that might be me.
Yeah, that means it's you. Well, while we wait for this, so we do have Queens coming down for both players. Is Defiler a potential comeback unit? Is Plague something you can go for?
Plague is something you can go for. Ensnare, Plague, Devours are all things you can go for. It's not necessarily the best thing to go for, but they're certainly all very valid in dealing with big packs of big flocks of muters. They're all stacked up, so anything like that's going to be great. Maybe I could, if you could stream on Discord, maybe I could cast from there.
Yeah, I'll do that. Not only can I, but will I.
I appreciate that, bud.
Even though you say my observing is horrible to watch. Completely lost the rhythm. We're up to 3k gas bank from Zayn, by the way. I almost wouldn't even mind him not mining from this geyser for a little bit first and getting our mineral income going a little bit stronger. Just because it feels like we're never going to spend this gas bank.
There we go.
Mutaflock flying into the third here. We do have 3 defensive spores here and a few Scourge, but we might have enough to overwhelm. We are 2-1 upgrades versus 1-0. It's so hard to like watch Muto fights until who's winning. Yeah, so with the 3 defensive spores, we're actually trading really, really well here for nOm.XUN.
Yeah, he's doing a great job. Yes, it is working for me. I can see.
I guess the only thing is while that was like a really good defensive trade there for him, it's just the eco is just really, really far behind now. We're not really able to mine from our third just yet. We're getting a few drones coming out now, so we're evening up the drone count a little bit here. But this gas bank from Saiyan just seems like it's going to be so difficult to overcome.
Oh yeah, I don't see how. Like, there's so much gas that he can leverage. The only thing that's bottlenecking it a little bit is the fact that there's not quite enough mineral income for him. But as time progresses, he will still be able to squeeze out units with that gas. But Oh, okay, there's the Defiler Mound. Okay, here we go. That's what we want to see. A little bit of Plague action would be absolutely exceptional here, but it's going to be a little bit of time before that comes online, another few minutes, so there's plenty of window here for Saiyan to come in and do some critical damage with these Mewers if he so chooses. He does have currently a huge advantage in the air with that force, so could make something happen if he wants to, but maybe a little bit hesitant to fight over the spores.
Yeah. Yeah, after that last trade, maybe he wants to play a little bit safer. Yeah, it seems like Saiyan's just not 100% sure like where he's at, I think. I know it can be really hard to tell sometimes, especially in mirror matchups, right? Like, from his perspective, it's 3 base versus 3 base. He just took a trade that didn't go that well. He knows he's floating 2k minerals, or 2k gas, so it might be a little bit hard to tell like how far in the lead he is right now for him. We're actually on Greater Spire, so we got Defiler versus Greater Spire, so it's going to be Devourer, right?
Yeah, Devourer will be the choice from Saiyan up against the Plague choice from Naka. Both are very valid choices in the late game phase. I do like the fact that Naka's choosing the Plague, though, because I don't feel like he can win going Devourer here. So I think that this is definitely the superior choice for Naka going forward. Even getting the Crackling upgrade as Naka. So these circling counterattacks are going to get more and more insane as time goes on. Even with imagine if you somehow got a Dark Swarm down at one of these expansions as well. The Muters can't even clean up the Cracklings. It would be wild to see. Going to be nuts here. Going to see some late game ZVZ action. Nice way of starting to wrap up the evening with some of these more intense games. Oh, I'm looking forward to it. We've also got some other hot action still from Wolfix and JUN, I believe, coming up. But for the time being, we've got this amazing game going into the late phase with some consuming Defilers getting ready to launch the Plague. Plague is on the way, though. It's not ready yet, so only Dark Swarm is available currently. Going to be coming in with all these huge flock of Mewers, going to be just getting on top of these spores and not worrying too much about them anymore. Now just going to be trying to use his superior air fleet to dominate Naka right this second, right now. All the spores are starting to fall. So are the Mutalisk force of Naka. He has Plague on the way, but it's not ready yet. And he's going to be maybe losing this expansion in the time being, reducing him to just 2 base worth of economy. And we still have a bit of a bank of gas for Saiyan waiting as well. So he's got another 1200 gas in the kitty to use later on. Ha, cat pun. Now coming into the natural expansion with the rest of the Mewers. There's still 4 spores, but there's not enough Mewers to keep fighting this. There is enough tanking on these Mewers. GG is cool. Saiyan SC bringing out the win for Team Snow Forgotten Bros. Thank you for crushing the Naka Meister there and getting a wing on the board there, Saiyan SC. Absolutely exceptionally well played games. I'm really proud of you, buddy. Wasn't too confident and happy about game number 2, but that's okay. You played really well in the series, and I'm sure surprised a lot of people here today taking out Naka.
Yeah, pretty well played by Saiyan. I didn't really see the first 2 games, but I feel like he handled that whole situation pretty well. I really like the harass after he got the mutas up to basically stop himself from falling too far behind. Because, like, if you think about how many drones he killed, he probably killed, what, 15 drones? Maybe even more. Plus forced out extra spores and everything, and it still came out where they were almost even on drone. So if he didn't do all that damage, then it could have been pretty rough for Saiyan, I feel like. So really well played by him.
Yeah, really impressive stuff indeed. And I'm really happy we finally got 2 points more on the board for Team Snow Forgotten Bros there. They had a bit of a rough showing tonight, but there have been some very close games as well, so the score not necessarily indicative of the entire performance of the evening, but certainly a more one-sided matchup thus far with the Team Loveboat pulling out ahead thus far. We still got a couple of games coming up between some high-tier players. I believe we got Wolfix against the likes of Jayun coming up. Don't go anywhere, guys. We're going to take a little intermission here. We'll be right back.
Just real quick, I do want to say it. You may have forgotten that Saiyan is on my team and not your team.
He's my boy. We're all on my team as far as I'm concerned.
Okay.
He's on Team Sun, okay?
Yeah. Well, you were just saying for a win for the Forgotten Bros, but it was actually another one for the boat.
Yeah, I know. I made a big boo-boo. I'm sorry.
I'll forgive you. Just barely.
There's a reason we're called the Forgotten Bros. Even our own bros forget us.
Yeah, see?
I don't know if you saw what I said in chat earlier where when the score was so one-sided, I said, well, maybe they're forgotten for a reason.
Yeah, I saw that. I was gonna just ignore it.
unfortunately, I was remembered, and I hate my team.
Yeah, I kind of got like mind disrupted with having to. During that, I had to not only change over to your stream, but I had to set up OBS to capture that popped out Discord, and that kind of like threw me off my caster game a lot there at the end. So I apologize, guys.
It's okay. Give me
it's all good.
An opportunity to speak more.
You did a good job with saying that that harassment in the third game, like Ozzy said at the end there. Like he did really fucking good. A lot of Zergs fall apart if he just put some spores down, but he was able to keep my larva from growing out of control.
Yeah, I was really proud of him that game.
Yeah, he did a really good job.
It's actually funny how much of my team is getting help from your team instead.
Yeah, I help everyone. Like, I don't care if you're not on my team. If you need warm up for a game or need some coaching, need some advice, whatever, like, I'll help you out. It doesn't matter. Like, you're not on my team, so what? Like,
yeah, I'll never help you.
it's all love. It's the StarCraft scene at the end of the day.
Wolfix and Jaeyoon. I'm actually kind of torn on that one. Jaeyoon's a teammate, but pretty good friends with Wolfix now.
Mm-hmm.
We've bonded with 3v3 BGH.
I actually had to stop myself spitting out my drink.
I've also been giving him good games lately, which feels really nice.
Yeah, that's good. I wish he played more.
Yeah.
He's a little bit of a lazy boy when it comes to StarCraft. He hasn't got the same passion to play as he once did. Like, he cares about the game, but not as much as a player anymore. Like, competing wise, I mean.
I never had passion.
Just generally speaking. Let me see if I can get my StarCraft to work.
I only did an upload on YouTube today. It's been the first one in a month.
All right. Do a little bit of freeway cast action. All right, guys, welcome back. Here we go into the next epic game, starting out with the map Neverland. Of course, it's going to be absolute titans now fighting one another, spawning in the top right corner of the map as the red Protoss, none other than Jaeyoon for Team Loveboat, going up against this monster of a man in the bottom right as the navy blue Terran. It's none other than Wolfix for Team Snowforgotten Bros.
Can I just say it's a bit. It feels a little bit nice to watch a Jaeyoon mess up a split when he gets the vertical spawn too. I hate the mineral patches at the top. I always mess up my split there.
It's one of the hardest ways to split, I think, but I think that a lot of people should practice it because it's not as hard as I think a lot of people think it is. It just requires a little bit of finesse, a little bit of practice to get down, and it does feel nice when you do get it. So I'd recommend people practicing that a little bit. Yes,
yeah, it's
we
one
know.
of those things.
Oh,
you get a
shit.
three-player map like 4 or 5 times in a row and start feeling a bit more confident in it. But yeah, it's you're usually splitting to the right or to the left, so it kind of just messes with your muscle memory a little bit there.
Yeah, it certainly does. So what do you think going into this game, guys? Like, what's your predictions? Is Wolfix going to destroy Jaeyoon, or is Jaeyoon going to get the better of Wolfix here in this series?
Well, my money's on Wolfix, besides the fact that he's a teammate. He's also a cool guy, and I actually just don't know anything about Jaeyoon other than that he's a streamer. I've never watched his stream, I've never seen him play, so I'm gonna go with Wolfix here. Just blindly and unbiasedly, for sure. Definitely no bias there.
Yeah. Wolfix is an extremely strong Terran player. He very easily gets up to S rank each season, but he doesn't play a lot of ranked. He basically just grinds out S rank in a one big stretch, sometimes getting it of like 22 wins and 2 losses or something crazy like that. But then he doesn't really play for the rest of the season, so he's not really one of those players that puts in a lot of hours, a lot of games. But even when he isn't practicing, he's still quite a high stellar caliber of player. So might be giving Jaehyun a hard time, even though he's not that warmed up for this game, I think.
Definitely, and I would assume since Jaehyun's a streamer, he's pretty consistent in his play, so that's going to be something in the favor of him, even if Wolfix may be a little bit favored in the MMR department. Sometimes just having that warmed upness makes a difference that skill can't make up for.
Yeah, being a little bit hotter can be really advantageous. Making sure you're able to play at your highest level, even if you're not able to beat him playing at his best. As long as you're playing at your best and he's not playing at his best, you can kind of like even out those odds of the MMR difference a little bit.
For sure. And I, like I said, I don't know Jaehyun that well, so as far as I know, they're actually a really even matchup, so it should be a pretty good game going forward. But yeah, Wolfix is definitely a very strong player. I
think that if Wolfix was in shape, so to speak, he would be definitely favored against Jaehyun by a significant margin. And with him being out of shape, I would say they're a lot more equally matched, but maybe slightly favored Jaehyun if he's in shape.
Looks like we're going to see some 2-gate action out of Jaehyun here. That's you don't see that as much anymore, but it used to be a really popular build, especially when people first started realizing that you can snipe tanks and 2 shots or 2 volleys.
Well, let's
got really popular for a while.
Well, let's talk about this map then very briefly. It is like Longinus. We have this really big open middle, but it is high ground, so it's really hard for Terrans to push up there. And it is a flat map like Longinus as well. So things like 2 factory strong, things like this 2 gateway goon very strong as well. And Wolfix comes in and sees that with his SCV as well. So he knows what he's up against now. Is going to maybe have to make a few adjustments in dealing with this very fast pressure from Jaehyun. A lot of damage could come down into this natural expansion if Wolfix is unprepared for dealing with this earlier goon timings. Range already halfway done almost for Jaehyun, so there's going to be a lot of Dragoons putting a lot of pressure on this natural expansion soon, maybe trying to run by with the goons, maybe trying to come in and pick off the first tank as well. Goon's going to be coming in now and taking a few pot shots at these Marines before the bunker is set up, softening them up just a little bit, but not able to find much here.
Yeah, it's worth noting, too, that these expansions, especially the spawn that Wolfix got, it's actually a pretty wide open area, so the possibility of run-by to snipe a tank is pretty strong here. I like the 2-gate Dragoon on this map, because as you were saying, it's a kind of a really flat map leading into that high ground, so... Oh, the DT follow-up, that's not common at all. The gas-heavy 2-gate into a DT follow-up. But Wolfix might get in and scout it. We'll have to see if Jaehyun can block this SCV. He really needs to get in there and block the hole. He does block it, so he's not going to know for sure.
Yeah, this is not the fastest DT timing that you can accomplish, but it is a very good way of disguising DTs. So what you can basically do is like do this like 2-gate range aggression, make you think that there's not enough gas and resources behind us to afford those DTs. But meanwhile, you actually are not only going to be getting those DTs, but probably going to be double expanding behind it after the fact as well. So we do see the Templar Archives on the way for Jaehyun. A little bit of goon pressure at the front. First tank is already out, so a little bit of a dance with the tank and the bunker, trying to make sure we can get a little bit of that DPS on these Dragoons, but the Dragoons do poke in and get a little bit of face disruptor shots off on that siege tank. Needs to be careful not to lose too much HP on that siege tank, or it can be dealt with quite quickly here. A 4th Dragoon will be making its way down soon, so it can 2-shot a tank. It only takes 8 shots from phase disruptor of the Dragoons to kill a tank, so even the full HP on that tank, those 4 Dragoons can come in and start 2-shotting these tanks if Wolfix is not careful. Needs to also start repairing his bunker. He's not repairing. Okay, for a moment there he wasn't repairing his bunker. Siege mode now done, so it's going to be pushing back these Dragoons, but critically, I'm not sure he's aware about this follow-up of the DTs, because there's no mines, there's nothing behind us, there's no engineering bay, there's nothing to detect these DTs that are going to be coming out in a little bit of a delayed fashion, more like a 6-minute timing than a 5-minute 10 timing, but
he's got to be wondering what's going on, because he's only seen 4 Dragoons, so like, why would you hold back with a 2-gate pressure? And the eBay is coming down. Hopefully this means he has sniffed out that this is a possibility, because of the Dragoon count being so low. The gas has to go somewhere. When you see the 2 gates like that, it usually means there's not going to be DT tech, because the gas has to go into the Dragoons, but we haven't been seeing more Dragoons coming across, so...
Yeah, I mean, he could be hiding the Dragoons. We don't know for sure. But yeah, we should be a little bit suspicious that there wasn't some crazy push on the natural already with a huge account of Dragoons. So that gas has to have gone somewhere. And it is going to be coming into these DTs that are going to be momentarily moving their way into natural expansion. Turret is coming online for Wolfix.
Oh no, is it going to be on time?
It doesn't matter if it is in time. The Dragoons can come in with the DTs as well and help them get the job done. They are going to do so. Stepping forward, could snipe the SCV building that turret or just snipe the turret down. That's good enough, and that's a real nightmare situation. Just coming in, sniping that turret off, and then the DTs can go to work and dealing with that tank. There is some turrets being made in the main base, but now the Natural's completely evacuated. Dragoons go to work on that bunker as well to open that up. DTs killing one more tank in the main base. Wolfix in complete disarray right now as these DTs go to work, trapping this tank. Oh no, he's going to lose the other tank as well. The SCV was blocking on the left-hand side. That's devastation for Wolfix there. Does get the SCV surrounding the other turret though, so the turret won't go down for the time being. Tank able to start putting out some DPS to clear up the rest of those Dark Templars, but now there's still Dragoons hitting this natural command center. It's getting down to low HP range. The SCV is coming off the line to try and repair it up as the siege tank comes in to try and deal with it. The Dragoon in the main base is going to fall. It's on low HP. Siege tank finally going to stabilize and get in siege mode while repairing the CC, so we'll not be losing this command center, but there's another 2 Dragoons coming down here to deny him taking this expansion for the time being.
I think Wolfix is actually in an okay position after all that. The worker count's a little bit low for him. His CC's already done though. All he needs to do is resecure his natural. I think he's held. I think he did a good job.
Oh,
it could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, he could have just died. In fact, a lot of Terran players would have just crumbled and died under that kind of timing and pressure. But
oh my gosh, we're gonna see 2 base Arbiter behind this too. This is crazy.
This is actually the natural follow-up to the early DT play, because you're already lined up with the Templar Archives to transition into 2 base Arbiter. There's 2 choices you can do from here. You can take down the third Nexus really quickly and double expand behind the DTs, or you can go into a fast tech play like this and go 2 base Arbiter with the slightly delayed third. Looks like we're going for the latter of those 2 options, so pretty good play from Jaeyoon trying to get the most out of the tech options while also still securing an economic lead here.
It's worth noting that the DTs even now are still doing damage. Both the DTs are dead, but this natural expansion is being delayed so much longer. He's got to float buildings and slowly creep forward with some missile turrets. So even though the DTs are no longer on the map, they've been killed, he's not making any more. These DTs were still doing damage even until this point in the game.
Mm-hmm. He's only just now going to be starting to land this CC again. A bit of unfortunate for him, and yes, it's actually going to be hard for him to land that CC if the SCV is building that turret on the south side. He had to wait for the SCV to shuffle to the other side before he could even land it. It's kind of funny.
SCV is one of the worst workers for a number of reasons. One of those being that they can block your own buildings.
Yeah, so I like how he's got 2 turrets in his natural so that they can't just get sniped off again and have a repeat of the last thing that we saw with him coming in and taking out the turret and the DTs going to work. So with these extra turrets in this position, we'll be fortifying him against any potential DT play, but it doesn't really matter right now. We see the scan go off in the main base. He sees the Arbiter Tribunal already finished at 9 minutes, so he now knows what he's up against, and he doesn't yet know about the 3rd base either, but he understands that right now there's going to be a very fast stasis timing coming out from these Arbiters, and it's going to be a little bit worrisome for him going forward, so he's going to have to carefully calibrate a build order to try and deal with this. It's going to be very tricky for him going forward with this early 3rd base from Jaeyoon.
Yeah, he's got to also be ready for recalls just on the off chance. It looks like he might be going out to make some turrets just to make sure it can't suicide all the way into the main, but no, this is a really dangerous situation. Like, Wolfix isn't dead, but he's in really dire straits. He can't move out in the map to take a third. With the Arbiters on the way, he's pretty much stuck, trapped in his base for quite a while. In the meantime, Jaegyu's got his third. It's fully saturated. He's got a probe lead. He's got full map control. Like, Wolfix has to make some sort of magic happen here for sure.
Mm-hmm. He's going to be throwing down a command center. He wants to try and take this 3rd base regardless of the situation he's in. He's trying to go for some kind of economic play. Maybe he can shift the gears a little bit and squeeze this base out. It's going to be really tough for him to hold on to this base with the Dragoons and Arbiters that will be attacking him in the coming minutes. Currently just getting Zealot upgrade, legs, looks like +1 weapons upgrade on the way for Jaeyoon, another Arbiter being built, observers as well, so starting to build down some more gateways, going up to 8 gateway production. Jaeyoon's getting everything that he needs online, but Wolfix is only on 2 factories, only just now adding his 3rd factory and starport while getting this command center, so he won't have a lot of units to take this 3rd base for quite some time, so maybe just using this CC to make SCVs for a while and not actually floating it right away.
I do like that as an idea. He's behind in workers, even if he can't take the third right now.
Mhm.
That third can later be floated, and it'll help him make the workers he needs to catch up. He is, however, finally caught up to like 2-base saturation. He wants to keep making workers for when he takes his third, but 44 SCVs is pretty much as saturated as you can possibly get on 2 bases. Anything else is just pointless for the most part until you expand. But no, it is, like you said, he's only on 3 factories, and the meanwhile, Jaeyoon's getting up to about 9 gateways. He's already got a second Arbiter about to finish up. He's researching Recall before Stasis, it looks like. I didn't see Stasis, so I'm assuming it's Recall first here.
Mhm.
And that's going to be really difficult to deal with. We do have some turrets ringing the outside of the base, but this is actually a pretty large, wide-open main. There's a lot of area he'd have to cover, and any Terran player knows one missile turret's never going to kill an Arbiter. Like,
Right.
Arbiters just have way too much health. The best that you can do is put a couple of missile turrets there to stop them from just diving all the way to the mineral line and have them recall on mines with any luck.
Well, it's hard for Wolfix to hedge his bets in this situation. He can't really afford to set up anti-recall defense and take his third, so he's going to have to choose one. He'll probably choose to just take his third and then realize the bad news that it is going to be that recall first and not that stasis timing. So he probably will set up some kind of defense in his main base, a few turrets here and there, but I don't think there's going to be an adequate amount of recall defense to deal with what's coming up here. There's a lot of speed lots being made for Jaeyoon as well, getting set up here for this recall coming forward. Arbiter of 150 energy already on the right hand side of the map, floating over the water area outside his natural, getting ready to come in here. Going to be scouting out a little bit with the observers first, kind of finding when is Wolfix moving out to take his third base. He's going to be able to come in the front and do a recall into the main base if he so chooses. So it's going to be interesting going forward. What will Jaeyoon decide to do? Will he go for a recall in the main, or will he try and swing around and try and outmaneuver Wolfix a little bit first and kind of distract Wolfix at the front before going for the recall? Or if he's, what do you think? Do you think he's just going to go for a straight up recall right now? Or do you think he's going to do a little bit of a probe first and go into some sort of distraction technique? Looks like the Arbiter's now moving straight into the main base. It's like he just wants to get the recall in right away. Units are all clumped up, ready to go as well. Here it comes.
Here comes the recall, and that definitely is the more common play. You recall in, get the Terran to move his army back, and then you go kill that third base. And This is a really big recall. This is a ton of Dragoons, a ton of Zealots. He's definitely going to lose at least his upgrade or his armories that are currently upgrading. They might even lose his whole base. The amount of units that he just recalled might be able to be enough to deal with all of what Wolfix has right now army-wise. So he might be relying on little bits of rallies coming out just to be able to barely hold on from the recall alone.
Yeah, Wolfix just going to tap out GG. I was going to say that I liked how Wolfix had his weapons upgraded in its natural and not his main base when he lost the armor, but it's just too much damage for him to deal with. Yeah, unfortunately for him, going to be taken out quite efficiently in game number 1. Can he turn the series around? We're going to go straight into game number 2 here. Don't go anywhere. Yeah, Wolfix is just rusty and like not playing much right now though. Minerals, if Wolfix was actively playing more, it would be a bit different. All right, we're going.
Here we are.
We're going
go ahead.
right into game number 2. Wolfix currently 1-0 down in the series, as the orange Terran in the top left as Retro, I believe, with his opponent currently 1-0 up for Team Loveboat. In the top right, it's none other than Jaeyoon, as the red Protoss currently looking pretty strong in game number 1 with that DT timing into 2-base Arbiter with a third as well, looking rather hard to go up against. I think Wolfix is going to have to play his own game going forward here.
Yeah, definitely. It was a very smart play out of Jaeyoon going for the 2-gate, which is a very gas-heavy build into DTs, kind of throwing Wolfix off. Wolfix definitely sniffed something out and tried to get prepared for it, but it was just a little bit too late. Even with just the one turret, like you said, the Dragoons are going to come forward, pick off that turret. The DTs don't have to, like... The fact that the turret's there doesn't really matter unless you can keep that turret alive. So we'll have to see what Wolfix wants to bring into game number 2. We'll see if Jaeyoon does some similar kind of smart plays and try and catch Wolfix off guard, or if he's going to try and play it out into a more standard macro game from here since he's already got the lead. To see what Jaeyoon wants to do, but he's definitely in control of the game at the moment and in control of the series.
He's throwing down a 9-gate as well, so he wants to put on a little bit of pressure with that early Zealot timing, does Jaeyoon.
Yeah, that 9 gate is definitely indicative of doing a Zealot pressure. Plus, it's a forward gateway, and there are in the closest spawns I think you can get on this map. I think vertical from top or on the top side, or excuse me, horizontal on the top side or horizontal on the bottom are the shortest rest distances on this map.
You might be right about that. Yeah.
If Jaeyoon scouts him first, that could be really big for Jaeyoon.
Yeah, we are going to have a little bit of a good Sim City setup with this depot on the right hand side of the barracks, affording us some holes to micro in and out of with these Marines, but still going to be a lot done by the Zealots in the early game, putting on pressure regardless of having the Sim City set up like this. So we'll be but the SCV scout will be identifying this very early on. So if he can see the timing of the Zealot coming out, that will tip him off. We do see the core coming down instead of a Zealot, though. Actually, interestingly enough.
Yeah, that's interesting. He went for the 9 gate and then skipped the Zealot. I wonder if it's because he didn't scout or something tipped him off to not go for it. I'm not sure, but Wolfix is going to get the first scout. As you said, it looks like Jaeyoon may not be going to the top left position first. Is he scouting cross spawns first, or is this just pathway because of the map? I think it's just pathway.
It might be pathing. Yeah, I think it's a pathing thing.
Okay, Wolfix is going to get in here. He is going to see the Cybernet score. He's not seeing a Zealot pop, so he knows that he's pretty much safe.
He's hiding in SCV right now. Look, he's hiding this SCV in the natural.
Oh, you're right. I wonder if that's intentional. Is he going to try and make the command center on location without a Marine? No, he's making a Marine. I wonder what that's for.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about that. I'm curious. I'm wondering if he's going to be throwing down a command center before the factory.
It's a very Zerg thing to do when you're trying to go for like an 11 hatch or a 12 hatch against a Protoss. Just hide the drone and hope they go past without seeing it.
Well, I'm curious if he's wanting to do some kind of like weird lined up bunker expand Mihu style where he's going to be. Yeah, he is doing this kind of weird style where he's kind of like going in the middle road where he's doing a bunker expand, but he got his gas fairly early, so we'll see a fairly fast factory despite going for this really early command center, and a bunker will be starting momentarily on the low ground as well for Wolfix. So I think we'll be seeing a kind of Mihu style where he's going to be going up to a lot of factories, maybe like a 5 factory push timing, or at the very least, going up to like 7-8 factories with just one attack upgrade.
Pylon is, or might be seeing a proxy robo here.
Oh no, it's DTs.
Moving over to that pylon. Is it DTs? Did he move?
It might.
Oh yeah, I said it all doing. Yeah,
but it might be. It might be DT drop, but so you could throw down a robo here and do DT drop. That's possible, but either way, it's going to be DTs.
Yeah, I didn't see the Citadel of Adun. You're right. Question is he going to make a gateway here as well? Yeah, he's going to make a gateway in the Templar Archive here. Okay. Oh, no, 2 gateways. Is this just a speed lot, like, aggression?
It could be that too, actually, yeah. If he doesn't throw down the arc... Oh, no, there's... No. He just wants a faster rally for the DTs.
Okay, so he's putting the 2 gateways so he can double... Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah, and he's also hiding his gateway count.
They need to do damage now, because if these DTs don't do damage and these gateways get picked off before they can really be utilized, that's a lot of production and a lot of money early on that is going to be essentially wasted. It's a bit greedy, a bit all in here, but it might catch our Terran player off guard. He's going for a quick start.
He's going for vulture drop. He's going for vulture drop, so this is going to be rough for him unless he gets mines instead of speed. I don't think that SCV got close enough to confirm the Nexus or not. Interestingly enough, he doesn't actually know if the Protoss player went for a Nexus, so it's a bit of a tough for him going forward. It's going to be making a siege tank and then some vultures probably. He could also be using that starport to make a Wraith if he was suspicious of a shuttle coming in here. But it is going to be these DTs. 2 DTs are now on the way, one from the main gateway and one from these proxy gateways from Jaeyoon as well. And there's no detection besides this eBay going online, so we got to throw down a turret like almost immediately as soon as this engineering bay finishes to have any hope at getting the timing here. But with these Dragoons also
come... A little bit of a mistake. They're making one of them in the main instead of both of them at that proxy. But...
Yeah, a little bit of a misstep, I would say. Maybe a hotkey issue. He might have had his gateways not reset in the hotkeys for this. But either way, we'll be coming in with the Dragoons and the DT as we saw before. Yeah, he's not blocking with his SCVs though. The turrets are getting. He's got the backup turret behind, so even if this turret falls, there is another turret being built behind this. He is body blocking the DT from getting in the main base. Drill with the SCVs,
Oh, good drill.
but does lose the tank in the process. Wasn't able to stop that DT getting in the main base. Now the turret going down in the natural as well, maybe. So a little bit of a tough spot for Wolfix still. A turret now being made in the main base. Wraith also in production to help deal with this. Interestingly enough, a Wraith coming out from him, but he's going to be losing all of these tanks yet again. DT in the naturals are really unfortunate from Wolfix here because he had the right response. He just didn't body block with the SCVs enough maybe to prevent those turrets from going down that quickly. Now we see the Wraith coming out to maybe kind of put on a little bit of pressure in the main base, trying to pick off some probes maybe while he defends against this at home. But it's going to be really rough for him. He has got a Vulture trying to pick off the DTs, and maybe one does fall, but he's losing more and more SCVs to these DTs, and they are denying mining in the natural for Wolfix right now as well. So it's looking pretty good for Jayun if he can not lose any damage to this Wraith. The Wraith is actually just chilling at the 12 o'clock position, so not even going to be getting into the main base of Jayun and causing some problems. If that had gone straight to the main base, it might have gotten like 2 or so pros before a Dragoon was out.
Yeah, I'm surprised he's not sending that across. I guess he's expecting there to be Dragoons there already, but here it comes finally. And there is no Dragoon, so at least get some damage on these probes. It's obviously not a quick way to kill probes.
The factory's so low. He's getting on top of these Vultures as well. This is really rough.
Too many DTs now.
Yeah, there's so much DPS from these. GG is called. Jayun picking up the 2-0 win over Wolfix. Going to be putting on another 2 big points on the board for Team Loveboat. Wow, Team Loveboat looking absolutely stellar this evening.
Yeah, no, they have been pulling out win after win. The double DT, Cookie definitely probably taking notes of that game.
Take notes, Protoss players. Learn how to exploit your Pusagi race and get some nice little juicy wins like that. Well, is that us all done for the evening? We blitzed through all of these Tier 1 and Tier 2 games already?
Yeah, that's all the Tier 1 and Tier 2 games. I don't know if Cookie's planning on going into the Tier 3 or not. I think the original plan was just to do the Tier 1 and Tier 2, so I think that might be it for us. We'll wait to see confirmation on that. Yeah, that's going to be it. So that's going to be all we're doing for the night.
Nice.
Yeah, no, that went by really quick. It's actually, I think the ZVZs were our longest games this series.
It's kind of crazy to think about having the longest series being a ZVZ, but there you go. Sometimes it happens. Well, thanks for tuning in, guys. We had an absolutely epic series between Team Loveboat and Snow's Forgotten Bros. Team Loveboat coming out with the win. What's the final score on the board, Naka, for these two teams? Looks like pretty one-sided.
Yeah, it's 12-3, but we still have the Hyperion League matches, which will probably be casted by Breeze. So hopefully we can get some wins on the board over there for Snow's Forgotten Bros. Need a couple of 2-0s to help even that out a little bit.
All right, guys. Well, you heard it here first. Hopefully the Tier 3 games will come in a little bit of clutch for the Team Snow Forgotten Bros. Get a few points on the board, but it is going to be a victory overall for Team Loveboat this week. Thanks for tuning in and supporting the NSL and the teams here and all the players that are involved. Big shout out to Cookie for the excellent production. Big shout out for Naka and the caster booth for providing some excellent commentary here in this series. And I'll see you guys next time.
See you guys next time. Thanks, Sausage Monkey.
Final score on the board, Naka, for these two teams. Looks like pretty one-sided. Hope you enjoyed the cast, guys. In my stream, I'm talking to. Whew, we did a lot of casting today. A lot of casting. We casting all up in this. I assume we're off now.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, stream's offline, we're off.
Ugh. Yeah, I was already a little bit worn down from previous casts, but wanted to slide in here and give you some support. Don't want to leave you hanging on your own.
No, I appreciate it. It would have been really awkward to cast my own game. Let alone solo casting the whole thing. Solo casting's
I mean, feel free to
tiring.
This goes to all the casting team, but feel free to let them know to like probe me, because I'm usually like casting and doing my own thing at that time, so I don't always notice that an NSL cast is about to go up unless someone pokes me.
Yeah, no worries. That's why I reached out to you. I sent you a message.
Yeah, you can always do that. I don't mind. If it's no, it's no, but if I can, I will.
Never hurts to ask.
Very true. I kind of feel a little bit bad that like Saiyan took you out and I'm helping Saiyan, but you still played really good, and I didn't give him any inside information on you. I just helped him with his play.
No, don't feel bad. He actually did. He played really well. I was honestly going into that expecting it to be a pretty easy series. That's why I just said, fuck it, I'll play it, even though I haven't slept. But no, especially that third game, like I said, his control early on, like my full intent was to use the 10 hatch to like make him feel like on edge because he'd already lost to it.
Mm-hmm.
But he regained his composure pretty quickly once he got his mutas out and did exactly what he needed to do, and not let me get too out of control with the drones with the double larva. So
yeah, he made some good adjustments, I would say, from the other game.
didn't help that I couldn't break up the ramp because I had 2 Zerglings blocking half of my links after I ran past.
He also made more Zerglings earlier on than he did in the other game. He made some good adjustments to limit your potency there.
No, I agree with what Ozzy had said. I think I should have recognized his link count earlier and then not made that last round of links. Instead, it made 6 drones.
Yeah, you would have been in a better spot then. It's really hard transitioning from like a 10 hatch or 9 hatch when you're that low on drones, right? So you need to squeeze them out at some point when you can.
Yeah, no, and that was my original intent going into that one, was to like show the 10 hatch and put on aggression, and then actually drone even heavier this time and not stick to the aggression, maybe make him like overreact to the defense, which he didn't overreact. He reacted the amount he needed to. He got enough wings, but it would have been better if I had gone for the drones instead of trying to force the break.
Well, you'll get him next time.
Yeah, I'm sure. My ZVZ's been feeling a little bit weak lately. I'll have to work on it. Next time I'll knock him down. Maybe I'll take him with my Protoss.
Yeah, I'm sure you can.
I don't know. I haven't played Protoss in so long. He's not a bad player by any means. Like,
I think his ZVP is not his strongest matchup, so it's doable.
That always surprises me because I've always found ZVP to be one of the easier matchups in the game. But I guess I've always been a Protoss and a Zerg player like way back, so I know the matchup really well.
I've always been more comfortable with ZVT and ZVZ than ZVP, but I admit that I'm maybe more of an exception than the rule as far as that's concerned. But there are some Zerg players that just prefer ZVT, right? It's more in their wheelhouse of skill.
My biggest issue with ZVT, which is something I've been working on and getting a lot better at, is transitioning out of the muta game if I can't win with the mutas. Because back in ye olden days, that's all I did was just win with mutas, and then if the game didn't win with mutas, I left. But Terrans have gotten a lot better at dealing with mutas now. Plus, fucking Valkyrie builds.
Well, I'm going to be resting my voice because I've got to do KCM tomorrow as well.
For sure. Thanks for coming in, man. Have a good rest of your evening.
All right, I appreciate you. Take it easy, okay?
Yep. Have a good one.
Whew, a lot of casting today. DTs are so OP, aren't they? Yes.
Think I've ever been so low, 'cause losing you was worth
Whew. All right.
Would you let a random guy FaceTime your dad for
Whoa.
a video?
Sure.
Perfect. Let's go find somebody.
Why did that just start playing? Like, I didn't even have that tab open. It just started playing. Okay. We are going to be right back just a sec, guys. Hang in there 1 second. Alright, we are back. How is everyone doing in the chat? Did you enjoy the NSL cast? Some pretty exciting games. Who we got online right now? Alright guys, we're going to be getting into some GTD action with Ace. Just need to change the stream title. Alright, AS game is going to be going up now. I'm going to switch the screen. One more Hydra, please. Be very nice. Want this mission for Hydra, one Zealot. Then we can merge both now if we get one more Hydra. Not getting any missions. A little bit dry right now. We did one more Marine for the 2DT Marine. Okay, we go on. There we go, we got the other mech anyway. It's got a little bit more lucky at the start.
완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
There we go. Our mission.
완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다. 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다. 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
Need the 8 minerals, come on.
완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
We need 8 minerals. Bit too slow.
완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다. 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다. 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
Insufficient phosphine gas.
타이밍 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
Taking me so long to get some of these missions. Insane.
Not enough minerals. On my way.
타이밍 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다. 타이밍 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다. 타이밍 완료되었습니다.
Only so many lives people try to kill that boss. That was a rough run, man. It took us so long to get those missions. It was insane. And when we finally did, it was a little bit too late. I shouldn't have spawned the level 3 boss. It was a bit too rough.
완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다. 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
Let me know when you're done with your game is.
완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
This guy joins, doesn't even play, and just lags out the game. Sausage monkey.
완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다. 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다. 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다. 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다. 타이밍 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다. 타이밍 완료되었습니다. 보스를
Oh shit, I didn't mean to click on that one. That's not good. Did not mean to click that boss. Hopefully we can kill it.
타이밍 완료되었습니다. 타이밍 완료되었습니다. 타이밍 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
Got a lot of Zerg here, man.
타이밍 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다. 타이밍 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
More and more Zerg units.
완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
Looking pretty good. Been playing like one-handed and distracted there for a while. Nova trying to be super greedy, but maybe doable. Pro brother.
보스를 소환합니다.
Oh, we didn't get the Zergling one. Okay. Need 2 minute one Zergling.
보스를 소환합니다.
That was pretty quick, but not quick enough for this. It's like a lot more HP. It's like that plus another 20k, so won't be spawning that for a while. Bengal way. Need 3 of them. Ask and you shall receive. 3 ultras.
완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
Insufficient Vespine gas. Not enough minerals.
완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
Took 5 bets to go and maybe 1 more 5 bet, yeah.
Not enough minerals.
Shit, I should have focused that more. Not good. Not good.
완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
Ah, we made the ult. We would have had the High Templar one. Shit. We merged the Ultras, so now we don't get the 2 High Templar, 2 Ultra mission. Okay, there it is. And we need 2 Tank Dragoon. Okay, there's the 5 bats.
완료되었습니다.
We got the Defiler right, but we need Ghosts. Right, there's the Goon.
Insufficient Vespine gas.
보스를 소환합니다.
Keep those.
Insufficient Vespine gas.
This isn't a bit of an awkward spot, but I'll have to do for now. Got the 2 muters to make use of the Zerg grades while we get Protoss grades for this. We got the Dark Archon to benefit from those Protoss grades as well. It's a little bit precarious though. Two DAs. Need 2 goons for that. Shit. Already missed out on that. Where's one of the goons?
완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
Need another Earthstone as well.
Not enough minerals.
완료되었습니다. 소환합니다.
Not bad, not good. They're a weird spot. Okay.
타이밍 완료되었습니다.
Okay, one more ghost. Yeah, oh yeah, no two. Oh, we do have two zealots. Do we need ultra?
타이밍 완료되었습니다.
Okay, nice. Can't merge to fire yet. Firebat's, we done that right?
타이밍 완료되었습니다.
Yeah. Nice, okay. Got the Archons. Let's go, dude. I better get something going here. Okay, there's the ghosts. If we probably...
타이밍 완료되었습니다.
Let's go for it. Level 4 time.
타이밍 완료되었습니다.
Is it killable? Ish. Not confidently, that's all. Maybe though, actually. It's fucking close to being efficient. Oh wait, what was that one? Fuck, I can't remember. It was 2 goon, 2 DA, right? Jim Rayner, let's go.
보스를 소환합니다. 타이밍 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
Goliath 2, Ursodon 2, Rhino, okay, Ursodon 3, yeah.
타이밍 완료되었습니다.
There's the 2 Goliath, need medics.
스타일이 멋지시군요.
보스를 소환합니다.
There's the 3 Ursies. We also need the Rhinodon as well, ideally. Okay. Okay. Right, that's all.
완료되었습니다.
We've done the 2 glass.
아이어를 위해서라면 이루어지리라.
타이밍 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다. 타이밍 완료되었습니다.
대체 왜 이렇게 잘났지?
보스를 소환합니다.
No, we need to go all the missions.
우리의 힘은 영원할 것이니. 인간의 내 목숨을
타이밍 완료되었습니다. 그대에게 저지가 내리게.
Okay.
보스를 소환합니다. 타이밍 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다. 타이밍 완료되었습니다. 저 파리의 날개도 맞출 수 있죠.
스타일이 멋지시군요.
타이밍 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
대체 왜 이렇게 잘났지?
타이밍 완료되었습니다. 소환합니다. 소환합니다. 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다. 완료되었습니다. 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
Damn. Round 75. Couldn't get that extra god out. We had a good chance though. That's a hard level to beat. Splash damage no longer a factor of how split apart those marines are. Yeah, this is the level, 75. When splash damage is not enough. We need at least 2 really good power gods to deal with this level. I had the Kerrigan, and 2 splash marines, wasn't quite enough. Sheesh, it's a hard level to get through. We have done it before, we've gotten 76, but 75 is a hard one, man. Splash definitely helps with the ultra level before that, though. So Splash definitely does get you to 75 quite easily, but beyond that point, start to hit a wall. At that 75 mark, you need to have at least 2-3 gods of really high damage. Single fire. Single target, rather. You want to slide in, Neres? Hey, what's up, Untouchable? Thanks for dropping by. Oh, Untouchable, while you're here, let me know what you think of this. I'm going to put it up. It's my little splash screen that I got recently. There you go. Not this stinger, but after the fact. What do you think of this little splash screen here? Untouchable. These guys both lag. Oh, that guy doesn't. You like that? I'm glad you like it, man. Yeah, it's like my main splash screen right now. Wanted your feedback on that. We didn't make it ourselves, we got made it by someone, but yeah, I appreciate the feedback. I'm not creative enough to make something like that. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I like the trippy sort of glitchy effect of it. How your streams been? Streams been pretty okay. We've been doing a lot of casting recently. Like we did casting with Saiyan, then we did NSL right after. Just unwinding on some UMS now, giving our voice a little bit of a rest. Well, tomorrow we got to do KCM cast. Doing a lot of casting. We also did Japanese girls. Yeah. Yeah, this is the boss sound effects for spawning the bosses and the bosses dying and stuff. I'm sure the weebs are very happy. You started streaming recently? No shit. What are you streaming on Twitch? Or multiple platforms? You're about to make affiliate on Twitch? That's awesome, dude. Congratulations. What have you been streaming exactly? Like what kind of content are you putting out on your stream? Yeah, man, right on. You got a really talented skill set to apply to yourself and others, so why not yourself, you know? And you can use that as a way of showcasing yourself. You can almost like use your stream as like a portfolio almost for your work and your skill set, right? Like it's a big asset for you doing that. Even for your other stuff that you're doing. You've been streaming PlanetSide? Nice. Yeah, I never played PlanetSide 1. I like PlanetSide 2, but I kind of had a bit of a spotty history with it. Like, I was, like, give you one example, I was like platoon leading and on a server that usually we get crushed on, and I managed to turn things around by coordinating with a lot of other platoons, and we were just about to take the whole thing. Like, we were so close to, like, finally getting a win for a change. And they turned the servers off prematurely. Like, we still had like a good 20 minutes before the scheduled maintenance. And they turned the servers off prematurely just before we were winning. And I was like, that's some shady shit, man. Like, we had it down to a T. Like, you know what I mean? Like, like we would have had it. We would have won for once. But never mind, you know, things happen. Yeah, it was rough, man. Like, we were finally going to pull out the win for a change, and we did a lot of coordination to make it happen as well. And I did like some of the best platoon leading that I'd ever done before. And like the gal drops we were doing was sick, and the max rushes were like amazing. Everything we were doing was stellar, and we just got cut short by the server maintenance, dude. But like we had 15-20 minutes easy on the clock still going, and it cut off short. It sucks, man, but it is what it is. Kind of made me think there was like some sort of salty admin that didn't want to get a loss and like, you know, pulled the plug on us prematurely. Yeah, pretty much. Devs were like, nah, you're not gonna get it. You worked hard, but nope. It is what it is. But that was pretty sucky. Like, it did kind of demotivate me going forward, like, putting in that much effort for the win, but then getting cucked by the devs like that. It was a little bit shitty, I ain't gonna lie. You'll never get this. You'll never get this. La 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 la. That's pretty much it, mate. It's nice to hear from you, man. I've been wondering what you've been up to. Like, Snow's not been on for like hardly at all, so we've not really been bumping into each other because he's not really been streaming much. He checks in with me a little bit, but I don't hear from him nearly as much as I used to ever since he's hooked up with this Russian chick. Yeah, pretty much. Like, I mean, I thought bros before hoes, you know, but apparently it's dreams before streams. Something like that, anyway. It's all good though, he's doing his thing. Truly surprises you because he was making good headway with it. I was like, what the fuck? Yeah, dude. Like, unironically, I've been talking to him about it a lot in the past, and like I said to him, like, you know, you keep grinding, you're gonna make it. You know, you got potential to be a big streamer here, and you're putting in the hours, so you keep going. Like, you're gonna see that exponential growth eventually. And he's just starting to hit his stride, where like he was starting to pull in the numbers. You know what I mean? And like now he's choosing this as a time to dip a little bit on his stream, which is man, like you can't. Don't get me wrong, I've made this mistake with girls in the past as well, where you kind of like put aside your own shit for the sake of a girl you're into or whatever, but let's be honest, like long term, that ain't a good thing. Like, I'm sure she would even like respect him more for like staying true to his dreams and doing his thing. But I guess he's got a lot going on, so it's hard for him to manage his time right now. He does have ADHD as well, so like probably a little bit all over the place with that time management on top of it. So I'll give him some benefit of the doubt as far as that's concerned, but would be nice to see him not just throw his stream away. Yeah, it was the worst time to stop streaming. I mean, I can't believe it if I'm being totally honest with you. Like, it's his stream and it's his life and choice, and you know, sometimes we gotta make mistakes before we learn, and he's still in his mid-20s, you know, he's still got, I mean, you and me probably still have quite a few mistakes we're gonna make before we start to figure shit out, if we ever will, if anyone ever does. But yeah, it's a bit unfortunate that he's kind of let that happen, if I'm being totally real. Because he had a lot of momentum going forward, like really a lot of momentum, and he was just starting to break out into the scene more with like the show match with Artosis and a few other things. He was starting to get some big raids, big numbers, and yeah, like it's a shame, man. It's a real shame. It happens. It certainly does. I'm happy to hear you're doing alright, man. Wait, how long have you been streaming on Twitch then? Is it just recently you've been doing that? Like, how recently? Okay. Yeah. Again. Hmm. Do you think someone's messing with my Battle.net? Todd. You mean GTD? We had this while casting earlier.
타임이 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
Tower of Death. Ah. Yeah, this is a God Tower defense, this particular one. I don't know if you've ever played this. It's a pretty good one.
타임이 완료되었습니다. 타임이 완료되었습니다.
I've never really played the Warcraft 3 tower defenses or anything. Like, I played a little bit of Dota back in the day, but I didn't really play much Warcraft 3. Played Warcraft 2. Played Warcraft 1 and Warcraft 2 a lot, actually, but not 3. Weirdly enough. Hot dog! I mean, what do you think of like the auto chess stuff, if you know what I mean? Is it Dota auto chess? But I think you know what I mean. I think it's called auto chess.
보스를 소환합니다.
I don't know why I spawned at level 3, what am I thinking? Absolutely madman play here. I'm going to bleed a lot as well. Oh, that was bad.
타임이 완료되었습니다.
Alright, well, maybe. We kill this. It's not too bad. We lost a lot of lives there.
보스를 소환합니다.
Yeesh. Yeesh. That's not good. In case you guys are wondering, that is not good. I haven't got the 2 ghosts for that, never mind. Take the Kakaru. Just get something out there for DPS so we don't just die. It's a bad run though, we probably aren't going to win this run. Would you be down to stream together? Unless you're strictly a Stoker player, I would love to do variety streams. Maybe, yeah. Although I'm not sure how I feel about PlanetSide.
보스를 소환합니다.
I mean, I'd be a bit like a duck out of water on PlanetSide and not be feeling it as much as I maybe should with past experiences. Doesn't have to be PlanetSide. Okay. Yeah, no, I'll be down. I'll be down. 100% be down. Especially if we could find a game. Do you want to just do a duo collaboration stream? Like just 2-player? Or would you want to try and find a game we can do like a 4-stack in and get like 2 other people? Like a co-op game? Like a Steam game where you play like 4-player co-op kind of thing? You know what I mean? Did you see that target fire? That was clean. We're gonna die either way, but we're making it look pretty. Plus less people do. A duo has less people. Yeah. We can do that. Yeah, that's fair enough. We can try that. Oh, nice. We got one life, man. We got so dead. We're like deader than dead. This Terran Wraith might help, but it's going to delay the inevitable at this stage. We have 4 probes, and we should have at least 5 or 6. It's going to be only a matter of time. I played this enough to know this is not good. Okay, well, that's something, I guess, but... Whoa. A little bit of manual target to make sure nothing comes through there. Alright, that's something. Okay. Whoa. Chill. I got 1 life, so anything goes through, I'm dead. Too bad. We got a bat mission already? No, we got the Guardian, only one more bat. Okay. Pump Zerg, kill that. Alright. Come on, I got this. Imagine if we somehow get to like round 70 with this spill, it'd be crazy. Alright, do we probe? Oh god. I think we have to get a god. It's too risky to spawn 4 when I only got 1 life. Don't have the luxury of realizing I can't kill it and then die. Could get another Archon. Whoa. Shit, it's getting close, man. Merge Ghosts. Merge Mirror. Didn't get lucky, okay. I was trying to get lucky there with a god. And we didn't get it. It's not looking good. I was gambling for a god and didn't even get it. Okay. Okay. Whoa. This is so fucking close, it's insane. This is a bad place Templar as well, so... not ideal. Oh shit, I spawned a level. Fuck. Fuck, I don't know. I think I can barely kill this, but the Templar's a bit in a bad spot. But I should be able to kill that level 5. Should. Oh man, it's gonna be close. Should be fine. Actually, let's get another probe if we can. Oh my gosh, can we do this? Can't believe I've been on 1 life for so long. Well, if we can't kill this one, we're dead anyway, so might as well keep spawning them in. Go for it. Go for gold. One more probe. Protoss upgrade. Come on. Ah, shit, I accidentally got creature upgrade. Oh, I accidentally got creature upgrade. I just wasted so much gas. Oh no. Manual target. Civvies. Hard to click on, but we can handle it. Try and make up for that. This is a dead run, but I'm going to try and do as best I can for practice to try and make every run a decent run, so to speak. This is going to be tough. Come on. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Come on. Fuck me, dude. Some fucking nut shit right now. More DPS on you. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. Oh! That one medic, I misclicked it. Oh shit. We turned a bad run into an okay run, but not ideal. Just gonna close Battle.net and reload. Problem with the server, eh? Ooh, what does that mean? Some kind of big update, or what? Okay. But while we wait for the server, I'm going to put up the splash. Devils are giving us all kinds of craziness. Apparently the StarCraft servers aren't down there. Here's 16. Hey, what's up? We kind of got DC'd from StarCraft and are not able to get on. It's like either someone's like trying to DDoS us from being able to get onto StarCraft or something. I have no idea. Yeah, you can toss me the link to that. But yeah, kind of bizarrely we got disconnected from just StarCraft. Oh, a little update to the client. Hmm. Why is like Gmail taking a year to load? Google Workspace. Oh man. Quite bizarrely. You had your mic on mute. Oh yeah, I said about dropping your link in that. I was just talking about not being able to get into StarCraft right now. It might be that I have to restart my computer or internet before this is resolved, which might be annoying. "15 followers, nice." Yeah, you can drop the link to your Twitch, my dude. I'll follow you. That's pretty good. You were the cool kid for once in your life. Hey man, you can be the cool kid. Get your cats in your stream talking to you, making you feel all special. But it's a little bit frustrating not being able to get onto StarCraft right now. You need desperate fat girls flirting with me and coming to your stream consistently. It sounds pretty fun. Yeah, I don't see any issues with my Battle.net or anything. Watching Summit 1G's stream. That guy's over 22k subs. I mean, he's been going at it for a long time, you know? Could still make it in your own way. You know, comparison can be the thief of joy. don't necessarily need to reach that level of success to find success. I'm sure even just having like 100 subs would be like, holy shit, you know what I mean? Especially initially. And then you know, work up and build on to that from there. Got to start somewhere. If you can pay all your bills and afford everything I want from Twitch, that'd be the dream. That would be the dream. Yeah, man. That'd be good. Yeah, one step at a time. Get your affiliate, get a few subs going, eventually grind out that partner. Make it happen, Captain. So ever since they've changed StarCraft, I've now occasionally been getting, at least today, the disconnect from Battle.net, not being able to get back in. You can do just a sheet camera and no fancy mic. Yeah, we need a fancy mic. You just need good filters and a good mic setup. Doesn't need to have an expensive mic or anything. Yeah, look what I'm getting right now. Hang on, let me move their splash. I'm getting this, but there's no problem with the server. Yeah. Still using that stinger. I don't know. I got randomly DC'd during casting today, then I was able to get back in, but recently I just got DC'd again and can't get back in and I can't get validated. Like, it's not able to authenticate my shit. I guess not saying it's even logged in, even though I am. Yeah, kind of weird. Oh. You guys don't want the challenger right now. So I might have to just mess with my Battle.net account. Yeah, we're just gonna mess with our Battle.net account, I think. Okay. Let's try this. Let's test this out. Completely relaunching of relogging into Battle.net, but still not authenticating. Still getting it. I'm gonna have to completely restart everything, guys, just in case. I'm gonna have to cut the stream for at least a few minutes, restart the router, restart the computer. Hopefully we'll be back soon, okay? We've still got the same issue, so I'm gonna be back. Yeah, catch you tomorrow, man. Nice catching up with you. Take it easy, buddy. Catching up with you. Probably, hopefully be back soon, guys. See you shortly.